The ancient Celts. And constructed was energetically reassessed. He Ancient Celts. Preface to the second edition. The first edition of this book was written 20 years ago when the subject, indeed the validity, of the Celts was being actively debated. Most archaeologists were agreed that our perceptions of the ancient Celts, which had changed little over the last century, were in urgent need of revision. A certain nostalgic coziness had crept in, and although new data was accumulating fast, there had been little critical debate. Old mantras about Celticness were repeated, bringing comfort rather than stimulation. In the debate that followed in the 1990s and the early years of this millennium, the way in which the concept of the Celt had been constructed was energetically reassessed, old preconceptions were cast off, and new ways were developed to try to improve our understanding of the European barbarians who were referred to as Celts or Gauls by their Mediterranean neighbors. What became clear, early in the debate, was that the models we had been using were no longer fit for purpose. They were predicated on a theory, first coherently formulated in the early 18th century, to explain variations in a language group to which the name Celtic had been given. It was not until the early 19th century that the nascent discipline of archaeology began slowly to yield relevant data. Since philology was the senior discipline, the findings of the archaeologists were, inevitably, interpreted in terms of the linguistic model. So it was until the last decades of the 20th century, when it began to become apparent that the archaeological evidence could no longer be forced to fit the old linguistic theories. It was in this atmosphere of newfound confidence that some archaeologists began to consider fresh models suggesting that the Celtic language may have originated in the Atlantic zone of Europe and may have spread eastwards, perhaps as early as the 3rd millennium BC. The discussion has continued over the last 15 years or so, some groups trying to find a rapprochement between archaeologists and linguists. Now, with the development of new techniques to extract ancient DNA from human bones, an entirely new source of data is becoming available, totally independently of archaeology and linguistics. Once sufficient ancient DNA evidence becomes available and is brought into meaningful juxtaposition with the archaeological data, reliable narratives of human mobility, exploring both connectivity and remoteness, will be able to be constructed for Europe. These will challenge linguists to look anew at their long-held theories. Out of all this, the history of the people who spoke the Celtic language will emerge. These are exciting times. The exploration of the Celts, then, is a worthwhile pursuit since it draws us deep into the processes which help us to begin to understand the complexity of our past. Barry Cunliffe. Oxford. December 2017. Preface to the first edition. For 2,500 years the Celts have continued to fascinate those who have come into contact with them. For the Greeks and Romans the fascination was tinged with fear tempered with a degree of respect for Celtic prowess in battle. Later generations, further removed from the reality of the barbarian Celts of the 1st millennium BC, generated their own myths and stereotypes about the past, recreating Celtic ancestors for themselves in the image of the day designed to explain their own attitudes and aspirations and to provide a legitimacy for actions. The study of the Celts and of our changing visions of them offer an incomparable insight into the human need to establish an identity and of the difficulties which this poses to archaeologists, who, by their best endeavors, attempt to remain objective. It could be argued that biased historical anecdotes, ill-understood patterns of early language development, and hard archaeological facts, the artifacts, ecofacts, and structures of the past recovered through excavation, should not, and indeed cannot, be brought together to create a coherent picture of the past. The position is firmly taken by some and energetically argued. It is not one with which I have much sympathy. Given an array of disparate evidence, we would, I believe, be failing if we were to fight shy of the challenges posed by using every available scrap in our attempt to construct a European proto-history. In doing so we will, inevitably, be drawn into simplification and generalization, laying ourselves open to criticism from the purists, but better the attempt to create a whole, however imperfect, than to be satisfied with the minute examination of only a part. In writing this book, within the entirely reasonable constraints suggested by the publishers, I have found it impossible to go into areas of detail which I would like to have covered, while at the same time being drawn into the wider themes of European pre- and proto-history. Rather than adhere to the preconceptions of my original plan, I have allowed myself to be led by the subject. What emerges is much less an archaeology than it might have been. My other indulgence is to have written the text during a sabbatical term living in a house on the north coast of Brittany, overlooking a narrow bay to the headland of Le Yaudit beyond. In the late Iron Age, the promontory was defended by a massive rampart, and it is quite conceivable, though yet unproven, that it was one of the communities attacked by Caesar in 56 BC. Living here in Brittany has provided a constant reminder of the Celtic world. In the nearby church at Le Giverles-Lannion we attended a musical celebration for the pardon of Saint Ivy. The long address of welcome was in Breton. Then followed music and singing dominated by bagpipes and bombards identical to those played by the shepherds in the adoration depicted on the 17th century altarpiece above. 2 months later, in July, the local fête folklorique was held within the promontory fort of Le Yaudit. The event is an entirely new creation only some 10 years old, but it is fast becoming a focus for the community. The displays of old farm machinery and ancient crafts are as fascinating to the local population as they are to the tourists, and in the evening, as dinner in the open air proceeds, old and young alike join in the singing of Breton songs and the dancing, and listen to the telling of stories. It is, of course, a conscious recreation of a past, but a past not long gone and one which offers a much-needed sense of identity and continuity in a fast-changing world. The archaeology of Le Yaudit, the Breton language still spoken, and the underlying sense of a Celtic ethnicity are aspects of the phenomenon of the Celts. In their coherence and disparity they provide a leitmotif for the book to follow. Finally, a few acknowledgements to the editorial and design departments of Oxford University Press for their help and advice throughout, to the many individuals and institutions who provided photographs, to Alison Wilkins for producing a new series of line drawings, to Linda Smithson for preparing the text, and to my family for their forbearance and understanding with my mild obsession. Barry Cunliffe. Pont-Rue. January 1996. Contents. 1. Visions of the Celts. 2. Constructing the historical Celts 29. 3. In the beginning, 5500 to 1300 BC. For the Atlantic system, 1300 to 200 BC. 5. West Central Europe and the Mediterranean, 1300 to 450 BC. 6. The migrations, 450 to 50 BC. 7. The communities of the Atlantic Facade. 8. Celts and others on the eastern fringes. 9. Warfare and society. 10. The arts of the migration period. 11. Religious systems. 12. The developed Celtic world. 13. The Celts in retreat. 14. Celtic survival. 15. Retrospect. A guide to further reading. Chronological tables. Map section. Illustration sources. Index. 1. Visions of the Celts. In a famous lecture given more than half a century ago, the Oxford scholar J. R. Tolkien chided his audience, mostly comprised of Celtic specialists, by claiming, Celtic, of any sort is a magic bag, into which anything may be put, and out of which almost anything may come. Anything is possible in the fabulous Celtic twilight, which is not so much a twilight of the gods as of the reason. He was specifically referring to linguistic etymologies, but his words were true for Celtic studies in general, which, after nearly 300 years of introspection, had created a tissue of self-sustaining myths far removed from the reality of the available data. By throwing into the magic bag scraps gleaned from linguistics, classical sources, vernacular literature, archaeology, and art history, and seasoning the mix with a dash of nationalism and no small amount of wishful thinking, there emerged resplendent the image of the Celt, an image fashioned by the needs and aspirations of those who created it. When Tolkien's lecture was published in the early 1960s, archaeologists were already beginning to feel uncomfortable with the generalized concept of Celtic society then broadly accepted, and in particular with some of the invasionist theories inherent in the traditional narrative. Indeed, some believed that the terms Celt and Celtic should be avoided altogether because they had led to distortions in the way the archaeological record was interpreted and presented. One writer regarded the ancient Celts of Britain and Ireland as a bogus and recent invention. Behind these early Celto-skeptic debates lurked an entirely different question: when and where did the Celtic language originate? The traditional view of Celtic origins was that Celtic culture emerged in the early 1st millennium BC, towards the end of the Late Bronze Age, in West-Central Europe, the implication being that the language developed at the same time, and that it was from this homeland Celtic language and culture spread south, east, and west to encompass much of the European peninsula. In the 1990s, an alternative hypothesis began to be considered, that the language developed much earlier in the Atlantic zone, perhaps as a lingua franca, and spread eastwards into West and Central Europe during a period of mobility characterized by the Beaker phenomenon in the middle of the 3rd millennium. The debate is still continuing, and these are questions to which we will return, pp 58-63. The subject of the ancient Celts, then, is one that generates much lively discussion. In this chapter we will consider how the concept of the Celt has come into being and how it has changed over the last 2,500 years. Classical sources and archaeology. The first reference to the Celts in Europe is found in the work of the Greek geographer Hecataeus of Miletus, writing at the end of the 6th century BC. Thereafter the Celts are mentioned with increasing frequency by Greek and Roman writers. Without their descriptions and speculations, our understanding of the Celts, the Iron Age communities of Central and Western Europe, would be very different. Alone, the mute archaeological evidence would allow us to sketch a warrior society focused in West-Central Europe, its aristocracy demonstrating its prowess through elaborately equipped burials. Over the period from the 8th to the 5th century, different ways of displaying status were introduced. We would be able to recognize growing links with classical cultures of the Western Mediterranean, reaching a new intensity in the period from the mid-6th to the mid-5th century BC, after which local schools of fine metalwork, using concepts and techniques learned partly from the Mediterranean world, developed to serve the elite. The archaeological evidence would amply demonstrate the emergence of a more warlike society by the 4th century, whose values and technology, reflected in the material culture recovered from cemeteries, spread across much of Europe, from northern France to Romania and from Poland to the Po Valley. Towards the end of the 2nd century and throughout the 1st, in the decades preceding the Roman expansion, we would observe an intensification in production and exchange over much of the central area, focusing on large nucleated settlements, many of them defended, which were beginning to appear at this time. If we stood back and took a broader geographical perspective, it would become immediately clear that at any one time there was considerable cultural variation from one area to another. We would be able to identify core zones of innovation and intensification, and peripheries in which these developments were reflected with decreasing clarity as distance from the core increased. What we would not be able to appreciate with any degree of certainty is the long period of conflict between the Celtic communities of the Po Valley and the Roman world, and we would be largely ignorant of the violent raids of the Celts deep into Greece in the 3rd century BC and of the large-scale migrations of communities from the middle Danube into the heart of Asia Minor which followed. Nor would we have in our minds visions of white-robed druids cutting mistletoe with golden sickles when the moon was just at the right stage of its cycle, or of harsh-voiced warrior queens with waist-length golden hair, or of feasting warriors slurping their wine through drooping moustaches while boasting outrageously of their prowess. Unlike the archaeological evidence, the classical sources provide a narrative and action. They offer us a range of characters, with a large supporting cast whose achievements and failures are fascinating to follow. While the purist archaeologist might argue that one should study the Iron Age communities of Europe only through the archaeological data, since the classical sources by their inevitable partiality and deliberate manipulation distort our understanding, to reject such a rich vein of anecdote would be defeatist. It would admit to an inability to treat the written sources critically. The Greek and Roman authors have provided us with their own vision of the Celts, a vision born of contemporary or near-contemporary experience. That vision has pervaded Celtic studies for 2,000 years and cannot be ignored. The Greco-Roman vision. Classical observers refer to the continental Celts by a variety of names. The Roman historians writing of the migrations from north of the Alps to the Po Valley and beyond called them Galli, and this tradition was followed by Polybius, to whom they were Galatai, a name also commonly used in other Greek sources. Most of the 1st century BC writers, however, realized that these names were interchangeable with the Greek Keltoi and Latin Celti. Indeed, Caesar, writing of the inhabitants of central Gaul, specifically says, "We call them Gauls, though in their own language they are called Celts." The 2nd century AD Greek writer Pausanias also stressed that Keltoi was a more long-established term than Galli. The simplest way to explain this apparent confusion would be to accept that Celti Keltoi was the general name by which the broad sweep of peoples stretching from north of the Alps to Iberia were known to the classical world and knew themselves, and that Galli Galatai was a specific term applied to those tribes among them that chose to migrate to the south and southeast. Caesar's statement "we call them Gauls" may be interpreted as implying that the term had a Mediterranean origin. One possibility is that it comes from an Indo-European word meaning stranger or enemy, in which case it can hardly be an ethnonym. Knowledge of the Celts grew slowly up to the 4th century BC. The geographer Hecataeus had access to some information about the Celts. He was aware that the Greek colony of Massalia, founded about 600 BC, lay in the land of the Ligurians near the territory of the Celts, and that the settlement of Narbonne, was Celtic. Hecataeus thus firmly establishes the presence of Celts in southern Gaul in the late 6th century. Elsewhere he mentions Nyrax as a Celtic city. No certain identification can be offered, but Neuiae in Austria has been favored by some commentators. Herodotus of Halicarnassus, writing in the early 5th century BC, makes reference to Celts in his histories, though he admits that his information about the West is imperfect. He provides 3 geographical observations: that the source of the Danube is in the land of the Celts, that the river rises near the Celtic city of Pyrene, and that the Celts lived west of the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, next to the Sinatoi, who were the westernmost peoples of Europe. Thus Herodotus' informants seem to have believed that there were Celts living in both southwest Iberia and Middle Europe. The mention of Pyrene as being near the source of the Danube does, however, present a difficulty since it is assumed to be related geographically to the Pyrenees, some suggesting it to be the port of Emporion, Asturias. Herodotus' confused geography is unlikely to be resolved. By the 4th century the Greeks had come to accept that the Celts occupied a large swathe of Western Europe from Iberia to the upper Danube. Ephorus, c. 405-330, regarded them as one of the 4 great barbarian peoples of the world, along with the Scythians, Persians, and Libyans. In this he was reflecting the broad general model which helped the Greeks to explain the nature of the periphery beyond the civilized Mediterranean core. Strabo, writing more than 200 years later, said that Ephorus believed Celtica to be so large that it included most of Iberia as far west as Gadir, Cadiz. It was during the 4th century that more detailed information about the Celtic peoples began to accumulate, when Celtic bands, settlers, raiders, and mercenaries became involved in the politics and military affairs of the Mediterranean. Knowledge of the large-scale migration of Celts from north of the Alps to the Po Valley c. 400, and of subsequent raids southwards against Rome and beyond beginning in c. 390, soon reached the Greek world, where Celtic warriors, along with Iberians, began to be employed as mercenary troops in the war between the Spartans and Thebes in 367 BC. Thus, when Plato, 429-347, in his Laws describes the Celts as warlike and hard-drinking, he may have been relying on first-hand experience rather than simply repeating a stereotype of barbarians. Aristotle, 384-322, clearly had access to a number of sources on which to base his generalized comments about Celtic peoples, and he was certainly aware of the attack on Rome. For him the Celts were a hardy northern people. They exposed their children to their harsh climate with little clothing in order to toughen them, and excessive obesity among men was punished. They were warlike, ferocious, and fearless to the point of irrationality. The men took little notice of their women and rather preferred male company, and they had strict rules of hospitality, especially to strangers. A lost text, Magicus, sometimes ascribed to Aristotle, is said to mention the existence of Druids and holy men among the Celts and Galatae. The Aristotelian stereotype is a compound of anecdotal scraps presented within a vision of how barbarians ought to be. The balance of fact and prejudice is difficult to assess, but as noted above, the range of information available from first-hand observation had greatly increased during the 4th century, and it would be surprising if Aristotle had not used it with judgment and discretion. While the intrusion of Celtic peoples into the Mediterranean world increased the familiarity of the classical world with them, expeditions, such as that undertaken by Pythias of Massalia in c. 320, will have broadened the knowledge base still further. Pythias sailed along the Atlantic seaways in a voyage of discovery, his curiosity, no doubt, inspired by economic considerations. He describes the Armorican Peninsula, which he considered to be a part of Celticia, before going on to explore the coasts of Britain, perhaps even venturing still further north. For him, the British Isles lay north of the land of the Celts and were known as the Britannic Islands. There is no suggestion that he regarded the Brittany as Celtic. In parallel with the scientific discoveries of men like Pythias and the philosophical considerations of Aristotle, Greek mythology expanded to take account of the Celts. According to Timaeus, they were descended either from the union of Polyphemus and Galatea or from the giant Keltos. Another version sees the Galatians as the descendants of Galatas, the son of Cyclops and Galatea. A different tradition assigns the fatherhood of Galatas or Keltos to Heracles, who, during his wanderings in the west, was seduced by Keltine, the beautiful daughter of King Britannos. Unable to resist her charms, and to overcome her reluctance to give him back the cattle of Geryon, he felt impelled to sleep with her. The Celts were brought into much sharper focus for the Romans and Greeks during the 4th and 3rd centuries BC as hordes of warriors, sometimes accompanied by migrating communities, thrust their way into Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor. For Rome, the dangerous conflict lasted from the initial advance southwards towards Rome soon after 400 BC to the decisive Battle of Telamon in 225. The Greek confrontation was shorter-lived, centering on the invasion of 280 to 278, which culminated in an attack on Delphi. In Asia Minor, the Hellenistic and Roman armies were to confront Galatians throughout the century or so after the migration from Europe in the aftermath of their abortive Greek expedition. It was during these 2 centuries that the Celtic stereotype was to acquire its familiar form. They were unrestrained, fearless warriors, irrationally brave in the first onslaught but prone to wild despair if the battle turned against them. Unpredictable and unreliable as allies, they could easily be aroused to battle fury but could quickly become too drunk or too paralyzed by superstitious fear to fight. And above all, they were barbarians, people of alien behavior, cruel, and prone to such savagery as human sacrifice and even cannibalism. It is easy to see in this broad sketch a sketch which any Greek or Roman schoolboy might have been expected to turn out a stereotypical, almost timeless, description of the enemy from without, and yet beneath its simplistic exaggeration lie some elements of the truth learned from the bitter experience of 2 centuries of confrontation and conflict. The historians of Greece and Rome, writers such as Polybius, c. 204, c. 122 BC, Livy, 59 BC AD 17, and Pausanias, late 2nd century AD, were all attempting to project particular images of history. Their individual presentations of the Celt were necessarily conditioned by this, but the common thread which they wished to communicate was of their own systems triumphing over fearsome forces from without, the rational, civilized order of the state contrasted with the wild, savage chaos of the primitive barbarians. It was, therefore, the antitheses of the ideals of Greco-Roman civilization that were emphasized in the classical accounts of the Celts. To point up the classical achievement, however, the enemy had also to be seen as a worthy opponent, fearless in battle and with a savage nobility that made his defeat the more remarkable. These attitudes come together in the dramatic visual reality of contemporary sculpture. The violent savagery of Gauls looting a temple is brilliantly portrayed in a sculptured frieze of the 2nd century BC from Civitalba, Ancona, But the power and nobility of the Celt is nowhere better captured than on the victory monuments erected by the Attalid kings at Pergamum and at Athens in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. The Acropolis monument at Pergamum, commissioned by Attalus I in the 220s, is known to us only from later Roman marble copies. The famous dying Gaul, a Gaulish warrior committing suicide beside his dead wife, and the head of a bearded Gaul. Together they convey the vision of an enemy one could be proud to have defeated. Image 1.1 The Acropolis of Pergamum in western Turkey was the focus of Pergamene power in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. The two religious precincts, the Temple of Athena and the Altar of Zeus, were focal points for the display of sculptural compositions celebrating Pergamene victories over Celtic raiders. Through these monuments the kings of Pergamum were laying claim to be the saviors of Hellenism. Image 1.2 The Dying Gaul. The marble statue, now in the Capitoline Museum, Rome, is the image par excellence of Celtic nobility in battle. The naked warrior, with tousled hair and drooping moustache and wearing a necktorque, reclines bleeding on his shield, his discarded sword nearby. The statue is generally considered to be a copy of an original which adorned the monument erected in Pergamum by Attalus I after 228 CE and is thus a reliable representation of the Celts of Asia Minor in the late 3rd century BC. The Pergamene kingdom as the savior of Hellenism is the theme displayed in an even more dramatic form in a victory monument erected on the Acropolis of Athens after the final defeat of the Gauls between 168 and 166 BC. Here, according to Pausanias, the Pergamene defeat of the Gauls in Asia Minor was presented in parallel with the Greek victory over the Persians at Marathon, and both were balanced with mythological battles, the Greeks against the Amazons and the ancestors of the Pergamenes against the giants. The claim of the Attalids was, thus, blatant. They, like the Greeks, have throughout time been the saviors of civilization against the external forces of chaos and destruction. The allusion was already there in the hymn to Delos, written by Callimachus, who lived at the time of the Celtic attack on Delphi, in which the Celts are likened to latter-day Titans. Of the many Gauls who would have been depicted among the 100 or so statues that formed the monument, 5 survive in Roman marble copies, 1 in the Louvre in Paris, 1 in Naples, and 3 in Venice. All are portrayed at their moment of defeat as cowed by the might of their conquerors. A similar message was conveyed by the great frieze carved around the outside of the altar of Zeus at Pergamum, showing Zeus and Athena defeating the giants while the Attalids defeat the Gauls. Here again the Pergamene rulers are claiming to be the heroes who saved the civilized world. In these remarkable survivals, the classical vision of the Celts as it was perceived by those with the power to purvey their own version of history and its messages stands out in sharp focus. Once created, it has remained in the consciousness of all subsequent observers. With the threat of the Celts as a force for destruction receding in the 2nd century, a somewhat different metaphor began to develop. The most informative source is the work of Posidonius, c.135 c. 50 BC, a Syrian Greek from Apamea. Posidonius wrote a series of histories in 52 books, beginning his narrative in the mid-2nd century to follow on from the histories of Polybius. Book 23 contained an ethnographical introduction about the Celts as a background to the Roman conquest of Transalpina completed in 121 BC. For this he had access to a variety of earlier sources augmented by his own travels in Gaul. The information at his disposal, then, comprised much anecdotal material reflecting earlier times which he was able to present alongside his own more systematic observations. The histories are no longer extant but were extensively used, sometimes with direct acknowledgement, by 3 later writers: Strabo, c.64 BC, ad 21, Diodorus Siculus, who wrote c. 60-30 BC, and Athenius, c.ad 200, and they may also have been used by Julius Caesar as a source for the ethnographic descriptions in his Book 6 of the Gallic War. Posidonius was a Stoic philosopher, and, as Athenius tells us, in describing the customs of many peoples he composed his work in accordance with his philosophical convictions. In essence, Posidonius believed that contemporary barbarian peoples reflected a condition closer to the Golden Age than civilized societies, and that in that Golden Age people were ruled by the wise. To this extent his account of the Celts has something of a rosy glow about it. Thus he approves of their bravery and of their honouring of the brave, and comments favourably upon their hospitality to strangers. He excuses their fondness for war and their impetuous nature, saying that they were really a straightforward people and not of evil character. He even came to terms with the idea of Celtic headhunting. They were, in fact, only like boisterous schoolchildren. To the frankness and high-spiritedness of their temperament must be added the traits of childish boastfulness and love of decoration. But they were ruled by wisdom because among those specially honoured and given authority were the Druids, who were the natural and moral philosophers and men of science. They are believed to be the most just of men. In his Celtic ethnography Posidonius can fairly be accused of being a soft primitivist who shielded himself and his readers from the realities of Celtic societies. This same attitude is evident in the works of the Alexandrian school from the 1st century AD onwards which, using written sources rather than field observation, present Celtic religion and Druidism as on a par with Pythagorean systems. Image 1.3 A Celtic warrior committing suicide in defeat by the body of his dead wife. The group, now in the Museo Nazionale Romano, Palazzo al Temps, is probably a marble copy of an original which once adorned the temple of Athena Nikephoros at Pergamum commissioned by Attalus I at the end of the 3rd century BC. Image 1.4 Marble relief from the sanctuary of Athena Nikephoros at Pergamum, now in the Antikensammlung, Staatliche Museen, Berlin. The relief gives an accurate impression of Celtic armour of the late 3rd century BC showing a tunic of chain mail, shields, a spear, and an animal-headed carnex, war trumpet. Image 1.5 The round monument, only the base of which remains, in the sanctuary of Athena at Pergamum, is thought by some scholars to have been the focus for the display of statues of the defeated Celts. Marble copies of these works were taken to Italy, where several have survived. This imaginative reconstruction by Schober was published in 1952. From the middle of the 1st century BC a new sense of reality was instilled by writers such as Caesar, Lucan, and Tacitus, who reported on the conquest of the Gauls and the Britons. Although there was some recourse to the old stereotypes for the standard ethnographic introductions, these writers convey much of the atmosphere of political turmoil among the Celtic peoples. Thus Caesar, in Gaul there are factions not only in every state and village and party but practically even in individual households, and Tacitus, once they owed obedience to kings, now they are distracted between the warring factions of rival chiefs. Implicit in comments of this kind lies the justification for conquest. Not only was such instability on Rome's borders intolerable to her but also conquest and Romanization would bring peace to the benighted barbarians. The point is explicitly made in a set-piece speech which Tacitus attributes to Petilius Cerialis in AD 69, though in all probability it is the historian speaking. Image 1.6 Opposite, the city of Pergamum, in Aegean Turkey, was the capital from which the Attalid dynasty led the struggle against Celtic war bands in the 3rd century BC. To monumentalize their victories they created many great buildings ornamented with sculptural compositions often depicting their enemies, particularly the Celts. One of the most impressive of these was the great altar of Zeus excavated in the 19th century. All that now remains is the sad ruin of its stepped foundation. The superstructure was removed and is now on display in the Pergamon Museum, Berlin. Throughout the whole of Gaul there were always despots and wars until you passed under our control. We ourselves, despite many provocations, imposed upon you by right of conquest only such additional burdens as were necessary for preserving peace. Stability between nations cannot be maintained without armies, nor armies without pay, nor pay without taxation. Everything else is shared equally between us. Hist. 4:73. Tacitus takes a rather more realistic view when he puts into the mouth of the British war leader Calgacus, facing the Roman army in northern Scotland in AD 84, a damning indictment of Rome: pillagers of the world, they have exhausted the land by their indiscriminate plunder, to robbery, butchery, and rapine, they give the lying name of government, they create a desolation and call it peace. Agricola 30. While Caesar has a specific political agenda to achieve through his presentation of the Gauls, Tacitus uses the Britons and Germans as part of a general tirade against what he perceives to be the shortcomings of the Roman leadership. Modern decadence and indiscipline and the loss of individual liberty are his themes, and the Britons and Germans provide convenient characters through which to insinuate his views. The Celts are no longer a serious threat to Rome, it is the danger from within that is more destructive. For Tacitus, then, the Celts provide the allegory. From the end of the 1st century barbarians other than the Celts provided the raw material for invective and polemic, and attitudes began to mellow as 2nd and 3rd generation Gauls and Britons became creative and influential citizens of the empire. Martial, born in AD and $3, MP, AMP, #X 2005, 40 at Bilbilis, now Calatayud in Saragossa, Spain, several times proclaimed his pride in his Celtiberian origins, we who are descended from Celts and Iberians, and both Iberia and Gaul produced men of real literary talent. Only in occasional disparaging references to the northern Britons, such as Ausonius' epigram that matters, drunk, rather than bonus, good, is a more appropriate description for a Briton, can we see the old Celtic stereotype recurring. Image 1.7 A 17th century vision of an ancient Britain, a woodcut from John Speed's History, published in 1611. The ultimate source seems to be a watercolor drawing by John White dating to about 1588. White's ideas were based on his first-hand observations of Native Americans. Nakedness, body painting, long hair, neck talks, and headhunting are all characteristics of the generalized Celt derived from classical sources, which were becoming available in printed form at about this time. Oblivion and Awakening, see point 1500-1700. From the 4th century until the 16th century the world cared little for Celts. The classical texts were largely lost or forgotten, and the universal appeal of Christianity, with its own texts, mythologies, and stereotypes, provided all the models that were required to order behavior and to inspire origin myths and proto-histories. Yet it was Christianity that kept alive a knowledge of the Celts in the manuscript copies of the classical sources preserved in monastic libraries. In the 16th century many of these texts began to become more widely available in printed form. The manuscript of Tacitus Agricola reached Rome about 1470 and was published in Milan 5 to 10 years later, while Caesar's Gallic War was published in Venice in 1511. By the beginning of the 17th century most of the major texts were available in their original languages and in translation. This coincided with a general awakening in Western Europe of the need to create national prehistories based on fact rather than myth. In Britain the scholar John Leland, 1503–52, began to collect data avidly on his travels throughout the country, while at the end of the century William Camden, 1551–1623, produced the first serious attempt at explaining the early origins of Britain in his Britannia, first published in 1586. In France the Celts were beginning to come to the fore in such works as Jean Lefebvre's Les Fleurs et Antiquités des Gaules, published in 1534, and particular attention was beginning to be paid to the practices and philosophy of the Druids throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. Image 1.8 Raphael Holinsch's vision of Queen Boudica, Boadicea as she was then known, queen of the British tribe the Iceni, who in AD 60 led a rebellion against the Romans. Illustrated in his Chronicles, 1578. The similarity to Queen Elizabeth I reviewing her troops is unmistakable. The discovery of the New World with its startling range of primitive peoples, each living in their own distinctive ethnographic present, and the beginning of the exploration of Africa and the East provided ample comparative material for those writing about the prehistory of European society. Samuel Daniel could liken the tribal warfare of pre-Roman Britain to that of the American Indians, while John White could use his field drawings of Virginian Indians as models for Picts and Britons. What was beginning to emerge throughout the 16th and 17th centuries was the concept of the Celts, Gauls, and Britons as noble savages, not unlike the soft primitivist approach of Posidonius. It was a trend which was to develop still further in the 18th century after an awareness of the islanders of the South Seas enlivened the European consciousness. Celtomania and nationalism, see point 1700–1870. By the beginning of the 18th century, the antiquarians concerned with early Europe had access to the principal classical texts, a varied array of ethnological analogies, and a growing knowledge of the prehistoric monuments and artifacts of their own countries. The three elements were combined, particularly in France and Britain, to create a vision of the past peopled by Celts and Druids. In Britain, the movement was led by William Stukeley, 1687–1765, who began in 1723 to write a history of the ancient Celts in 4 parts. The work was never completed, but his 2 volumes on Stonehenge and Avebury, published in 1740 and 1743, ascribed both monuments to the British Druids. In the wake of Stukeley's energetic proselytizing, virtually all the megalithic monuments of Britain, tombs, circles, and alignments, were considered to be the preserve of Druids, while the hill forts were seen as ancient British strongholds or as the camps of Caesar built during his expeditions in 55 and 54 BC. In France, the same enthusiasms prevailed. In 1703, Paul-Yves Pézerin, a Breton priest, published his Antiquité de la Nation et de la langue des Celtes, autrement appelés Gaulois. By the end of the century, the belief that the megaliths were Celtic was firmly entrenched in such works as Théophile Malot Corette de la Tour d'Auvergne Origines Gallices, 1796, and Jacques Cambry's Monuments Celtiques, 1805, which assigned all the Breton megaliths to the Celts. Another pursuit of those caught up in the romance of Celtomania was to discover Celtic literary traditions still extant in the folk memory of peasants living in remote areas. The most blatant case of invention came from Scotland, where James Macpherson created single-handedly the poems of Ossian, which he published between 1760 and 1763. This complete fabrication was to have a profound effect throughout Europe in the fight for national identity. Ossian features large in the freedom poetry of the Hungarian Sandapetoa A.Fi., 1823–49. Nor were the Welsh free from romantic invention. In 1792, the ceremony of Main Gorst was created. It was held on the autumn equinox and involved Welsh bards in an extended performance of pompous ritual heavy with symbolism, requiring for its props an altar and a circle of stones. The entire pastiche of an ancient tradition was the invention of the Welsh stonemason Edward Williams, who preferred to be known by his bardic name, Ilo Morganwg. By managing to have the Gorst attached to the more ancient and respectable ceremony of the Welsh Eisteddfod in 1819, Williams ensured the survival of his nonsensical Celtic creation. Image 1.9 A Druid seen through the vivid imagination of William Stukeley. From his volume Stonehenge, published in 1740. The axe in the belt is of Bronze Age type, but such details were unappreciated in Stukeley's time. Image 1.10 Statue of Vercingetorix, the Gaulish resistance leader who confronted Caesar at Alesia in 52 BC. The statue, which dominates the plateau of Alesia, was erected at the instigation of the Emperor Napoleon III in 1865. Napoleon organized a detailed field study of Caesar's campaigns. There is a certain stylized resemblance between the emperor and the statue. In Brittany folk memories and ancient songs were avidly collected by Theodore Herzart, Vicomte de la Villemarque, whose Bas-Asbrais, Songs of Brittany, was first published in 1839, at a time when the French government was attempting to wipe out Breton culture and language. He was roundly condemned by some of his contemporaries, who claimed that his songs were inventions, but his field notebooks have come to light showing that he had, in fact, recorded genuinely ancient material passed on orally among the country people over generations. The Celtomania of the 18th and early 19th centuries, with its mixture of facts and fantasies, has its place in the history of scholarship. It was a stage through which Western European antiquarianism, almost inevitably, had to pass, since it provided the first faltering attempts at bringing together classical sources, the study of antiquities, oral traditions, and language to create a European past. What is more surprising is that much of the romantic nonsense of this phase still persists. The French archaeologist Salomon Reynac, looking back over the outpourings of Les Celtomanes, could satirize their beliefs. The Celts are the oldest people in the world, Their language is preserved practically intact in Basse-Breton. They were profound philosophers whose inspired doctrines have been handed down by the Welsh bardic schools. Dolmens are their altars, where their priests the Druids offered human sacrifice. Stone alignments were their astronomical observatories. He could afford to be scathingly dismissive, for after 1870 the results of archaeological activity throughout Western Europe were casting an entirely new light on the culture of the Iron Age. See Chapter 2. Image 1.11 Queen Boudica as she appears resplendent in her chariot on the Thames embankment facing the Houses of Parliament. The statue, erected in 1902, depicts the British Queen as the model of late Victorian regal nobility. Beneath the romantic Celtism of the 18th century lay an undercurrent of nationalism which intensified and became more explicit in the 19th century. The classical sources provided a galaxy of national heroes: Boudica in Britain, Vercingetorix in France, Ambiorix in Belgium, Viriathus in Iberia, all of whom could be used as symbols of national identity and freedom when required. The statue of Vercingetorix erected at Elise Saint-Reina, Côte d'Or, in 1865, that of Ambiorix in heroic guise unveiled at Tongeren in Belgium not long afterwards, and the bronze Boudica set up on the Thames embankment in London in 1902 were there to provide much-needed inspiration for creating national identity in the tumultuous century between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the outbreak of the First World War. In much of this, France took the lead. The famous statue of the Dying Gaul, bought at great expense by the French monarchy in 1737, was eventually transferred to France by Napoleon Bonaparte, on whom the potency of the image will not have been lost. Bonaparte established the Académie Celtique in Paris in 1805, but it was left to Napoleon's nephew Louis Napoleon to initiate what must surely be the earliest planned research program in Iron Age archaeology. Returning to France after a period in exile, he was elected President of the Second Republic in 1848, seizing further power 4 years later to become Emperor, thereafter styling himself Napoleon III. France had been through a long period of upheaval and was facing the threat of increasing Prussian militarism. Image 1.12 Napoleon III was Emperor of France from 1852 until 1870, when he was defeated and captured by the Prussians at Sedan. During the Second Empire, largely as a result of Napoleon's scholarly interests, the archaeological study of Iron Age Gaul flourished. Painting by Charles A. Perthousand-Duard Boutebon, 1856. Napoleon III was a scholar as well as being a politician and skillfully combined his personal academic inclination with the need to boost French morale by sponsoring a spectacular campaign of fieldwork and excavation to provide archaeological data for his projected work, the Histoire de Jules César. The fieldwork was undertaken between 1860 and 1865 by Colonel E. Stoffel with the aid of up to 300 assistants and laborers. The colonel's task was to research the topography of Caesar's campaigns and to identify the battlefields, an assignment completed with varying degrees of success, the highlight being the discovery and excavation of the siege works and battleground of Alesia, where the war leader Vercingetorix made his last heroic stand against Rome. To provide further Celtic background to these events, Napoleon initiated a large-scale excavation of the principal oppidum of the Aedui at Bibracht, Montbeuvray, near Autun, a task which he entrusted to J.G. Bulliet. Of the 3 projected volumes of the Histoire, 2 were published, in 1865 and 1866. The foundation of Le Musée des Antiquités Nationaux in Paris in 1863 ensured that his growing collection of Celtic antiquities, complete with models and reconstructions, would become readily accessible to the general public. In intensifying, and possibly even creating, public awareness of the Gauls and of their heroic resistance to the external aggressor, Rome, Napoleon III was deliberately setting out to inculcate a national spirit. His attitude to Caesar was ambivalent. Caesar confronted Gaulish opposition, but he did so, Napoleon claimed, because otherwise the country would have been overrun by Germans. The parallels would not have needed stressing to the French public in the 1860s. But the Roman conquest also had the advantage of unifying Gaul during a long period of peace in a way never before or after achieved. When in 1870 Napoleon rode out at Sedan to lead the French army to a disastrous defeat at the hands of the Prussians, one wonders whether it was Vercingetorix or Caesar that provided his role model. Image 1.13 Colonel Stoffel, who led the research team set up by Napoleon III to excavate Alesia, in his quest to discover details of Caesar's military installations, cut trial trenches to test the existence and form of buried ditches and pits. This careful work enabled him to produce plans of Caesar's forts and associated defensive works. The illustration, taken from Napoleon III's Histoire de Jules Caesar with tilde copyright symbol SAR, 1865-6, is the plan of one of Caesar's camps on the outer circumvallation designed to restrain the army of Vercingetorix at Alesia. The Romantic movement, which had gripped Europe in the 18th and early 19th centuries, provided a major stimulus to Celtomania in those regions which could claim to be Celtic. The discovery of poetic traditions like the Ossian epic invented by Macpherson and the nonsenses which sprang from the fertile imagination of Ilo Morganwg should not detract from more serious work, such as Evan Evans's Some Specimens from the Poetry of the Antient Welsh Bards, 1764, La Villa Marques Barzaz Braes, 1839, or, for that matter, the literary genius of Sir Walter Scott, whose novels and poems gave a new nobility to the Highlander at the moment when all things Celtic were being proscribed in Scotland. Out of this ferment of literary and folkloric outpourings, more solid structures began to crystallize. The foundation of the Society of Simradorion in 1751 and the Cambrian Archaeological Association in 1846 provided a sound academic framework for Wales, while in Scotland the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland was instituted in 1780. In Ireland, the Royal Irish Academy came into being in 1785 and the Royal Institution of Cornwall emerged in 1818. Image 1.14, top, plan of the Oppidum of Alesia showing the siege works constructed by Julius Caesar in 52 BC. The plan, based on fieldwork and excavation undertaken by Colonel Stoffel, was published in Napoleon III's Histoire de Jules Caesar with tilde copyright symbol SAR in 1865-6. Image 1.15, bottom, a model of Caesar's circumvallation of Alesia based on descriptions in his commentaries and excavations undertaken by Colonel Stoffel in the 1860s. For the most part, these organizations provided structured forums where the like-minded could research and celebrate their past, but inevitably such societies provided, often unwittingly, an underpinning for nationalist sentiments, and the perceived Celtic ancestry offered a degree of unity. This was particularly developed in Brittany, where, in 1867, La Villa set up the first of a series of inter-Celtic congresses to which were invited kith and kin from Wales, brothers from Cornwall, and cousins from Ireland and Scotland. It was from these roots that the Breton separatist movement Brais Atau, Brittany Forever, was to grow in the interwar years. Pan-Celticism provided strength. It also offered an identity of otherness, with the Celts as opposed to them the French and English. This is nowhere better illustrated than in an essay written by the Breton priest-scholar Ernest Renan, The Poetry of the Celtic Races, published in English in 1896. The essay begins by describing the stark contrasts experienced by a traveller passing from Normandy into Brittany. A cold wind arises full of a vague sadness, and carries the soul to other thoughts. The treetops are bare and twisted, the heath with its monotony of tint stretches away into the distance, at every step the granite protrudes from a soil too scanty to cover it, a sea that is almost always sombre girdles the horizon with eternal moaning. The same contrast is manifest in the people, to Norman vulgarity, to a plump and prosperous population, happy to live, full of its own interests, egoistical as are all these who make a habit of enjoyment, succeeds a timid and reserved race living altogether within itself, heavy in appearance but capable of profound feeling, and of an adorable delicacy in its religious instincts. The Celt as other living in the wild extremities of Atlantic Europe is a metaphor still very much alive today. The contribution of archaeology, 1870 to 1970. The growing awareness of the material culture of the pre-Roman Iron Age in the middle of the 19th century began to introduce a new realism into the study of late prehistoric Europe. But it was not until 1871 that the historic Celts could confidently be identified, with the recognition that the cultural assemblages found in the graves of Champagne and the lakeside site of Lartene in Switzerland were closely matched by those associated with a series of burials inserted into the ruins of the Etruscan town of Marzabotto, see Chapter 2. Thereafter, the belief that the movements of people could be traced in the archaeological record gained wide acceptance, and the invasionist model became central to much archaeological writing. Material of Lartene type found throughout Central and Eastern Europe was directly related to the historic expansion of the Celts, though the extreme paucity of Lartene material in Greece and Asia Minor, where the Celts were known to have been active, was a salutary warning of the adage that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. In the West, the situation was more complex. The study of ancient European languages had shown that forms of Celtic were spoken over much of the Iberian Peninsula, the British Isles, and Ireland, and yet there was no historical record of Celtic migrations into these areas. It was, therefore, left to archaeologists and linguists to construct models of invasion from their two disparate viewpoints. Since each relied heavily on the other, a considerable degree of circularity developed in the arguments. In Iberia, the classical sources indicated a Celtic presence by the 6th century BC, and this was supported by linguistic arguments that suggested that the Celtic spoken in the peninsula was more ancient than that recorded in Gaul, see Chapter 4. Thus it was incumbent on archaeologists to identify evidence for the Celtic migration from West Central Europe through the Pyrenees by searching out the material culture of the Iberian Late Bronze Age. This approach was most influentially propounded by P. Bosch-Gimpera in his famous paper Two Celtic Waves in Spain, published in 1939 in the Proceedings of the British Academy. In Britain and Ireland, invasionist theories were summed up in the elegant formulations of Christopher Hawkes, presented in a paper entitled Hillforts, published in the journal Antiquity in 1931, in which a series of migratory waves were envisaged. Simple invasionist theories of this kind were in common use until the 1960s and are still found from time to time in the more popular literature. Their modeling was based partly on the classical accounts of Celtic movements, but also derived inspiration from an awareness of the migrations of the late Roman and early medieval periods. Behind it all lay the knowledge, gleaned from recent history, of the dramatic cultural changes, linguistic and material, that had been brought about by Western European imperial expansion across the world. This strengthened the implicit belief that cultural change was most simply to be explained as the result of folk movement. The Celts that emerged during this period still retained the image of the warrior intent upon feasting and raiding, in other words the classical vision, but, in a century dominated by recurring war, much of it resulting from German militarism, a new image began to develop in which the Celt was given a more homely, creative guise in contrast to other barbarians, in particular the warlike Germans. In other words, the Celt was becoming domesticated. This was subtly, and perhaps unconsciously, achieved by putting increased emphasis on artistic and technical achievements and on the hearth and home aspects of the archaeological record. Such an approach was particularly well developed in Britain, where the creative originality of Celtic art had long been recognized, and where the extreme paucity of cemeteries producing warrior equipment forced archaeologists to focus on settlement sites and the productive systems that sustained them. The first recognizable ordering of the British agrarian landscape became known as Celtic field systems, and the term was readily, if inappropriately, adopted in the Low Countries and Denmark. Image 1.16 Celtic domesticity as imagined by Forestier in his illustration of 1911, based on the excavated evidence derived from the examination of the lake village of Glastonbury, Somerset. The Celt of the period 1870 to 1970 is, therefore, a complex creation. In the image of the 19th century imperialists, he was prepared to fight his way into new territories, taking his women and children with him, but there to settle down to till the soil while the womenfolk spun, weaved, and ground the corn. His love of art was well developed and he was served by craftsmen of great originality and skill. Even his wife could add to the artistic ambience of the home by making pleasantly decorated pots. He was not unduly aggressive but would fiercely protect his family and home if danger threatened. The discovery of a war cemetery at the gate of the Hillfort of Maiden Castle in Dorset, attributed to the gallant Celts defending their settlement against Roman invaders, provided a potent image which caught the grim public mood in the late 1930s, and, by the time that the excavation report was finally published in the depths of the Second World War, the war-mad Celt of the Poseidonian tradition had become Celticus domesticus. In France, too, opportunity for allegory was not lost. In 1949, in the aftermath of the Second World War, a monument was erected on the plain of Les Lormes below Alesia. It records: "On this plain 2,000 years ago Gaul saved her honor, pitting, at Vercingetorix's call, her peoples against Caesar's legions. After her reversal upon the battlefield, reconciled with the victor, united, defended against the invasions of the Germans, open to the enlightenment of Greece and Rome, she knew 3 centuries of peace." Celts at the end of the century. Since 1970 there has been a subtle change in the vision of the Celt, with an increasing emphasis on the economic systems which underpinned society and with the use of world systems models. The development of coinage and the emergence of oppida, widely believed to be of urban character, are areas upon which much research has been focused. These developments were, in part, the result of a more widespread interest in economic structures among archaeologists, a trend which can be related to a much broader awareness of global economics occasioned by political moves towards a more united Europe. The pan-European image of the Celts was highly appropriate to this political imperative. The mounting of the spectacular exhibition The Celts, The Origins of Europe in Venice in 1991, under the auspices of Palazzo Grassi and sponsored by the multinational Fiat company, is an example of the soft political use to which the Celts were being put. The point was explicitly made by the president of Palazzo Grassi in his introduction to the exhibition catalogue The Celts. This exhibition is a tribute both to the new Europe which cannot come to fruition without a comprehensive awareness of its unity, and to the fact that, in addition to its Roman and Christian sources, today's Europe traces its roots from the Celtic heritage, which is there for all to see. It is in the light of this vision that one can best understand the initiative of President Mitterrand in providing lavish funds from the French state to support a new program of multinational excavations at the Aegean capital of Bibracte. In doing so he was echoing the gesture of Napoleon III, though for rather different political motives. Jacquetta Hawkes summed it all up in the memorable thought that each generation gets the archaeology it deserves. Put another way, it is difficult, indeed impossible, to study the past without being affected by the transient values and aspirations of the moment. By attempting to understand the distortions wrought on the past by previous generations, we can be on guard against introducing distortions of our own and accepting those created for their own ends by our political leaders. Celts in the New Millennium. Programs of fieldwork and excavation across Europe daily produce new data relevant to the study of the historical Celts. The record increases at an exponential rate and, with it, our understanding of the complexity and diversity of the European Iron Age grows to the extent that we must constantly question whether the term Celt has any ethnic or historical validity. I believe that it does, to the extent that there was a common shared language, versions of which live on in the western extremities of the continent. There were also shared belief systems and value systems, manifest in the surviving material culture, suggesting a high degree of connectivity over considerable areas, a connectivity explained, in part, by an innate restlessness leading at times to folk movements on a large scale. It was these mobile groups, from large populations on the move to small raiding parties, that the Mediterranean world came to know as Celts. Celt, then, is a term that may legitimately be used at a level of generalization, much as the names Iberian, Scythian, Greek, or Etruscan help us to construct intelligible historical narratives. One of the questions that had come to be debated in the last 2 decades is what can be said of the origin of the Celts. This issue has been studiously avoided in the past, perhaps because it cannot be answered with any degree of certainty. But one way to approach it is by considering the possible origins of the Celtic language in relation to what is now known about the early prehistory of Europe. This has led some scholars to suggest that the language may have developed early in the Atlantic zone as a lingua franca and later, perhaps in the mid-3rd millennium, to have spread eastwards into Western and West-Central Europe with the early beaker movements. See Chapter 3. To what extent this hypothesis will stand up to close scrutiny remains to be seen. Much will depend on the results of current work on ancient DNA, which will enable population movements to be characterized and quantified in a way never before possible. But we must await a significant body of such data before beginning to create new historical narratives. What is certain is that our vision of the Celts will change, possibly quite dramatically, over the next decade. 2. Constructing the historical Celts. The concept of the Celts has many realities born of different disciplines. The earliest vision of the Celt was that created by the Greek and Roman writers, a stereotype based on close observation but simplified and highlighted in such a way as to form a generalized image easy to comprehend. By stressing certain aspects of appearance and behavior, these writers created a caricature of the barbarian other, different in every way from us who are civilized. This topos was translated into visual form in Hellenistic statuary, which became widely known across the Mediterranean world through Roman copies. The classical Celts were real to the people who created the concept. Endowed with motives, passions, and names, they were fearsome and alien, the very thought of them sending a shiver down the spine. The Celt of the classical authors served as a model for antiquarians in the 18th and 19th century attempting to understand the past, but there was much new to be incorporated. A growing understanding of the languages of the Atlantic fringes of Europe, which from the early 18th century began to be called Celtic, introduced new complexities, not least the need to explain their origins. A little later, the vernacular literature of these Celtic-speaking peoples in Ireland and Wales came to be more widely known. In it there were resonances of the world of the classical Celts, of chariots, feasting, and single combat, but much more besides. It was a febrile world of magic and uncertainty, with deities who could change shape but were always poised to interfere in the destinies of humans. Image 2.1 Statue of a warrior embossed from bronze sheets. The eyes are inset with glass paste. The swept-back hair and long drooping moustache are characteristic of Gaulish representations of Celtic warrior deities. Probably 1st century BC. From Saint-Maurienne-Chaussee, Oise, France. Musée départemental de l'Oise, Beauvais. Archaeological advances in the 19th and 20th centuries provided a new reality through the discovery first of the weapons and artifacts used by Celtic peoples and later of the settlements in which they had lived and the detritus of the economies which had sustained them. Finally, in the 1930s and 1940s, the art of the Celts became recognized as a subject worthy of study, making it possible to bridge the gap between the classical vision, the vernacular mystery, and the somewhat mundane archaeological reality. The excitement of the subject is that it can be approached from these very different directions, all of which have validity within their own academic parameters. Yet what emerges presents an altogether different set of images. In the previous chapter we considered the classical model and its evolution in broad outline. Here it is necessary to explore in more detail the main classes of evidence that have helped to expand and modify that model. The Celtic language. Celtic belongs to the family of Indo-European languages. It is closest to the Italic languages such as Latin, to such an extent that some linguists have postulated a common Italo-Celtic origin for both. This hypothetical group is believed to be broadly equivalent to two other European families, one from which the Baltic, Slav, and Germanic languages were to evolve and the other ancestral to Greek. The point at which Celtic began to be distinguished is much debated. The more conventional view has, for a long time, been that Italic and Celtic separated and developed in the regions in which they were to flourish during the period 1300 to 800 BC, before outward migration of the Celts and the Latins in the first millennium. But more recent work, using computer modeling procedures to analyze standard vocabularies, has offered a different picture, suggesting that the Celtic language group first became distinguishable from the rest of the Indo-European languages of the European peninsula around 4000 BC and that the distinction between the Goidelic and Brythonic groups of Celtic languages took place about 900 BC. The implications of this new work will be considered in Chapter 3. Image 2.2 The frequency of surviving ancient Celtic place names in Europe and Asia Minor mapped as percentage contours. The absence of names in Western Ireland is because no data is available. After S. Oppenheimer, The Origins of the British, London, 2006, Figure 2.1b, 2006. Based on data from Patrick Sims-Williams, 2006. Celtic languages are spoken now only in the extreme Atlantic periphery of Europe, but originally they extended in a broad swathe from southwestern Iberia, through Gaul and the Alpine region, into the Middle Danube, with one group of settlers, the Galatians, introducing Celtic into Central Asia Minor, where, according to Saint Jerome, it was still recognizable in the 4th century AD. The different types of recorded Celtic may be divided into two broad groups, continental and insular. Continental Celtic is known from the evidence of place names and personal names recorded by classical historians from coins, and from a comparatively small number of inscriptions. Using this evidence, it is possible to distinguish 4, possibly 5, continental Celtic languages. In Iberia, Celtiberian was spoken over much of the center, west, and north of the peninsula. The earliest inscriptions date to the 3rd century BC, but, as we have seen, the Greek writers record that Celts were to be identified in the region at least 2 centuries earlier. A recent study of inscriptions discovered in the extreme southwest corner of Iberia, written in Phoenician script, strongly suggests that the language transcribed was Celtic. The earliest of these inscriptions dates to the 8th century BC, see chapters 3 and 4. In Gaul, the Gaulish language was spoken extensively in the 1st century BC and is well represented in 100 or so inscriptions. South of the Alps in the northwestern part of the Po Valley, a distinctive form of Celtic known as Lepontic has been identified in about 70 inscriptions. The earliest of these date back to the 6th century BC. Finally, in the Middle Danube Valley, place names and personal names indicate that the Celtic spoken here differed from the Western Celtic languages, but little is known of its structure or date except that many of the names are no later than the 1st century BC. Image 2.3 Stone slab from Vaison-la-Romaine, Vaucluse, France, inscribed in Grec Gaulish. It probably dates to the middle of the 1st century BC and records the gift of land to the goddess Belesma by Segamaros, son of Philonos, citizen of Nemausus, Nims. Musée Calvet, Avignon. The insular Celtic languages were spoken in Great Britain, Ireland, and Brittany. It has been conventional to divide them into two groups, Q-Celtic, or Goidelic, spoken in Ireland, the Isle of Man, and Western Scotland, and P-Celtic, or Brythonic, which forms the basis of modern Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. The long-established belief has been that Q-Celtic was the older form and was adopted by the Atlantic communities at an early date but was overtaken in Great Britain by the more recently evolved P-Celtic, which was the basis of Gaulish. It was further believed that Q-Celtic was reintroduced in Scotland and the Isle of Man by invaders from Ireland in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, and that P-Celtic was reintroduced to Brittany by settlers from southwest Britain arriving in the 5th century AD. Recent work has, however, suggested that this model is probably a considerable oversimplification. It has been noted that P-Celtic place names are recorded in Ireland, though they may be transliterations of Q-Celtic names by P-Celtic speakers reporting them to the geographers of the classical world. The introduction of the Breton language poses more problems, and it is probably more in keeping with reality to interpret it as native Armorican P-Celtic, surviving beneath an overlay of Latin, reinvigorated by the similar language of the British settlers. A further factor to bear in mind is that the division between the two types of Celtic may be less significant than was originally believed. Image 2.4 A bilingual inscription in Latin and Celtic from Todi, Italy, dating to the 2nd century BC. Museo Gregoriano Egizio, Musei Vaticani, Rome. Awareness of the character of the insular Celtic languages emerged in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, inspired by the researches of the Oxford scholar Edward Lewid, assistant keeper at the Ashmolean Museum from 1687 and its keeper from 1691 until his death in 1709. As a true polymath, Lewid had many interests and skills, but it was in the field of comparative Celtic linguistics that he made his most lasting contribution. In 1695 he presented a prospectus for an ambitious publication to be entitled Archaeologia Britannica, which was to contain a comparison of Welsh with other European languages, especially Greek, Latin, Irish, Cornish, and Armorican. After extensive travel in the west of Britain and in Ireland, he returned to Oxford in 1701 to begin writing. The first volume of Archaeologia contains grammars and vocabularies of Irish, Breton, and Cornish, with supporting discussions and etymologies. He noted the close relationship between Gaulish, Irish, and British, and the similarities between Welsh, Cornish, and Breton, but he did not systematize it as a QP distinction. Image 2.5 Part of a stone relief from Bormio, Sondrio, Italy, dating to the 5th century BC. The warriors appear to be equipped with Celtic-style arms. Recent work on the Lepontic language of this area suggests that Celtic was spoken here as early as the 6th-5th centuries BC, before the historic migrations began. Soprintendenza Archeologia della Lombardia. In the Welsh preface to Archaeologia, as well as in correspondence, he used his linguistic studies to put forward a scheme to explain the colonization of Britain, suggesting that the Irish Britons were a colonial movement from Gaul who settled first in southern Britain. They were pushed out into the north of Britain and over to Ireland by a second wave of Gaulish settlers. In attempting to relate language, through the careful study of etymology, to people and migrations, Lewis was formulating a model which was to dominate Celtic studies for 300 years. An alternative view, that the Celtic languages originated in the Atlantic fringes of Europe, will be presented in Chapter 3. Lewis was working in one corner of the web of European languages. Already, a century before, Joseph Scaliger, 1540–1609, had divided the European languages into 4 groups, characterized by their word for God. Subsequently, various attempts were made to trace the European and related languages back to a common ancestor. In 1796, Sir William Jones, a judge of the Supreme Court of India, suggested, in a lecture, that language groups as disparate as Celtic, Gothic, Sanskrit, and Old Persian might belong to the same family. It was from this stream of scholarship that the concept of a common Indo-European language began to develop, to be systematized, in the middle of the 19th century, by Augustus Schleicher, 1821–68. Schleicher developed the notion of the tree-like growth of languages. Beginning with a prime-vowel Indo-European language, groups diverged until 7 fundamentals emerged, one of which was Celtic. This in turn split still further, giving rise to the individual branches of Celtic such as Cornish, Welsh, and so on. The model was a convenient way of ordering the data then available and formed a significant stage in the development of Indo-European studies. As the broad study of the Indo-European languages advanced, so too did the analysis of the Celtic languages. Theories about insular Celtic centered on the question of folk movement. The most influential work in this field was published by Sir John Rye, holder of the Chair of Celtic at Oxford University, in a wide-ranging book, Celtic Britain, published in 1882. In it he developed Lewis's ideas by putting forward the view that the Goidelic Celts from the continent first overcame southern Britain and thence spread to Ireland. Thereafter there was an invasion of Brythonic Celtic speakers, also from the European mainland, who forced the Goidelic settlers into western areas of Britain, some taking ship to join their distant relations in Ireland. This simple hypothesis provided a convenient basis on which linguists and archaeologists were prepared to build, until the underlying assumptions began to be challenged at the turn of the millennium. Continental Celtic poses a rather different array of questions, since the languages nowhere survive in spoken form, with the possible exception of Breton, and are known only from comparatively few texts, augmented by a scattering of place names and proper names. In Iberia, Celtic language studies were given a major boost by the decipherment of a long text inscribed on a bronze tablet found at Botorrita, near Saragossa, announced in 1971. This, together with the work of Antonio Tovo and others, has greatly advanced our understanding of the languages of the peninsula. Another major step forward came in 2009 when John Koch demonstrated that the language used on the inscribed stele of southwestern Iberia was Celtic, the earliest example dating back to the 8th century BC. Koch referred to them as Tartessian, but since they concentrate beyond the western edge of the Tartessian homeland, it is safer to call them simply southwestern. Indigenous non-Indo-European languages survived into classical times in the southeast as Iberian, while in the north, Basque is also the remnant of a separate and once more extensive non-Indo-European group. The simplest explanation of these facts is to suppose that the Celtic language first appeared in Iberia in the distant past, at least by the 8th century BC and probably quite a lot earlier. We will return to these issues in Chapter 3. It has long been recognized that Lepontic, focused around the lakes of Lombardy, was a Celtic language and that a distinctive Lepontic alphabet was used in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, but the demonstration that the Lepontic language dates back to the 6th century BC and possibly a century earlier raises a most interesting range of questions, since these early examples significantly predate the historic migration of Celts from north of the Alps in the early 4th century BC. Gaulish Celtic has benefited from a long and distinguished tradition of scholarly study based on the 100 or so inscriptions and the wealth of place and proper name evidence. Major surveys by David Ellis Evans, 1967, and Joshua Watmer, 1970, have provided full catalogues and discussions, the overriding view being that beneath a variety of dialects Gaulish is broadly Brythonic, though some doubt has been placed on the classificatory value of the term. Standing back from the complex and highly incomplete picture created from these linguistic scraps, one may distinguish two broad zones of Celtic, one comprising Iberia, Ireland, and the Lepontic region, where the language retained archaic characteristics, and another, including Gaul, Britain, and possibly the Eastern Celtic zone, where they continued to develop. The earliest recorded use of Celtic is in the 8th century in southwestern Iberia. The importance of linguistic studies for an understanding of Celtic culture is considerable, especially if it is accepted that a Celt was one who spoke Celtic. At its very simplest, it enables the uncoupling of Celt from the archaeologically defined Latine culture by demonstrating that the Celtic language was spoken considerably earlier than the development of Latine culture and over a more extensive area. This raises the intriguing question of the origin of the language, which will be considered in more detail in the next chapter. Image 2.6 Memorial stone from Gomes Aires, southern Portugal, inscribed using the Phoenician script. The language is Celtic. The individual is carrying throwing spears of late Bronze Age type. Museu de Escrita do Sudoeste, Almodóvar. Image 2.7 Diagram to illustrate the possible development of the Celtic language group. The insular tradition of vernacular literature. The warrior aristocracy of the Celts, like other warrior aristocracies throughout the pre-modern world, created and transmitted a rich oral history presented in cycles of epic narrative. In communal gatherings, these epics would be recounted by storytellers to an audience keen to hear again the deeds of their ancestors and to be reminded of the nature of their gods, familiarized through stories of divine meddling in the lives of ordinary mortals. Such traditions were important in giving the community its roots and in providing models of behavior. Above all, they reinforced a sense of identity. The survival of such epics, where they survive at all, is a matter of chance. From continental Europe and Britain little remains of what must have been a rich and vivid corpus of tradition and belief, except for obscure and partial allusions in Celtic art, difficult now for us to interpret. But in Ireland, where native culture survived undisturbed by Romanization, a selection of this narrative tradition was eventually committed to writing and in this form has been transmitted to us across the ages. The most extensive of the vernacular sources is the Ulster Cycle, comprising about 80 individual stories, of which the most complete and by far the longest is the Cattle Raid of Cooley, Tyne Bo Quailnge. The rest of the corpus is made up of stories which set the scene for the central drama or expand upon the lives of the main characters. The entire corpus is contained in 10 separate manuscripts, overlapping in content. The oldest extant version of the Tyne, known as Recensioni, survives in 2 separate manuscripts, each providing part of the story: the Book of the Dung Cow, dating to the 11th century, and the Yellow Book of Lecan, compiled in the 14th century. A fuller and more coherent version, Recension II, occurs in the late 12th century Book of Leinster. Recension I is probably based on two lost 9th century manuscripts, and it is possible that even earlier versions, going back to the 7th century, once existed. The time must be read to be appreciated, but the essential action focuses around a cattle raid mounted by the people of Connaught against the people of Ulster at the urging of Queen Medb, a strong-willed, promiscuous woman, prone to test the virility of male heroes, who is part mortal and part a goddess of the land. The army of Connaught is opposed by a company of aristocratic warriors, the young and headstrong Cu Chulainn, the more mature and experienced Fergus mac Roich and Conall Cernach, the wise Sencham mac Ailella, and the two-faced scheming Bricrew the Poison Tongue, who sets men against each other to advance his own interests. As the story unfolds, we are introduced to many scenes and actions reflecting behavior familiar through the ethnographic works of Posidonius and Caesar: feasting and the hero's portion, chariot warfare, single combat, severed heads, joint dowries of husbands and wives, fosterage, and above all the ethics and motivations of a warrior aristocracy for whom raiding was a commonplace. These similarities have long been recognized and commented upon. The most influential work has been Kenneth Jackson's The Oldest Irish Tradition, A Window on the Iron Age, published in 1964, in which he argued that the Ulster Tales reflected an Irish ethnographic present of the 4th century AD, which in turn gave direct access to an earlier Celtic society. The situation is, however, more complex. The Ulster cycle undoubtedly contains elements of an ancient folk tradition, but it was composed in its final form by Christian monks with a considerable knowledge of Greek and Roman literature as well as the scriptures and other Christian writings. Thus, while it might be tempting to argue that similarities to the Homeric epics reflect a common European origin, it may be more reasonable to suppose that the Homeric allusions were inserted by the highly educated medieval redactors. There are, therefore, real dangers of being led astray by false archaisms. A detailed study of the material culture represented in the Ulster cycle has led James Mallory to the indisputable conclusions that the constant reference to silver among the prestigious items depicted must be a reflection of the broader world experience of Ireland in the 6th to 9th centuries and thus has no bearing at all on the culture of the Latin period. In his words, the material culture of the Ulster cycle is essentially a window on the Dark Ages. Given, then, that the medieval Christian redactors were responsible for creating the text which has come down to us, by presenting an epic tradition in the light of their own scholarly erudition and a desire to preserve a memory of the splendors of their more recent past, how much of the pre-Christian tradition survives? It is tempting to take the easy way out and to argue that the basic material that was molded, redecorated, and to some extent repackaged by the succession of saga tellers and saga writers throughout the first millennium BC, the same tradition that is visible in dismembered scraps in the surviving writings of the classical historians and geographers. There is, however, a slightly unnerving disparity between the archaeological record in Ireland and aspects of warfare central to the action of the epic. Two items in particular stand out: the sword and the chariot. In the Ulster cycle, the heroes use massive slashing swords and are driven to battle on light war chariots. Cavalry is not mentioned at all. All of this would be quite acceptable in parts of continental Europe in the 4th or 3rd century BC, but the archaeological record of Ireland has produced no large slashing swords of this type, and no chariot fittings, such as turret rings, strap fasteners, linchpins, hub rings, and iron tires of the types which commonly recur in Britain and on the continent. The word constantly employed for the vehicle used in the hero tales is carpat, which elsewhere is used to describe transport or travelling vehicles with two wooden seats, one for the driver, the other for the passenger. From brief textual references, it would seem that this was an indigenous vehicle totally different from the war chariot of Britain and Gaul. It remains, therefore, a strong possibility that the core of the epics, deeply embedded within the Ulster cycle, lies in a continental European tradition which was transmitted at some stage to Ireland, there to be woven into a network of indigenous folk tales in a local geographical and technological setting to which was added a sprinkling of real history. Thereafter, the tales were constantly modified, in each retelling taking on some new aspect, material or conceptual, gleaned from the contemporary world, until their final editing in the medieval period in a form suitable for Christian consumption. This said, the Ulster cycle is a remarkable survival, providing a tantalizing glimpse of the rich epic tradition of Celtic Europe which would otherwise be totally inaccessible. Another source of considerable interest is the Old Irish law texts, the majority of which originate in the 7th and 8th centuries and come down to us in varying states of corruption or incompleteness in documents of late medieval date. From these it is possible to gain an intimate insight into the working of society, rank, kin groupings, personal relationships, property, offences and punishment, contracts and pledges, and the teaching and maintenance of the law itself. No doubt, embedded within all this are rules of behaviour which date back to the time of the earlier populations of Ireland, but to tease out these early threads is an uncertain, perhaps impossible, task. At best the law tracts may be viewed as a distant and distorted echo of a past era. Image 2.8 Johann Georg Ramsauer, a government director of mining, who, in 1846, discovered the Iron Age cemetery at Hallstatt in Austria and continued excavating it until 1863. Archaeology. The contribution of archaeology to the study of the Celts has been considerable. From the 16th century large numbers of antiquities were published and variously ascribed as British, Gaulish, or Celtic. Many were indeed of Iron Age date, but at first correct designations were achieved more by luck than through knowledge. Systematization began early in the 19th century with the work of the Danish archaeologist C. J. Thomsen, 1788 to 1865, who is credited with the creation of the three-age model through his arrangement of the collections of the Danish National Museum into items of stone, bronze, and iron, which he presented as three developmental stages applicable to the prehistory of the whole of Europe. Thomsen's work was further elaborated by his assistant J. Auro, Wersay, 1821–85, who, by stratigraphical excavations, was able to demonstrate its general validity. Image 2.9 The location of the settlement and salt mines of Hallstatt, Austria. By the 1840s it was possible to make a broad correlation between the material culture of the Iron Age and that of the Celts in those areas of Europe where the classical sources indicated the Celts to have lived. Thus, when Johann Georg Ramsauer began to excavate an extensive cemetery at Hallstatt in Austria in 1846, he was simply following convention by calling the graves he found Celtic. Excavations at Hallstatt continued until 1863, by which time about 1,000 graves had been opened and meticulously recorded in a series of fine watercolor sketches drawn by the excavator. For the most part the graves, both cremations and inhumations, were well furnished with artifacts, including an array of weapons, bronze and ceramic vessels, and personal equipment and jewelry. This enormous collection, together with well-preserved organic material, such as clothing and wooden tools, recovered from the neighboring salt mines, provided the archaeological world with a detailed insight into the material culture of the Central European Iron Age. Most of the Hallstatt graves belong to the period spanning the 7th and 6th centuries BC, with a few continuing into the early 5th. Thereafter the importance of Hallstatt declined rapidly, as the salt deposits at Dernburg began to be developed. Image 2.10 Right, aerial view of the site of Hallstatt, Austria. The cemetery and salt mines lay in the valley behind the lakeside settlement. Image 2.11 Below left and center, Johann Georg Ramsauer conducted the excavations at the cemetery at Hallstatt with some skill, recording each individual burial complete with grave goods in meticulously detailed watercolors. Library of the Society of Antiquaries, London. Image 2.12 Below right, a rucksack made from leather over a wooden frame preserved in the salt mines at Hallstatt, Austria, dating to the 6th century BC. The sack was probably used by a miner to carry rock salt. Naturhistorisches Museum, Vienna. Image 2.13 The location of the site of Lartine on Lake Neuchatel, Switzerland. This is Paul Vuger's plan, published in 1923. Image 2.1 For excavations at Lartine, Neuchatel, Switzerland, 1916, showing the timbers of a bridge, named after the excavator as Le Pont Vouga. In 1857, at the northwestern corner of Lake Neuchatel in Switzerland, a local collector, Hansli Kopp, discovered a series of wooden piles and, groping in the mud between them, located about 40 iron weapons. Thus began the exploration of the famous site of Lartene, which continued sporadically until 1917. Lartene is an enigmatic site which has variously been interpreted as a pile dwelling, a fortified oppidum, a bridge overwhelmed in a catastrophe, and a platform from which ritual depositions were made. Its fame lies in the extremely large collection of artifacts which have been gathered as a result of the various excavations. The assemblage is particularly rich in weapons, swords, spears, and shields, but also includes a number of smaller personal items, such as fibulae, belt clasps, and razors, as well as bronze vessels, iron ingots, and parts of vehicles. The finds became widely known in the 1860s, largely as a result of Ferdinand Keller's publication, in which he presented Lartene as a lake village of the Celtic period. It was soon realized that they differed markedly in form and therefore age from the material which had been recovered on the other side of the Alps at Hallstatt, but were similar to other finds coming to light in cemetery excavations in northern France. Image 2.15 Plan of the timber structure and votive deposits unearthed at Lartene. Based on part of Paul Vouga's original excavation plan, published in 1923. In 1871 the International Congress of Prehistoric Anthropology and Archaeology was held at Bologna. Among the delegates were Gabriel de Mortelet from France and a per thousand Mildesser from Switzerland. Both had a detailed knowledge of Iron Age material, de Mortelet having worked with finds from cemeteries in Champagne and Dessert at Neuchatel. During the Congress they were able to view material recovered from a cemetery recently excavated towards the edge of the Etruscan city of Marzabotto. The finds were closely similar to those with which they were familiar and left the two men in no doubt that the Marzabotto burials were of Celts who had crossed the Alps to settle in the Po Valley, just as Livy and Polybius had described. The recognition meant that, from then on, archaeological finds of Lartene type came to be regarded as the material culture of the Celts. Moreover, the correlation provided a convenient dating horizon, assuming the chronology of the classical sources to be correct. Image 2.16 A selection of the decorated sword scabbards discovered at Lartene and illustrated in the excavation report, Lartene, by Paul Vouga, published in 1923. In 1872, the year following the Bologna Conference, the Swedish archaeologist Hans Hildebrand proposed systematizing the European Iron Age by dividing it into two parts, the earlier characterized by the finds from the Hallstatt cemetery, and the later by those from Lartene. Henceforth the concepts of a Hallstatt culture and a Lartene culture came widely into use, with the Lartene culture being regarded as the archaeological expression of the Celts. Subsequently the scheme was modified by subdivision. In 1881 Otto Tischler divided the Hallstatt period into two phases, early and late, and then turned his attention to the Lartene material and in 1885, following the discovery of a votive deposit at Duchkov, Bohemia, in 1882, proposed a threefold division into early, middle, and late, or I, II, and III. The early phase was characterized by fibulae, safe-to-pin-shaped clasps, whose recurved feet simply touched the bow. The contemporary swords were short with the scabbard shapes perforated. In the middle phase the fibulae had developed so that the foot wrapped around the bow, while the sword sheaths now had unperforated shapes. The late phase was characterized by fibulae with solid catch plates, often perforated. The contemporary swords were much longer with rounded ends. Tischler's system was widely used, and by the turn of the century firm dates were being proposed. Thus, for France, Oscar Montelius suggested that Lartene should be dated 400 to 250, 2, 250 to 150, and 3, 150 to 1 BC. Joseph Deschalette argued that a period 4 should be added to contain the later British material. In Switzerland the careful excavation of the cemetery at Emme with ~1/4 in Singen and elsewhere allowed further subdivisions to be made by David Violier in 1916. Lartene was thereafter divided into A, B, and C and Latin 2 into A and B. Image 2.17 Early Latin metalwork from the hoard found at Dutchkov in Bohemia in 1882, from the original publication. While the Tischler scheme worked well for Champagne, Switzerland, and Bohemia, the material from Bavaria posed problems, because here an early phase of burials, usually under tumuli, was identified. To contain these, in 1902 Paul Reinecke proposed that this assemblage, dating to the 5th century BC, should be recognized as a distinct phase known as Latin A. Thereafter his Latin B, C, and D approximately equated with Tischler's early, middle, and late. This was a significant amendment in that it gave recognition to the formative phase of the Latin culture, predating the period of the migration. Reinecke also subdivided the Hallstatt culture, giving specific recognition to its Bronze Age origins, his Hallstatt A and B, allowing C and D to represent the two stages of the early Iron Age. In Britain, throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Iron Age material was simply designated Late Celtic or Early British without subdivision, following the suggestion of Augustus Franks in 1863, though in the first decade of the 20th century some attempts were made to link the insular finds to the continental scheme. It is the Reinecke system of 1902, with many subdivisions, regional variants, and chronological adjustments, that has underpinned Iron Age studies thereafter. Image 2.18 Plan of the chieftain's burial found at Sommerbayonne, Morne, France, and dating to the late 5th century BC. The chieftain was laid on a two-wheeled vehicle and was accompanied by his weapons, feasting gear, and horse trappings. It was excavated in 1873. The systematizing of the European Iron Age in the late 19th century was, to a large extent, driven by the flood of new material deriving from the excavation of cemeteries, which provided a favorite focus of activity for collectors and archaeologists. In France a lead was provided by Louis Napoleon, 1808–73, who became President of the Second Republic in 1852, assuming the title of Napoleon III after a coup d'état established the Second Empire a year earlier. Napoleon's scholarly concern with the campaigns of Julius Caesar led him to take an active interest in the casual discoveries that were being made in Champagne when, each summer, he spent time at the military base at Chalon. From material given to him and bought from the local peasants, and obtained from excavations which he ordered, he built up a large collection which was to form the basis of the Musée des Antiquités Nationaux in Paris. Among the other collectors inspired by the emperor's example were Frédéric Moreau, 1798–1898, and Léon Morel, 1828–1909. Moreau carried out extensive excavations in the Aisne and Morne region from 1873 to 1893, and the large collection of Latin material which he accumulated, and in part published, was given to the National Museum in 1899. Morel's interest in archaeology began in 1863, when he became involved in a Latin cemetery at Somsois, near Vitry-le-François. Thereafter he continued to excavate in Champagne until his death, except for a brief period, 1879–88, when his work took him to Provence. The collection which Morel amassed, and published in La Champagne Souterraine in 1898, was second in quality only to that of the National Museum at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. When eventually it was put up for sale in 1901, it was considered to be too expensive by the French government and was eventually purchased by the British Museum. Among the most important assemblages is that from the 5th century chieftain's burial at Sommerbayonne. The frenetic activity in the Morne, Aisne, and Ardennes regions between 1865 and 1914, most of it carried out by peasants on behalf of local collectors, brought to light many thousands of graves from hundreds of cemeteries. This corpus of material inevitably contributed significantly to the understanding of the Celts, particularly of their burial practices. Comparable, though less intensive, work was underway at this time in other parts of Europe. In Slovenia, for example, in the decade before the First World War, the Grand Duchess of Mecklenburg was instrumental in encouraging the excavation of cemeteries at Magdalenska Gora, Sticena, and Vinica, uncovering more than 870 graves, and also at Hallstatt itself in 1907. The Mecklenburg collection, which was eventually acquired by the Peabody Museum in Harvard, is among one of the most important for understanding the development of Iron Age societies in the Eastern Alps. Image 2.19 The Grand Duchess of Mecklenburg was an enthusiastic archaeologist. She was born in Cunliffe, now Slovenia, in 1856. Between 1905 and 1914 she spent a considerable part of her fortune conducting excavations on Iron Age cemeteries at Hallstatt, Sticene, Magdalenska Gora, Vinica, and elsewhere, amassing a collection of some 20,000 artifacts. Much of the archaeological activity of the last half of the 19th century was directed towards the examination of cemeteries. These were, after all, the sites that produced collectible artifacts with a market value, but some attention was also being given to settlement sites, in particular to the large oppida. Of these, Stradenice, in Bohemia, provides one of the most notorious examples. During the last quarter of the 19th century it was dug over at the instigation of antique dealers, the artifacts being dispersed throughout Europe while the local peasants found a ready market for the animal bone refuse recovered, selling it for the production of bone meal. The discovery of a hoard of gold coins in 1877 increased interest still further. In all it is estimated that between 80,000 and 100,000 items were recovered, mostly belonging to the late 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Some flavor of the importance of the collection began to dawn on the academic world following the publication of some of the material by J. L. Piker in 1903. Interest in oppida in France was initiated by Napoleon III, whose study of the campaigns of Julius Caesar naturally led him to select for attention Bibracte, the capital of the Aedui, situated on Morne Beuvray near Autun. In 1867 he appointed J.G. Bulliet to direct the work, which was eventually published in 1899 as Feuillets de Morne Beuvray 1867-1895. Bulliet was succeeded by his nephew Joseph Deschelette, who was to become one of Europe's most influential scholars of the Iron Age before his death in the First World War at the age of 53. By that time Deschelette had published the 2 Iron Age volumes of his Manuel d'Archéologie, a work of synthesis which summed up the advances of the Great Period of Discovery 1860 to 1910 and presented the culture of the oppida, visible through the work at Stradenice and Morne Beuvray, in its proper context as the culmination of the Celtic achievement. The publication of Le Second Age du Feu, the third part of the second volume of Deschelette's Manuel d'Archéologie, in 1914 marks the end of the pioneering phase of Celtic archaeology. 20 years before, A. Bertrand and S. Reynek had presented an array of material in their Les Celts dans les Valleys du Poète du Danube, 1894, but the Manuel provided the first European-wide synthesis of Latine material culture, demonstrating the remarkable similarities which could be detected from one side of Europe to the other. It was now possible for scholars to begin to integrate the classical and archaeological data, providing pan-European syntheses of which the 2 volumes of Henri Hubert, Les Celts et l'expansion celtique jusqu'à l'époque de Latine and Les Celts d'après l'époque de Latine et la civilisation celtique, both 1932, were among the most ambitious. Celtic art. In some ways it is surprising that the awareness of the importance of Celtic art did not develop significantly during this formative period, but this may, at least in part, have been due to the dismissive attitudes of art historians, whose sense of values was narrowly constrained by the products of the Greco-Roman world. The first real appreciation of the distinctive identity of Celtic art appeared in 1863, when Augustus Wollaston Franks, 1826–97, who became keeper of the Department of British and Medieval Antiquities and Ethnography at the British Museum, 1866–96, after joining the staff in 1851, published a collection of British masterpieces in John Kemble's Hoary Ferals, 1863. These he described as late Celtic, offering a consideration of them in their European context. In doing this he was far in advance of the thinking of his continental contemporaries, most of whom would have subscribed to the belief that barbarians were incapable of producing significant works of art. There was, however, a developing awareness of the part played by the classical world in introducing artistic concepts to the Celtic barbarians north of the Alps. The importance of the Rhone route, via Massalia, was generally accepted, and in 1875 Hermann Gentner published a work stressing the significance of the Alpine passes for the transport of Etruscan goods and ideas to the north. 5 years earlier Ernst Wolff had identified Etruscan inspiration in the Gaulish metalwork found in the aristocratic burial at Waldolgisheim, and in 1889 the classical archaeologist Adolf Furtwängler offered an analysis of the Celtic art represented in rich grave finds from Schwarzenbach, preferring to see the exotic items as Massiliot products designed for the barbarian market. This view was still adhered to by Paul Reinecker in his publication of 1902. It followed the reasoning of art historians working on material around the Black Sea interface, who believed that many of the Scythian masterpieces had been produced in Greek workshops located in the coastal colonial settlements, specifically for the Scythian aristocracy. Meanwhile, in Britain an alternative view was developing which saw Celtic art not as a pale, ill-mannered reflection of classical art but as an original creation. These ideas were elegantly summarized by Sir Arthur Evans in The Origins of Celtic Art, based on a series of lectures given in 1895. Evans's view was that Celtic art emerged from the interaction of a number of cultural influences. He acknowledged the contribution of Etruscan and Greek ideas but argued that Hallstatt elements from the eastern Alpine area, as well as Scythian motifs from further east, were also integral to what eventually emerged. Evans's thesis formed the starting point of the monumental survey undertaken by Paul Jacobsthal, Professor of Classical Archaeology at Marburg University, 1912-35, and thereafter a scholar at Oxford University. Jacobsthal began his study of Celtic art in 1921 and published his seminal Early Celtic Art, the first volume of what he planned to be a 3-volume work, in 1944. In it he recognized 3 principal continental styles. His early style was an aristocratic art confined to the high-status burials of the 5th and early 4th centuries BC. Here he detected native Hallstatt elements as well as the influence of an Eastern nomadic, or Orientalizing, trend adding to the more obvious classical input. His second style, named after the Waldolgisheim burial, used classical floral patterns as the basis, from which was developed an original treatment of plant motifs. In the early 3rd century the third style emerged, divided into 2 substyles, a plastic style, in which motifs were used in an essentially 3-dimensional mode, and a sword style, involving inscribing and some embossing to create 2-dimensional patterns. The importance of Jacobsthal's work was that it established Celtic art as one of the great artistic achievements of Europe, with an originality and vitality which owed little to the formulaic inspiration which the Celtic masters undoubtedly received from the classical world. We are told that the Gauls were valiant, quarrelsome, cruel, superstitious, and had the gift of pointed speech. Their art also is full of contrasts. It is attractive and repellent, it is far from primitiveness and simplicity, is refined in thought and technique, elaborate and clever, full of paradoxes, restless, puzzlingly ambiguous, rational and irrational, dark and uncanny, far from the lovable humanity and transparency of Greek art. Yet, it is a real style, the first great contribution by the barbarians to European arts, the first great chapter in the everlasting mutual stocktaking of southern, northern and eastern forces in the life of Europe. Although his styles still provide a convenient general model, they are classificatory rather than explanatory. With a greatly enlarged corpus from which to work and a deepening understanding of the nature of artistic expression in pre-modern society, the study of Celtic art promises to become one of the more lively areas of debate. Celtic culture. The publication of early Celtic art in 1944 can be regarded as the point at which the broad range of Celtic studies at last came of age, when the uniqueness of the Celts was firmly and finally established. The second half of the 20th century and the early decades of the 21st have seen major advances in all fields but none more than in archaeology. It would be impossible to review fully the achievements of this remarkable period of activity. The sheer quantity of material recovered has increased the database exponentially, but what is more important is the far greater attention that has been placed on context, the nature of the site itself, whether it be a cemetery or a settlement. There has also been, at least in some parts of Europe, a concern to see the site as an element in a landscape and to use this larger geographical concept as the unit of study. Human communities are only one of the elements of the biome, and to understand these the entire system must be studied. In parallel with all this, there has been a growing willingness, as the discipline moves away from its traditional 19th century artifact-based focus, to see the values and approaches of anthropology as being of crucial relevance to archaeology. The archaeologist's concern now lies in attempting to model and to understand the different systems which make up a society, and by examining the interactions of these systems, to approach the fascinating dynamic of social change. Increasingly, the archaeologist, like the anthropologist, is being drawn into considerations of communication through symbols, art, language, and oral traditions. In this way, the disparate threads which make up our understanding of the Celtic peoples, defined through the disciplines of archaeology, art history, linguistics, and history, are now, at last, being drawn together in a single study. It remains to be seen what will emerge. 3. In the beginning 5500–1300 BC. The first recorded use of the name Celt is by the Greek geographer Hecataeus, writing in the 6th century BC. Since then the word has acquired a variety of meanings, leading to considerable confusion. For the purposes of this book, a Celt will be considered to be a person who spoke the Celtic language. This may sound straightforward, but not so, for many people in the past may have spoken more than a single language, one in their immediate community and another for communication with more distant neighbors. If Celtic was the language of the family, then they might reasonably be regarded as Celts, but if they used Celtic only as a lingua franca to facilitate external interactions, then should they be called Celts? Probably not. Exogamous marriage will also have added to the mix of languages spoken in any one area. Even more complex is what happens to language at times of migration. It is highly probable the Celtic hordes who attacked Delphi in 279 BC, some of whom went on to settle in Asia Minor, included peoples of different ethnic origins speaking different languages. That they owed allegiance to Celtic tribal leaders and probably used Celtic as the language of command would have suggested to contemporary observers a greater ethnic unity than in reality there was. These are complex issues of the kind with which we are familiar in our modern globalized lives, but such subtle distinctions are difficult to identify when dealing with the more distant past. Thus, while the simple contention that a Celt is one who normally spoke Celtic is far from perfect, it offers a workable generalization. Then the question arises, what is the Celtic language? As we saw in the last chapter, the antiquarian Edward Leeward, working at the turn of the 18th century, had recognized the similarity between a number of contemporary languages spoken in the extreme west of Europe, in Brittany, Cornwall, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, and decided to call them Celtic. He could equally have chosen to classify them as Atlantian or language grouper, but he chose the term Celtic to stress the ethnic and historical difference he believed there to be between the people of these remote Atlantic regions and the English and French, and because he was aware that archaic forms of these languages had been spoken in France before the Roman conquest, when the indigenous population was referred to by classical writers as Celts or Gauls. Leeward's usage has proved to be resilient and is now widely accepted. The most thorough attempt to explore the extent of spoken Celtic is Patrick Sims-Williams's detailed research on ancient Celtic place names in Europe and Asia, published in 2006. It presents a set of data which, later replotted in a trend surface map by Stephen Oppenheimer, shows that surviving Celtic place names are concentrated in Ireland, Britain, France, and Iberia, with less dense occurrences extending eastwards through the center of Europe and around the Black Sea and cropping up again in Asia Minor. The eastern distribution neatly demonstrates the southern and eastern migrations of Celts recorded by classical writers at their height between 400 and 200 BC, chapter 6, but it is the very strong western concentration that stands out. Taken at its face value, the map seems to imply that the heart of Celtic-speaking Europe lay in the west, in the Atlantic zone. It should, however, be remembered that the data is achronic, reflecting the situation across many centuries, and it includes only those names which have survived the vicissitudes of later history. That said, there is no reason to suppose that it is not a fair representation of the region in which Celtic was most frequently spoken. Since the original mapping was done, The detailed work of John Koch on the inscriptions found in the extreme southwestern corner of Iberia has shown that Celtic was the indigenous language spoken in this region and has added further data to the map. More to the point, it has shown that Celtic was being spoken in the region in the 7th century BC and quite possibly at least as early as the 8th century. Inscriptions from the Lepontic region of northern Italy take the use of Celtic in that part of Europe to at least as early as the 6th century. This evidence for the early use of the Celtic language clears away once and for all the old misconceptions that Celtic spread to Western Europe in the Latine period or for that matter in late Hallstatt times. It was already a vibrant language, at least in the Atlantic zone, in the late Bronze Age. Since there are no extant Celtic texts earlier than the 8th century and no mention of Celts in the historical record before the 6th century, the question of Celtic origins must be explored using other data. The arrival of the Indo-European languages. Celtic is an Indo-European language. It can only have developed, therefore, after the spread of Indo-European speakers to Europe. When and by which routes this spread took place is a hotly debated topic. There are currently two plausible models in play, the Kurgan hypothesis and the Anatolian hypothesis. Other suggestions proposing an introduction in the later Paleolithic period have not found much favor. The Kurgan model, first put forward at the end of the 19th century, has for long been the traditional view. It proposes that Indo-European was introduced by horse-riding nomads from the Pontic, Caspian steppe in the later Neolithic or Bronze Age, impacting first on the Carpathian region and then spreading from there to the rest of Europe. The Anatolian model, first presented in the late 1980s, argues that the Indo-European languages spread to Europe much earlier with the first farmers in a complex of movements emanating from Anatolia. The process began around 7000 BC and by 5500 BC the Neolithic way of life had reached the Atlantic coast. Both hypotheses have arguments in their favor and, as we will see later, pp 64-5, they may not be mutually exclusive. Image 3.1 Family tree of the European branch of the Indo-European languages worked out using phylogenetic methods by Gray and Atkinson. The estimated dates are in years BP, before the present. Image 3.2 Hypothetical development and distribution of Proto-Indo-European proposed by Colin Renfrew. The Anatolian model is favored by several phylogenetic studies of the development of Indo-European. They support a date between 8000 and 6000 BC for the introduction of the language group into Europe, and allow that Indo-European may have been spoken on the Atlantic coast before 4000 BC. These dates fit well with what is known of the spread of the Neolithic way of life throughout Europe. The rapidly growing corpus of archaeological data shows that once Neolithic communities had established themselves in Greece around 700 BC. The second route was by seaborne enclave colonization through the Mediterranean, reaching the Atlantic coast of Portugal between 5500 and 5400 BC. There were also inland penetrations from the Mediterranean coast of France, one via the Rhône Valley northwards, the other via the Aude, Garonne valleys to the Atlantic coast of France. The Middle European route was characterized by cultures using linear decorated pottery, linear band ceramic, while the communities of the Mediterranean route favored impressed, or cardial, decorated pottery. The successful spread of the Neolithic way of life across Europe involved the transfer of a complex knowledge base necessary to maintain stable systems of domestication and cultivation throughout a huge territory over a comparatively short space of time. It would not be at all surprising if the success of this process was largely due to the sharing of a common language. If the spread of food production was the vector by which Indo-European spread to Europe, it would go some way to explaining why the Mediterranean languages, Greek, Italian, and Celtic, shared more in common than the Northern European languages of the Germanic and Slavic groups, since they were introduced by geographically separate systems of advance over a period of 1,500 years or more, allowing ample time for divergent development. Image 3.3 The spread of farming communities through Europe c.7000 5300 BC. The two principal routes were via the Mediterranean by enclave colonization, impressed cardial ware, and along the river routes of Middle Europe, linear band ceramic. Farming reached the Atlantic coast by 5300 BC. One hypothesis is that the Indo-European languages spread to Europe with the early farmers. In the Anatolian model, Indo-European speakers would have been established along much of the Atlantic coast of Iberia and the Atlantic and Channel coasts of France by 5000 BC. The Atlantic community. The coastal waters of Atlantic Europe provided an interconnecting network of seaways encouraging connectivity along the entire Atlantic coast from Morocco to the Shetland Isles. That said, it is unlikely that many long-haul journeys took place in prehistoric times, but short-haul sea journeys, between neighboring coastal communities, are likely to have been frequent since the sea was a safer and quicker mode of communication than travel overland. Fishing trips, too, would have encouraged exploration. Over time, the aggregate of these journeys was to create a maritime network through which commodities and ideas traveled and were shared. There is little direct evidence for when seafaring began in the Atlantic, but the coastal zone may well have formed one of the principal routes along which hunter-gatherers moved northwards during the period of climatic improvement following the end of the Ice Age. The Cardial were farmers who first appeared on the Portuguese coast in the last centuries of the 6th millennium were able sailors and would have found themselves among indigenous hunter-gatherers who were well used to the sea. There is ample archaeological evidence to show that the Atlantic coastal networks flourished in the period 5500 to 4000 BC. The Channel Islands were being colonized by farming communities around 5200 BC, and seafarers were carrying domesticated animals, alive or as joints of meat, from Armorica to Ireland by the end of the 5th millennium. The intensity of connectivity along the Atlantic seaways is clearly reflected in the later development of collective tombs known as passage graves. The type seems to have its origin in Portugal about 4800 BC and spread quickly to Brittany, thence to the Irish Sea region of Britain and Ireland, reaching as far north as Orkney before the end of the 4th millennium. The architecture of these tombs, with chambers reached by long passages, the burial rituals involved, the art styles sometimes employed, and the cosmology implied by the alignment of some of the tombs with solar activity at the time of the solstices suggest that these disparate communities from Iberia to the far north of Britain were sharing a complex belief system. There is no need to suppose that the ideas were spread by megalithic missionaries as was once colourfully suggested, but at the very least the beliefs, knowledge, and technical skills implied by the spread of passage graves suggest a developed and consistent connectivity along the seaways. Given the complexity of the ideas that had to be communicated, it is not unreasonable to suppose that people had developed a common language, a lingua franca, that enabled the disparate groups to establish social bonds and engage in reciprocal exchanges, including the exchange of abstract ideas. If we are correct in accepting the hypothesis that the early farmers brought the Indo-European language to the Atlantic coast, via both the Mediterranean and the Middle European river systems, then the Atlantic lingua franca is likely to have been developed from Indo-European roots. Image 3.4 megalithic tombs dating to between 4700 and 2000 BC are largely an Atlantic phenomenon. The earliest tombs, passage graves, dating to 4700 to 3000 BC, have a strongly maritime distribution suggesting that the beliefs, technology, and cosmology behind their construction was communicated along the Atlantic seaways. There would be nothing unusual about the emergence of a lingua franca that fostered communication along the Atlantic seaways. Similar languages have developed in other parts of the world to facilitate maritime connectivity. Swahili came into being along the east coast of Africa after the intensification of trade caused by Arab contact, and Malay developed to link the many isolated communities of the Malay archipelago. An early Atlantic lingua franca could have been the base from which Celtic developed. If this is so, then the Celtic language originated in the same maritime region in which it is known to have been widely spoken by the 1st millennium BC. There is a pleasing simplicity in this hypothesis. The connectivity established in the Atlantic zone in the period 5500 to 2800 BC played an important role in the next stage of development, when there appears to have been an escalating mobility both of goods and of people. This phase, referred to as the beaker phenomenon, is characterized by the appearance of a distinctive type of pottery beaker usually associated with a recurring set of grave goods including knives and archery equipment. In many areas of Western Europe these grave sets are associated with individual burials, but along the Atlantic zone beaker burials are found in existing collective tombs. The earliest form of beaker, a highly distinctive form known as the maritime bell beaker, first appears in the copper-using communities of the Tagus region of Portugal around 2800 to 2700 BC, and the type quickly spread to many parts of Western Europe. Where analysis of the pottery fabric has taken place, it can usually be shown that local clays were used, a fact which shows that it was the concept of the vessel that was transmitted rather than the pots themselves. With that idea went many of the beliefs and values associated with the very specific set of artifacts often associated with the beakers. The rapid spread of the beaker phenomenon across Western Europe is remarkable. From the Atlantic homeland in Portugal, the value system spread into the Mediterranean, especially to southeast Iberia and to the Gulf du Lion, and along the Atlantic to Brittany, Britain, and Ireland. It also penetrated inland along the European river systems. What drove the new mobility is difficult to say, but one factor, possibly the prime cause, was the quest for metals. The Tagus communities were experienced in copper production, and their skills in working sulfarsenide ores were introduced into southern France, Brittany, and Ireland together with the maritime bell beaker package. It is difficult to resist the conclusion that prospecting for metal was one of the driving forces behind the new mobility. Alongside the mining of copper, gold sources were also exploited, and it was not long before tin was being extracted and the earliest bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, produced. It is not entirely clear where exactly this technological breakthrough occurred in Western Europe, but the earliest regular tin bronze was first made in the Atlantic region, sometime about 2100 BC in the metal-rich arc that included Brittany, southwestern Britain, and southern Ireland. But it was not only metals that were being sought. Other luxury commodities such as jet and amber were now being exchanged on a greatly increased scale. Alongside the mobility of materials, we can begin to glimpse an enhanced mobility among people. The analysis of stable isotopes preserved in teeth offers a way of estimating how far an individual may have moved between early childhood and death. Studies in Germany and Britain show that a surprising percentage of the population had been mobile, though usually not over long distances. There are, however, exceptions. The coppersmith buried about 2000 BC at Amesbury, near Stonehenge, had probably spent his childhood in the Western Alps. Clearly people were on the move, and even if much of the mobility was of limited extent, over the half a millennium of the Bell Beaker period, 2700 to 2200 BC, the cumulative effect would have been considerable. By the end of this period, Bell Beaker enclaves had reached as far east as Hungary. But the distribution of the phenomenon is uneven, and although dense Bell Beaker clusters occur across Western Europe, generally focused on the major river valleys, indigenous cultures continue to exist over large areas. The evidence would be consistent with the hypothesis that there were movements of people eastwards over Europe carrying with them belief systems and values emanating ultimately from the Atlantic maritime zone. The picture is still ill-focused and highly complex, but work at present underway on the ancient DNA of beaker populations will help to clarify the intricacies of the situation. Image 3.5 The distribution of highly distinctive maritime bell beakers in Western Europe in the period 2700 to 2000 BC suggests a connectivity born of an enhanced degree of mobility. Maritime bell beakers and the belief system associated with them originated in the Tagus region and spread quickly to coastal areas, most notably the Morbihan, from where further spreads occurred. Image 3.6 Between 2700 and 2200 BC, the bell beaker phenomenon spread from the west deep into Middle Europe, where it overlapped with the corded ware zone, a cultural complex occupying much of the North European plain which incorporated influences from the Pontic steppe. It was in the Rhine Valley region that the two cultures interacted with each other, and from their subsequent movements brought a modified beaker culture to other parts of the West. Thus, it would seem that following a period during which networks of connectivity were established along the entire Atlantic zone, 5500 to 2800 BC, there was a period of intensifying mobility, 2800 to 2100 BC, driven, at least in part, by the quest for metals and other luxury commodities, which saw the spread of the bell beaker cultural values across Western Europe. If the beginnings of Celtic as a lingua franca lay in the earlier period, then the eastward spread of bell beaker culture could be the vector by which the Celtic language spread across much of Western Europe. The fact that the extent of the bell beaker phenomenon in the late 3rd millennium BC is largely coincident with the known extent of Celtic place names by the late 1st millennium BC may be no coincidence. That said, the picture is likely to be more complex, as we will see. People from the steppe. As already discussed earlier in this chapter, the Kurgan model for the spread of Indo-European languages into Europe argues that the language was introduced by nomadic peoples moving westwards from the Pontic, Caspian steppe. One such early moment can be recognized archaeologically and is classified as the late Yamnaya culture. The incomers, moving west out of their steppe homeland around 2800 BC, settled along the western shores of the Black Sea, along the lower Danube Valley, and across the expanse of the Great Hungarian Plain, attracted by the vast areas of lush open grassland. The archaeological evidence for the incursion finds strong support from recent ancient DNA studies which have identified the steppe gene spreading across eastern and northeastern Europe at this time. The influx of new people brought with it well-trained riding horses and the technology of vehicle building and was a formative influence on the indigenous single-grave corded ware culture of the North European plain. With the bell beaker communities expanding rapidly across Western Europe from the Atlantic zone eastwards and the steppe pastoralists moving westwards into Central and Northern Europe, the middle centuries of the 3rd millennium, 2800 to 2200 BC, were a time of greatly increased mobility. The true complexity of the situation has still to be worked out, but certain things are already clear. Perhaps most important for the present discussion is the emergence of a zone of interaction between the bell beaker communities and the single-grave corded ware culture, focused in particular in the Rhine corridor. It was here that elements from the two cultural traditions merged. Something of the mobility of the time is demonstrated by the network of connectivity which was established across northern France, linking southern Brittany via the Loire and across the Gier-Sentinais to the Seine Valley, and from there to the Lower Rhine. The river system played an important part and the networks were already active in the preceding millennium as the distribution of stone axes clearly demonstrates. It was probably along this route that maritime bell beakers reached the Lower Rhine Valley about 2700 to 2500 BC, and the route facilitated the distribution of the much sought-after honey-colored Grand Pressigny flint mined in the vicinity of Poitiers. Amber from the coast of Jutland was exchanged in the opposite direction. Already, by 3000 BC, the Lower Rhine region had adopted a single burial rite in which the inhumations were accompanied by a beaker decorated with cord impressions, and quite often with a perforated stone battle axe, the rite characteristic of the single-grave corded ware culture of the North European plain. The arrival of the maritime bell beaker ensemble from the west initiated a period of borrowing and experimentation, and it was during this time that the single burial rite and the shaft-hole axes spread westwards across much of France to the Atlantic coast and into Britain. All this is clearly displayed in the archaeological record. Those who favor the Kurgan hypothesis argue that it was probably in the phase of intense mobility, in the middle centuries of the 3rd millennium, that the Indo-European language was first introduced into Europe, and that it was probably somewhere in West-Central Europe that the Celtic language gradually emerged. They support their arguments by saying that certain words in Celtic, such as those associated with horses and wheeled vehicles, cannot have arrived before this time, since horses and carts are not known in the early Neolithic of the cardial ware or linear band ceramic cultures. The Kurgan hypothesis, however, can only explain the extensive use of the Celtic language in Iberia by positing a Bronze Age introduction, for which there is no convincing archaeological evidence. It also is at odds with phylogenetic studies which suggest the emergence of Celtic by 4000 BC. The Kurgan and Anatolian hypotheses each have their enthusiastic supporters. Their arguments, both archaeological and linguistic, are as complex as they are ingenious, but an impartial observer might reasonably feel that neither side has furnished conclusive proof of their case. Is there a compromise? A possible compromise worth considering is that both hypotheses may in part be true, with a first wave of Indo-European speakers arriving with the first farmers from Anatolia and spreading through the Mediterranean and Middle Europe, and a second wave reaching Europe from the steppe several millennia later. In such a scenario, it could be argued that the Atlantic lingua franca spreading into Western Europe in the first half of the third millennium was refreshed and extended during the period of intense mobility in the middle centuries of that millennium, and that it was in Atlantic Europe, bound by active systems linking the entire maritime interface, that the Celtic language crystallized out, its continuing function as a lingua franca ensuring that it did not, at this stage, fragment into incomprehensible dialects. This compromise takes with it the assumption of linguistic links between Anatolia and the Pontic, Caspian steppe region, requiring that they both spoke Indo-European. That such a link may, indeed, have occurred is suggested by recent ancient DNA results which demonstrate a movement of population from Anatolia to the steppe in the late 4th millennium. While by no means proving that Indo-European reached the steppe at this time, it offers a mechanism by which it could have happened. These are deeply fascinating issues which get to the very heart of our perception of prehistory. They require archaeologists, linguists, and geneticists to work closely together to try to understand the strengths and limitations of each other's disciplines, data, and interpretations, and especially to acknowledge the limitations. Perhaps it is too optimistic to expect the archaeological and linguistic data to be capable of being brought together into a coherent story. But the attempt is worthwhile. It may, however, be that this will require historical linguists to abandon the simplistic tree approach to the ordering of the Indo-European languages and to give more attention to the impact of processes of convergence and divergence, especially in regions like the Atlantic maritime zone where there is ample archaeological evidence of connectivity over a very long period of time. Nor can the possibility of multiple incursions of Indo-European speakers into Europe easily be accommodated in the conventional tree model. Where we can expect real advances to be made is when ancient DNA data becomes available in sufficient quantity to be brought into juxtaposition with the archaeological evidence so as to create mutually supporting and quantifiable models of human mobility. Only then will we be able to address the question of the origin of Celtic with a greater degree of assurance. For the Atlantic system 1300 to 200 BC. The Atlantic seaways continued to develop throughout the Bronze Age, and by the Late Bronze Age, 1300–800 BC, the maritime interactions had reached a peak of intensity. The prime motivation is likely to have been the exchange of commodities, particularly metals, but the archaeological evidence leaves little doubt that complex social relationships played a large part in the mobility. By the end of the period, similar warrior weapon sets were in use along the entire Atlantic Facade, and feasting played a vital role in maintaining social engagement. The Celtic language would now have been in regular use throughout the maritime zone to facilitate the intricate networks of connectivity. The broad similarities which bound the different communities of the Atlantic zone together must be seen against regional variations in culture defined by different styles of tools and weapons with limited distributions. These reflect discrete socio-economic systems. Within each there will have been social territories governed by chieftains, difficult now to recognize through the archaeological evidence. The river systems provided routes inland, and it was among the valleys that settlements tended to concentrate, but it was the sea, as always, that offered the facility for long-distance communication and exchange, linking the regions to create a single cultural continuum. The movement of metal products in cycles of gift exchange serves to demonstrate the complex patterns of contact in operation. The finely cast bronze spearheads with loops towards the base of the blade found, together with quantities of other weapons, in the harbour of Huelva in southwestern Spain were made in Ireland and must have travelled more than 1,800 kilometres before being deposited. Whether they were transported in a single voyage or passed from one community to the next, being valued for their quality and curiosity, is impossible to say. The same long-distance link is also reflected in the distribution of shields, or rather the idea of the ideal shield. The classic type, made from leather or bronze, or a combination of the two, was circular with concentric ribs interrupted in one place with a V-notch. Shields of this kind are depicted on carved stelae found in southwestern Iberia, like the famous example from Celts de Cabanas, which shows a circular shield that details its central hand grip and what appears to be rivet heads between the ribs. An almost identical shield, an actual example made of leather, was found in a bog at Clonbryn, Company, Longford, in Ireland. 2 wooden moulds for making shields of this kind were also found in Irish bogs, suggesting that the type was by no means uncommon. What is notable about the Clonbryn shield is that it is provided with skeuomorphic rivet heads of the kind that would have occurred in examples made of bronze. Actual bronze shields are known from various locations in Western Europe. Clearly the type was favored by the warrior elite along the Atlantic Facade. Warriors were also provided with bronze swords, of which a number of types are known. One of the commonest is the carp's tongue sword, so named by a British antiquary who had evidently been an enthusiastic fisherman. It had a heavy blade with a long narrow pointed end combining the characteristics of an Atlantic slashing sword and a Mediterranean rapier. The earliest version, known as the Huelva variety, was made in the 10th century BC in southwestern Iberia, where finds are concentrated. Some examples were exchanged northwards along the seaways to western and northwestern France, at least one reaching as far as Ireland. Somewhere in northwestern France local swordsmiths developed a version of their own, named the Nantes variety, in the late 10th or early 9th century. It became popular in the region and in southeastern Britain, some even reached southern Iberia. The finds from Britain are usually fragmentary and are found in scrap hoards, suggesting that they were imported as metal and not for use, the reason probably being that the Britons favoured locally made slashing swords. The example of the carp's tongue sword is informative in showing how ideas could spread throughout the Atlantic zone, being taken up by local craftsmen, while local preferences for traditional types could prevail. The weapon sets found along the Atlantic zone, and represented on the southwestern Iberian stelae, reflect the equipment of the warrior elite. A different aspect of society is manifest in feasting gear recovered from the same region. The focus of the feast would have been the communal cauldron made of bronze sheets riveted together, with the rim straightened to take 2 large rings to which were attached chains or ropes so that the cauldron could be suspended over the fire from the roof timbers. To remove the joints of meat from the stew, bronze flesh hooks were used. Another artifact of the feasting tradition was the articulated roasting spit for skewering the carcass and turning it over the fire. These roasting spits seem to have been a Mediterranean invention that was adopted by the Atlantic communities. The distribution of the accoutrements of feasting, concentrating in western Iberia, western France, southern Britain, and Ireland, span the Atlantic zone and reflect yet another aspect of its social cohesion going back to at least the 12th century BC. The significance of the feast in later Celtic society is a matter to which we will return, pp 231-4. Image. For point 1, the earliest carp's tongue sword type, the Huelva variant, developed in southwestern Iberia in the early 10th century and spread along the Atlantic seaways. A later type developed in the lower Loire Valley, the Nantes variant, in the period 950 to 875 BC and became widespread in northwestern France and southern Britain. Similarities in social structure are also hinted at by the appearance of hilltop fortifications, sometimes enclosing large areas, along the Atlantic seaways. Enclosures of this kind, beginning between 1300 and 1000 BC, are found in western Iberia, northwestern France, Britain, and southern Ireland. They must represent an expression of coercive power at work within society, but it is difficult to be sure whether it was for the benefit of the community or the elite. In western Iberia, however, the discovery of high-value artifacts at some of these sites points to elite residences. Image. For point 2, the distribution of late Bronze Age feasting gear throughout the Atlantic zone indicates the extent of a particular kind of social behavior in which gatherings for feasting formed a focus for communal interactions. Finally, another behavior pattern which pervades the Atlantic zone is a common attitude to the deities, reflected in ritual depositions, and in particular the use of watery places as favored locations for placing votive deposits. Rivers, bogs, and springs were all used, and it may be that some of the collections of metalwork found in the sea are not the result of shipwreck but are votive offerings. This, at least, seems to be the best explanation for the large deposit recovered from the harbour of Huelva in southwestern Iberia. Ritual deposits, usually referred to as hoards, were also made on land. The compulsion which some communities felt to make depositions of this kind is dramatically displayed in Brittany and Lower Normandy in the 7th and 6th centuries. Here special types of straight-sided axes with an unusually high lead content were buried in exceptionally large numbers. More than 300 hoards have been found containing some 40,000 axes. If the assumption is made that only a third of those buried have so far been found, the metal consumed in deposition would have amounted to 8 tons of copper, 6 tons of lead, and 2 tons of tin. The human effort required to extract metal in this quantity would have been enormous. The imperative to make the deposits at such a cost must have been overwhelming. One possibility is that society was experiencing some kind of crisis and was responding to the gods accordingly. What all these deposits on land, in watery places, and at sea represent is a strong belief in the power of the phonic deities. Already well established in the Atlantic zone in the second half of the second millennium, the deposition of valued goods continued to feature prominently in the belief systems of the historical Celts. Image. 4.3 Carved stela, possibly of late Bronze Age date, from Antigua, Andalusia, Spain. The central part of the scene illustrates a two-wheeled vehicle pulled by paired quadrupeds with another standing by. At the bottom are human figures, one group of whom seems to be dancing. The scene is probably part of a funerary ritual. Museo Arqueológico y Etnológico de Córdoba. People from the east enter the Phoenicians. By the 12th century BC, the Mycenaeans had already developed trading links with communities in the central Mediterranean, and Mycenaean traders and craftsmen were settled on Sardinia at this time. Since Sardinia also had maritime connections with Iberia, knowledge of the metal-rich West will have reached the Mycenaean world. There is little direct evidence to show that Mycenaeans had begun to explore the West for themselves. Sherds of late Mycenaean pottery have been found in Andalusia, while at Santa Marina de Oro on the west coast of Galicia an engraving of a ship has been discovered which some commentators consider to represent a Mycenaean vessel. These scraps are insufficient to prove direct Mycenaean involvement with the Far West, but the East Mediterranean polities were at least aware of the metal resources of Iberia. It was left to the Phoenicians to begin to open up the market. There is now ample and growing evidence for the establishment of Phoenician trading enclaves along the Atlantic coast of Iberia, the earliest so far known dating to the 10th century BC. The most convincing evidence comes from excavations deep beneath the modern city of Huelva on the estuary of the Odiel and Tinto rivers, where a thriving indigenous community was already established, quite possibly the famous Tartessos recorded in contemporary accounts. From this early beginning further Atlantic trading enclaves were set up, north as far as the river Mondego and south along the African coast, with an outpost on the island of Mogador opposite Essaouira. In the 9th century the trading port of Gadir, Cadiz, was established on offshore islands in the estuary of the Guadalete to serve as the organizational center for the Atlantic trading ventures. A little later a series of colonial enclaves were set up at close intervals along the Mediterranean coast of Andalusia. While the Atlantic enclaves depended entirely on trade, these Andalusian colonies relied on the agrarian productivity of the fertile regions in which they were founded. A prime attraction to the traders was the range of metals available in the Rio Tinto region upriver from Huelva Tartessos, most notably silver, which was extracted and exported in vast quantities. The more distant enclaves set up on the Iberian Atlantic coast were able to tap into other metals, copper, gold, and tin found in the rich pyrite zone of western Iberia, the tin coming from Galicia in the extreme northwest. Traders along the African coast had access to ivory, ostrich eggshell, the much sought-after red dye extracted from the murex shell, and gold from the rich gold fields of West Africa. The effects of the Phoenician enterprise on the indigenous late Bronze Age population of Iberia were many. The presence of traders avid for silver encouraged production on a greatly increased scale and provided the local elites with an abundant source of exotic luxury goods. It also attracted craftsmen from the Eastern Mediterranean to satisfy local demand for products incorporating Eastern styles. The Orientalizing of Tartessian society is recognizable in the grave goods found in elite burials, such as the elaborate wheeled vehicle from a tomb in the La Joya cemetery at Huelva and the intricate gold jewelry from Alicida in the upper Tagus Valley. Another effect is that the Phoenicians introduced their own script into an area where hitherto there had been no formal writing. In the 8th century, the indigenous population living in the extreme southwest of the peninsula began to use the new script for funerary inscriptions composed in the local Celtic language. This is the earliest evidence we have that Celtic was now spoken. Image. 4.4 Phoenician trading enclaves were being established along the Atlantic coast of Iberia in the 10th and 9th centuries BC, at a time when the indigenous communities were erecting stelae to commemorate warriors. Those in the extreme southwest were inscribed using Phoenician script to record the Celtic language. On a more profound level, the Phoenician interest in the metal-producing regions of Iberia had a significant effect on the Atlantic Late Bronze Age system, in that it drew the Atlantic-facing Iberian communities closely into the Mediterranean sphere, thus loosening the old long-distance links between Iberia and France, Britain, and Ireland. So it was that from the 9th century the Atlantic Late Bronze Age network ceased to function as a single system. Iberia, the Atlantic and Mediterranean interfaces. The Iberian Peninsula is best characterized as a block of land, higher in the east and sloping down to the west. This gives it its distinctive qualities. The west is dominated by a series of great rivers flowing to the Atlantic, the Minho, Minho, Douro, Mondego, Tagus, Guadiana, and Guadalquivir. These valleys provide easy access from the sea deep into the peninsula. The higher southern and eastern edges, on the other hand, create a more inaccessible coast with few significant rivers, apart from the Segura and the Ebro, flowing to the Mediterranean. Iberia is also effectively isolated from the rest of Europe by the Pyrenees and by their westward extension, the mountain ranges of Cantabria. The position of the peninsula, between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, as well as its varied relief, has a direct effect on climate, the north and the west being significantly wetter and cooler than the south and east. This, in turn, conditioned the vegetation. The south and east share a typical Mediterranean ecology supporting olives and grapes, while the north and west is a temperate zone with much deciduous woodland. Iberia, then, sits astride two ecological systems, the Atlantic system of the west and the Mediterranean system of the south and east. Between, in the center of the peninsula, lies the Meseta, a hot, dry upland area, while to the northeast the river Ebro, flowing to the Mediterranean, creates a more congenial and accessible environment. Each of these four broad zones has its own distinctive cultural history. Until about 900 BC, the Atlantic zone, as we have seen, was part of a broader Atlantic cultural system, but the spread of Phoenician commercial interests northwards along the coast drew the region more closely into the Mediterranean sphere. The distribution of Phoenician and later Carthaginian material, mainly pottery and trinkets, shows that traders extended their interests northwards from their trading base at Santa Olea in the Mondego estuary to the Rias Baixas of western Galicia, but not beyond. It was on the islands and peninsulas of the Ria coastline that they were able to deal with the natives for tin and perhaps some gold. Once these trading networks were established, they continued little changed for several hundred years, and there is no evidence to suggest that the merchants were induced to journey beyond Cape Finisterre. The Phoenicians did not have it all to themselves. In about 630 BC, a Greek shipowner, Kaleos of Samos, reached Tartessos, probably Huelva, thereby opening up the Tartessian market for Greek entrepreneurs, and 80 years later Herodotus records that Phocian Greeks were being warmly received by the Tartessian king. At this time or a little later, another Greek adventurer, Midokritos, was venturing along the Atlantic coast in search of tin, which he would have been able to acquire in coastal Galicia. It may have been Midokritos or one of his contemporaries who wrote down sailing directions in a Periplus setting out details of the sea voyage between the home port of Massalia, Marseilles, and a final destination on the Atlantic coast. The text, known as the Massiliot Periplus, was incorporated in a much later poem, Ora Maritima, composed by Avienus in the 4th century BC. After this date, the growing antagonism between the Carthaginians and the Greeks probably led to the closure of the Strait of Gibraltar to Greek shipping. The Mediterranean coast of southern and eastern Iberia constituted an entirely different system. Culturally, this was the land of the Iberians, made up of a number of different polities sharing a broadly similar culture stretching from Andalusia to the Ebro Valley. From the 8th to the 3rd century, this long interface was open to the orientalizing and classicizing effects of intensive trade with the Phoenicians and the Greeks. Large nucleated settlements, many of them already occupied in the Late Bronze Age, adopted the characteristics of Mediterranean cities. A distinctive art style emerged, represented in vase painting, sculpture, and metalwork, and the society developed a degree of complexity which, by the 4th century, can reasonably be called a state system. That a distinct script emerged to express the Iberian language was no doubt a consequence of increasing socio-economic complicity. It was at this time that military forces, armed with round shields and falcatas, short swords with a single curved cutting edge, took on the appearance of hoplite armies and were in demand as mercenaries throughout the Mediterranean. In short, the Iberians of southern and eastern Iberia can best be regarded as a Mediterranean people sharing increasingly in the development of that region. That they spoke a non-Indo-European language distinguishes them from the Celtic speakers in the west of the peninsula. In the northeast of Iberia, particularly in the Ebro Valley and the coastal regions of Catalonia, there developed a late Bronze Age culture which exhibited close parallels with Urnfield developments in temperate Europe. The communities on both sides of the Pyrenees were sufficiently similar to suggest that contacts were maintained, possibly involving limited movements of people. At the very least, the Iberian communities readily absorbed the beliefs and material culture of their northern neighbors, interpreting them in a local manner. The extension of Greek influence along the coast of northern Catalonia, following the establishment of the colony of Ampurias, in the 6th century, helped to integrate the coastal zone into the Ligurian sphere which spread around the Gulf du Lion. The Celtiberians. In the central regions of the peninsula, embracing the upper reaches of the rivers Ebro, Douro, and Tagus, were a number of tribes together known from at least the beginning of the 2nd century BC by classical writers as Celtiberi or Celtibers. According to Diodorus, no doubt quoting Posidonius, Celtibers are a fusion of two people, and the combination of Celts and Iberes only took place after long and bloody wars. Hist. 5:33. This may be nothing more than a creative rationalization, but it was widely believed. Indeed, Martial, who was born in Bibilis in Celtiberian territory in AD Euro 40, several times refers to we who are descended from Celts and Iberians. Diodorus describes the Celtiberi as very warlike, but they were noted for their hospitality since they regarded strangers as being under divine protection. He goes on to say that some have shields of lightly constructed Celtic type, others a round shield of the kind more familiar in the Greek world. The iron of their two-edged swords, shorter than the Celtic greatsword, is capable of cutting anything. Hist. 5:33. Other authors contribute to the generalized Greco-Roman view of the Celtiberian, emphasizing the dual attribute of military ferocity and hospitality. Support of the chief in battle was demanded of every warrior, and to survive him was a criminal act. Death in battle was glorious. One tantalizing account says that they believed that the souls of those who died in battle and were eaten by vultures went straight to heaven. Here, just possibly, is a reference to the rite of excarnation. Among at least one tribe, the Vacaei, land and the harvest were the property of the community, and every year land was reapportioned to those who worked it. Many other anecdotes are recorded, such as Celtiberians drinking wine mixed with honey or cleaning their teeth with stale urine, but these add little to our understanding other than providing local color. Taken together, then, the ancient sources are consistent in their belief in the Celtic ethnicity of the societies they encountered living beyond the more civilized Mediterranean-facing Iberians. Image. For point 5, the Iberian Peninsula, showing the focus of Celtiberian culture, together with the names of the principal Celtic tribes. Celtiberian territory, stretching from the Ebro to the eastern Meseta, was flanked by the Atlantic communities in the west, the Iberians in the south and east, and the Anfield culture to the northeast. Inevitably it absorbed cultural influences from all three. The harshness of parts of the territory, particularly the plains of the Meseta, desiccated during the summer months, demanded a degree of transhumance in the pastoral economy. The flocks and herds were taken to upland mountain pastures before the heat came and were brought down again in the autumn. Such conditions allowed a gradual increase in population and led to the emergence of an elite evidenced in a series of rich graves furnished with short swords, spears, and round shields, reflecting the warrior-based nature of society. The principal burial rite was urn cremation, adopted from the Anfield cultural zone to the northeast, but other elements came from the south and east, including geometric painted pottery, fibulae with two-part springs, and belt hooks, all characteristic of Tartessian culture. The short antennae-hilt iron sword was, however, a development specific to the north, extending, with regional variations, throughout the Celtiberian area and the Ebro Valley, and across the Pyrenees into Languedoc and Aquitania. From the 6th century BC the influence of stimuli from the cultures of the Mediterranean littoral and the developing Iberian hinterland intensified. By the 4th century the Celtiberians were using rotary querns and the potter's wheel. Celtiberian script, derived from Iberian, was in use by the 3rd century, and large oppida-like settlements, again probably an Iberian inspiration, began to develop at about the same time or a little later. Image. For point 6 the defences of Las Cogotas, Avila, Spain, enclose in total some 14.5 hectares but only the upper enclosure was intensively occupied. Though large, it is by no means the largest of the oppida in the Ambles Valley as the lower plans will demonstrate. Image. For point 7 the oppidum of Las Cogotas is one of the better-known defended settlements of the Celtiberian region of Spain. It has been extensively excavated, as a result of which the arrangement of the interior buildings has been identified in outline allowing this artist's reconstruction to be offered. The Celtic language in Iberia. The origin and development of Polaro-Hispanic languages has provided a fertile field for study and debate. There are many issues to be resolved but it is broadly agreed that the peninsula can be divided into 3 broad linguistic zones based on the common occurrence of distinctive toponyms. In the central and western Pyrenees and extending into Aquitania to the north a non-Indo-European language, Polaro-Basque, was spoken, characterized by place names ending in os, os and ots. In the south and east there exists a concentration of place names ending in Illinois, t, c and Illinois, t, u, which are also considered to be non-Indo-European. These correspond to the region that is culturally and historically identified with the Iberians. Over the rest of the country names ending in Briga and beginning with seg are comparatively widespread. These reflect the area within which a Celtic language was spoken. When examined in more detail, however, something of the complexity of the situation becomes apparent. The zone of non-Indo-European place names extending through the Levantine, Catalan region can be divided into several different groups. Similarly within the broad Briga zone several linguistic subzones can be defined, the most distinctive being that spoken in the territory of the Lusitani and the Roman province of Galicia on the Atlantic coast, which is thought by some linguists to represent an archaic form of Celtic. There are also significant differences in language east and west of a divide which runs approximately through Oviedo and Mérida. Nonetheless, these groups all belong to the broadly defined Celtic family of Indo-European. Image. For point 8 the distribution of Celtic place names in Iberia gives some idea of the area of the peninsula over which the Celtic language was in use. Some of the Celtic name elements appear for the first time in Roman place names. Iberian and Polaro-Basque are non-Indo-European languages. Earlier linguistic studies have stressed that most of the Celtic which survives for study in Iberia is of the more ancient Q-Celtic form, implying an early development. There is, however, some evidence of P-Celtic in place names with the dunum ending, suggesting to some linguists the possibility of a later influence. Since the dunum names were found over only a limited territory, concentrating mainly in Catalonia, some have argued that a later Celtic influx through the Pyrenees was superimposed upon an already established and far more extensive Celtic-speaking region. Interpretations of this kind must be regarded as oversimplifications. At best, the place name evidence shows that Celtic, in various forms, was spoken over large areas of Iberia. The distribution of tribal names containing the elements Celti reflect the same broad distribution, but they too are known only from later classical sources. Image. For point 9, one of the longest inscriptions in the Celtiberian language was discovered at Botarita near Saragossa in Spain. It was inscribed on both faces of a bronze plaque and is interpreted as a contract relating in some way to land ownership. Museo Arqueológico Nacional, Madrid. Besides the place name evidence, there are a number of inscriptions in the Celtic language. The territory of the Celtiberi has produced a growing corpus, mainly recording transactions of various kinds, inscribed, using Iberian script, on metal plaques. One of the largest, from Botarita near Saragossa, runs to many lines, adding much to our understanding of the language, but none date before the 1st century BC. As mentioned above, p. 35, the earliest inscriptions written in Celtic, however, appear in the southwest, employing Phoenician script, and date back to the 8th century BC. All that can safely be concluded, then, is that Celtic was being spoken in southwestern Iberia by the 8th century and that by the 2nd century it was in use throughout much of the peninsula apart from the Mediterranean zone. In the days when it was believed that the Celts and their language had arisen in West-Central Europe, the debate focused on the question, when did Celtic-speaking people enter Spain? In the 19th century it was usual to link Celts with the construction of megalithic tombs, more because the megaliths were at that time the best-known elements of the archaeological record than for any more positive reason. In the 1920s and 1930s, as an awareness of the complexity of the archaeological record grew, it was suggested that the Celtic advent was reflected in the material culture of the urnfields of northeastern Iberia. This, it was argued, was directly related to the culture of Western and Central Europe, which was the homeland of the Celts. Further study refined the view, leading to the two Celtic waves theory. This saw an initial wave arriving from north of the Pyrenees about 1000 BC, with a second, more complex invasion bringing in new peoples in the 6th century. Another version of the same general theory held that there was only one phase of incomings, sometime in the 8th century. However, the demonstration that the Celtiberian zone and the distribution of the Iberian urnfields were exclusive and that the language spoken in the urnfield area was not Indo-European did much to undermine the traditional view. More recently, some commentators have attempted, somewhat unconvincingly, to demonstrate that the Celtic incursion was the result of movements of the Latin Celts. If, however, we accept that the Celtic language developed as a lingua franca along the Atlantic seaways in the Neolithic or Early Bronze Age, all these difficulties fall away. In this scenario, which has been presented above in Chapter 3, Celtic became the language of the Atlantic communities and spread eastwards along the major river routes to the area where the Celtiberian tribes developed. The rise of the Celtiberian chiefdoms from the 7th to the 5th centuries could be ascribed to their central position between the metal-rich Atlantic zone and the consuming states of the Mediterranean zone in much the same way, as we will see, pp 106-23, that Hallstatt chiefdoms of West-Central Europe owed much of their power to their ability to articulate exchanges between the resource-rich North and the Greek and Etruscan world. If the Celtiberian chiefdoms served as middlemen between West and East, then the beliefs of the classical writers that they were a fusion of Celts and Iberians can be understood. The northwestern Atlantic zone, 1000 to 500 BC. As we have seen, the Phoenician penetration of the southern part of the Atlantic seaways around 900 BC drew Iberia into the Mediterranean sphere, leaving the northern part of the zone, northwestern France, Britain, and Ireland, to develop in its own way. The severing of links meant that the Celtic dialects spoken in the two zones could now diverge. The Hispano-Celtic languages retained their archaic characteristics while the Celtic spoken in the northern zone continued to develop. This separation has been dated by phylogeographic analysis to c. 900 BC, a date confirmed by the archaeological evidence. In the northwestern Atlantic zone, the archaeological evidence shows that Ireland and Britain continued to be linked with the continent by way of the Channel and the southern North Sea. Elite artifacts were being shared between all the zones by the end of the first millennium. This is demonstrated by the distribution of gold hair rings made in Ireland and found there in some number. They also occur across southern Britain and in the Seine and Rhine valleys. A long slashing sword developed in Ireland in the 12th century BC, named after an example found at Ballintober, which was also popular in southern Britain and in addition has been found in some numbers in the Seine Valley and the Lower Loire. The basal looped spearheads from Ireland were also distributed widely in Britain and throughout northwestern France between the Rhine and the Garonne. By the end of the first millennium, then, Ireland, Britain, and northwestern France were bound in networks of exchange which allowed commodities to flow eastwards from production areas in Ireland. Metal was also exported from the continent to Britain. This is shown by the distribution of the Nantes type of carp's tongue sword, which occurs in considerable numbers in northwestern France in the late 10th and early 9th centuries. As a weapon it was never adopted in Britain, but it was imported as scrap metal into the southeast of the country with the intention of recycling. An indication of the scale of this process is provided by the Langdon Bay ship, which foundered in the 13th century BC in the shadow of the chalk cliffs of Dover. In all, some 360 bronze tools and weapons were found, mostly continental types, which were being brought into Britain as scrap metal for reuse. Image. 4.10 gold hair rings of the Late Bronze Age were manufactured in Ireland and distributed widely through networks linking to southern Britain and northern France. The distribution reflects the broad pattern of connectivity developing about 1000 BC. In Britain, the period from 800 to 600 BC, known as the Llyn Fawr phase, after a lake deposit found in South Wales, was a time of significant change. Before that, huge quantities of metal were being taken out of circulation and deposited in the ground or in watery places as offerings to the chthonic deities. This practice rose to a peak in the 9th century and might indicate some kind of crisis which required divine intervention to assuage. What caused this response we will never know, but one possibility is that it was crop failure caused by extremes of cold wet weather known to have occurred at this time. By 800 BC the deposition of hoards had virtually come to an end in eastern Britain. In central southern and southwestern Britain and southern Ireland, deposits continued but in much reduced numbers, ceasing altogether in the mid-7th century. In northwestern France, however, huge hoards of Armorican axes were still being buried throughout the 8th and 7th centuries, above, p.a. 71. That Armorican axes were found in southern and southwestern Britain and southern Ireland shows that contact continued. In other words, during the Llyn Fawr phase these Atlantic regions maintained a degree of unity, exchanging artifacts and still making offerings to the chthonic deities. Elsewhere in the northwest things were changing. Hoarding was in sharp decline and it would seem that the social links between much of Ireland and Britain and large parts of France were intensifying. The artifact that best demonstrates this is a particular type of sword known as the Gundlingen variety, which was widely adopted throughout Western and Central Europe. Recent work has shown that Gundlingen swords developed from a southern British type sometime around 800 BC. Where exactly the new weapon evolved is uncertain, but the most likely location was the Thames Valley. Gundlingen swords quickly became popular over a large area extending from Ireland to West-Central Europe, but after the middle of the 8th century on the continent they were replaced by a heavier iron sword known as the Mindelheim type. Image. 4.11 In the early 8th century a distinctive type of sword, the Gundlingen type, developed probably in the Thames Valley and became popular throughout much of Western Europe, except for a zone in the extreme west where old traditions of burying hoards of axes persisted. The swords were used by a horse-riding elite and on the continent were often found in burials associated with sets of horse gear. In Britain, too, horse gear of the same continental type is found, suggesting that continental horses and their tack featured in cycles of gift exchange which linked Britain and Ireland to the continent. Other continental items found in Britain at this time were brooches, which might hint that brides were also exchanged. The absence of Gundlingen swords in southern Ireland, southwestern Britain and Armorica, and western France areas where the old practice of hoard deposition persisted, implies that these extreme Atlantic regions remained outside the now strongly integrated zone extending from the northern part of Ireland to west-central Europe. Artifact distribution suggests that Britain retained its social links with the continent throughout the 7th and 6th centuries, though now the imported items concentrate in the southeast, particularly the Thames Valley. They include an antenna-hilted sword, a cauldron, a ribbed pail, a handle of a Rhodian flagon, and an iron dagger in a bronze sheath, all items that could have been exchanged between elites. The exotic daggers proved popular and a school of craftsmen grew up in the Thames Valley making distinctive local versions. In terms of quantities of imports, there seems to have been a progressive decline in the 7th and 6th centuries, but it is as well to remember that other commodities such as wool, cloth, and slaves were probably regularly exchanged. The close cultural similarities in pottery forms and decoration between the communities of southeastern Britain and the adjacent continent are sufficient to suggest that strong contacts were maintained. The rise of the chiefdoms of west-central Europe in the Hallstatt D period, 600 to 450 BC, described in the next chapter, pp. Euro 106-23, would have created demands for goods which the traditional links with Britain could have helped to satisfy. Other regions were also drawn in. Brittany, which throughout the 8th and 7th centuries remained outside the zone of connectivity characterized by the Gundling and swords, now began to develop links with west-central Europe. Imported metalwork is rare, not least because soil conditions are not conducive to preservation, but two notable items, a fragment of a bronze oinako, jug, from the cemetery or shrine at Trenoa N and a decorated dagger scabbard from Cunliffe, Quiberon, both represent alien elite goods. Even more dramatic is the development in Brittany of a highly distinctive style of stamp-decorated pottery which belongs to a broad category of stamped pottery found throughout Central Europe in the 5th and 4th centuries, map 24. The inspiration for the Breton vessels probably came from late Hallstatt metalwork, such as the Cunliffe scabbard, but the origin and chronology of the style is still unclear. If it is accepted that the Breton stamped wares reflect intensified links with west-central Europe, then this could be seen as a reflection of the growing importance of the Armorican Peninsula in providing access to the metal-producing Atlantic system. From here metals could have been transported along the Loire to the western extension of the late Hallstatt chiefdom zone in Burgundy. The development of the Loire corridor would also explain the rise of Bourges as an elite centre, p.a. Euro 116. At the same time Aquitania was drawn into the sphere of the Hallstatt chiefdoms. Hallstatt D daggers were here copied by local craftsmen and adapted to suit the demands of the local elite. Image 4.12 Stamped pottery from Brittany dating to the 5th century BC. Number 1 from Plouguel, Côtes d'Armor, number 2 from Cahillio, Morbihan, number 3 from Rosentremont, Finistère, number 4 from Manerolard, Morbihan, number 5 from Saint Martin des Champs, Finistère. By about 600 BC, then, western France and southern Britain were part of an exchange network which incorporated much of west-central Europe, serving as a productive periphery to the core zone of the West Hallstatt chiefdoms. Ireland and western Scotland seem no longer to have been part of the system since evidence of any significant contacts with the southeast is lacking. The separation of Ireland and western Scotland from the continental system would provide an explanation for the divide between the Goidelic and Brythonic branches of the Celtic language, the Goidelic of the now remote west retaining archaic characteristics while the Brythonic of Britain and France continued to develop in parallel. Image 4.13 Atlantic Europe, indicating the main cultural zones in the second half of the first millennium BC. The Celts and the Celtic language in the north part of the Atlantic zone. The place name evidence shows that by the 1st century BC Celtic was spoken across Ireland, Britain, and France, but nowhere in that body of data is there any clue to when the language was first spoken. One argument for an early date that has been put forward is based on a rather muddled statement contained in the Aura Maritima, which employed a Pyroplus probably compiled by a Massiliot sailor at the end of the 6th century BC. CP.A Euro 75. Loosely linked to this text is a reference to Insula Albionum, Britain, and gens Hianorum, the Irish race. The underlying forms are Celtic, Albians, roughly people of the living surface world, and Yern, people of the fertile earth. Unfortunately, there can be no certainty that this section was part of the original Periplus. If, as seems more likely, it comes from a different source, then it need not date to the 6th century, as has been suggested. Indeed, these references to Britain and Ireland may have been taken from the later work on the ocean of Pythias of Massalia, who, about 320 BC, sailed around Brittany and Britain, having crossed from Massalia to the mouth of the Gironde before taking ship. None of the few surviving fragments ascribed to Pythias mentions the Albians or Yern, but he does call the inhabitants of Britain Pretani, a Gallo-Brythonic word meaning the painted ones. This apparent confusion could be resolved by supposing that Albianum and Yern were the names used for the islands by the inhabitants, while Pretani was the somewhat derogatory name used by the Gauls to refer to their tattooed neighbours. At any rate, Celtic was certainly being spoken in these regions by the time of Pythias' epic journey at the end of the 4th century BC. Pythias makes another contribution to the Celtic debate. Sailing from the mouth of the Gironde, he describes having to sail far to the west in order to get round the projecting landmass that is Armorica. This he refers to as Celtici per thousand. Nearly 3 centuries later, Julius Caesar shared a similar understanding of geography. In the opening paragraphs of the first book of his commentaries on the Gallic War, he offers a sketch of the ethnic structure of Gaul. Gaul as a whole consists of 3 separate parts. One is inhabited by the Belgae, another by the Aquitani, and the third by the people we call Gauls, though in their own language they are called Celts. In language, customs, and laws, these 3 peoples are quite distinct. The Celts are separated from the Aquitani by the river Garonne and from the Belgae by the Marne and the Seine. De Bello Gallico 1:1. The description is admirably clear and explicit, and while it may contain a degree of oversimplification, either through ignorance or to aid his audience, there is no reason not to accept it as a fair summing up of the situation in the mid-1st century BC. The implication of Caesar's statement is that a broad swathe of Gaul, bounded by the Gironde and the Seine, and stretching from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean, was occupied by Celts. This is supported by Hecataeus, writing in the 6th century, who regarded Narbonne, as Celtic and said that Massalia, though in the land of the Ligurians, was close to the territory of the Celts, above, p.a. 4. For Caesar, the Aquitanians were culturally different and spoke a different language, which we can recognize from the place name evidence as Palaio-Basque. The Belgae in the north of France were also regarded as different. This may have been because of the spread of German speakers into the region in the century or so before. The linguistic evidence, such as it is by no means conclusive, but is entirely consistent with the view that Celtic was spoken in Ireland, Britain, and Western France from early times, though no classical writer is known to have claimed that the British or Irish referred to themselves as Celtic, unlike the Gauls. From the place name evidence and from the surviving Celtic languages, Irish, Scottish, Gaelic, Welsh, Manx, Breton, and Cornish, recently revived, linguists can distinguish 2 language groups, Goidelic spoken in Ireland and Scotland, and Brythonic spoken in England, Wales, and France. How this split came about is a matter of debate, but, as we have argued above, pp. Euro 87-8, the archaeological evidence pointing to the separation of Ireland and Western Scotland from the rest of the region by the 6th century provides a possible context for language divergence. Image. For point 1.4 diagram to illustrate the development of the major Celtic languages in the West with a chronology attached. Standing back from all the detail, the simplest model which best fits the archaeological and linguistic evidence is that the Celtic language had already developed as a lingua franca by the Late Bronze Age, by which time it was spoken along the entire Atlantic zone from southwestern Iberia to Scotland. The first dislocation of the Atlantic network around 900 BC left the Hispano-Celtic dialects to develop in isolation, while the second dislocation, around 600 BC, left Ireland and western Scotland isolated. It was here that the Goidelic branch emerged, leaving the rest of the British Isles and France to continue to evolve their own dialects, collectively called Brythonic. Such a model, driven by the archaeological data, needs no recourse to theories involving complex invasions for which, anyway, there is no archaeological or DNA evidence. 5. West Central Europe and the Mediterranean 1300 to 450 BC. The 2 centuries from 1300 to 1100 BC were a period of transition. They marked the end of an early cycle of food-producing economies, traditionally the Neolithic, to the end of the Middle Bronze Age, which had culminated in the emergence of the Aegean-centered Mycenaean Minoan civilization, and the beginning of a new cycle which was to see the rise and eventual fall of the broader, Mediterranean-centered, Greco-Roman world. At its maximum extent, in the 3rd century AD, the Roman Empire was to stretch from the desert fringes of Africa in the south to the forests of the North European plain and from the eastern deserts to the Atlantic. The collapse of that system in the 4th and 5th centuries AD created a turmoil from which certain Western European states were to emerge to become, for a brief interlude from the late 15th to the early 20th century, the center of a world system. It is within this middle cycle, 1300 BC, at 450, that the communities speaking a Celtic language and known to contemporary writers as an ethnically distinctive people called Celts or Gauls made their dramatic and lasting impact on the consciousness of their literate neighbors. To understand the origins of the emergence of the historic Celts, we must begin by considering the world they were to inhabit. The Aegean world, before 1000 BC. Europe's first civilization, the Minoans, focused on the island of Crete, began its spectacular development about 3000 BC, reaching its peak of energy and influence by the middle of the 2nd millennium BC, by which time the island had become a center for a widely flung exchange network linking the Aegean coasts of Asia Minor with the mainland of Greece. It was here, centered largely on the Peloponnese, that a peripheral zone developed whose archaeological manifestation is known as Mycenaean and whose society is dimly reflected in the epic tradition later codified by Homer. By the middle of the 2nd millennium BC, Mycenaean power had developed to such an extent that over the next 2 centuries its influence was to spread not only to the Minoan homeland of Crete but also to the Asia Minor coast and the island of Rhodes in the east and to southern Italy and Sicily in the west, its distinctive pottery eventually reaching as far west as Andalusia. The Mycenaean Minoan civilization created a centralizing focus in the Aegean, which lay at the core of a complex network of exchange contacts drawing commodities from Egypt in the south, most notably ivory, and from Central, Western, and Northern Europe, whence came such desirable raw materials as tin, copper, gold, amber, and probably furs. The relative stability of the system over the period 1600 to 1200 BC gave time for the networks of exchange to become consolidated, and those barbarian communities commanding rare resources or trade routes began to benefit in a variety of ways from these long-distance exchanges. During this time, in the heart of Anatolia, the Hittites were reaching the peak of their development. One of their particular achievements was iron production, a skill at this stage largely unknown in the Mediterranean and Europe. Iron was at first a rare and highly valued commodity which appears to have been used principally for aristocratic gift exchanges. The iron-bladed dagger in the tomb of Tutankhamun, 1352 BC, was precisely such a gift. One of the Hittite texts dating to the 13th century gives a fascinating insight into exchanges at this time. It is a letter from the Hittite king Hattusilus III to the king of Assyria, responding to a request for iron. He says that no good iron is being made at the moment, but as soon as some is produced he will send it. Meanwhile today I am dispatching an iron dagger blade to you. The stability of the late 2nd millennium world was shaken and eventually gave way in a series of convulsions in the 12th and 11th centuries BC, the period known as the Greek Dark Ages. Many reasons have been suggested for this complex and ill-understood dislocation: folk movement from the barbarian north, overpopulation, plague. Whether there were, indeed, significant prime causes or simply a systems collapse brought about by a number of interacting or self-intensifying factors is difficult to say from the ill-focused archaeological evidence. What is clear is that it was a period of folk mobility during which much of the old order disappeared. Surviving texts refer to the raids of the Sea People who impinged upon coastal Egypt. There were major population replacements in Cyprus, while both the kingdoms of the Levant and the Hittite Empire collapsed. In the Peloponnese, the focus of Mycenaean culture, the aristocratic power centers all but disappeared and a major decline in population is evident. It is possible that the ripples of these momentous events were felt in the western Mediterranean. The Shardana in Sardinia and the Cycles in Sicily may have migrated from the eastern Mediterranean at this time. If so, the new settlers were simply following long-established maritime trading routes to the west. The impact of the Aegean system's collapse on the European hinterland was considerable. Existing exchange systems broke down or were transformed. Some communities, once part of European-wide networks, found themselves isolated and new configurations emerged. The Reformation, 1000 to 800 BC. The first 2 centuries of the first millennium BC constituted a crucial period in the formation of Europe. During this time, the principal social and economic groupings that were to dominate the scene for over a millennium began to crystallize. In the Aegean, complex movements of Greek-speaking communities led to a repopulation of some areas of Greece and a reinvigoration of others, while from here some groups moved eastwards across the Aegean, settling the islands and eventually carving out for themselves a foothold on the peninsulas and sheltered havens of the Aegean coast of Asia Minor, where 3 broad configurations were to emerge: Aeolians in the north, Ionians in the center, and Dorians in the south. No doubt many of these early immigrant communities mixed with the local populations, the Lycians, the Legions, and the Carians, absorbing new genes and forming new cultures. For many, particularly the Ionians, it was a time of experiment and energy from which emerged the earliest and most vital manifestations of Greek culture. Significantly, according to tradition, it was in one of the Ionian cities, either Smyrna or Chios, that the epics with which we associate the name of Homer were first written down. The Greek enclaves on the coast of Asia Minor provided an interface between the Aegean and the rising power of the Persians in the east, buffered for a while by powerful inland states such as the Lydians. They were thus able to benefit from the culture of their eastern landlocked neighbors, while at the same time becoming part of the maritime world of the Mediterranean. The Levantine coast, now Syria, Lebanon, and Israel, also developed a culturally distinctive maritime interface, peopled by communities collectively known as Phoenicians, whose cities, Byblos, Tyre, and Sidon, became famous for trading ventures reaching to the Atlantic, above, ppA Euro, 72-4. To the east of them lay the empires of the Assyrians and Babylonians, whose lavish consumption of luxury goods provided the motivation behind much of the Phoenician commercial enterprise. Both the Eastern Greeks and the Phoenicians were to have a significant impact on barbarian Europe, and the subjugation in the 6th century BC of both coastal interfaces, Greek Asia Minor by the Persians and Phoenicia by the Babylonians, was further to influence the course of barbarian development. It was during this period that new cultural configurations were developing on the Pontic steppe along the northern shores of the Black Sea. The area had long been settled by communities who depended upon the horse and horse-drawn vehicles to enable them to maintain a degree of nomadic mobility over the huge tracts of steppe which they inhabited. Archaeologically, these communities are known, from their favored burial mode, as the catacomb culture. In the eastern hinterland, roughly centered on the middle stretches of the Volga River, another semi-nomadic group developed, adopting a different burial rite, a wooden cabin-like grave set in a pit beneath a barrow mound. These burials typified what has been termed the timber grave culture. The archaeological evidence suggests that this culture expanded westwards during the early centuries of the first millennium, eventually taking over much of the Pontic steppe region previously occupied by the catacomb culture. The histories of Herodotus, written in the early 5th century BC, describe a group known as the Cimmerians, who originally occupied the northern shores of the Black Sea and were ousted by Scythians coming from the east. Some writers have associated the Cimmerians with the archaeologically defined catacomb culture and the Scythians with the timber grave culture, though the exact chronology of the events, or whether the displacement of the Cimmerians was as simple as the literary account suggests, remains unclear. Some additional support for the turbulent nature of the times is given in Assyrian tablets, which refer to both the Cimmerians and the Scythians as hordes of warlike horsemen serving as mercenaries in the conflicts which played out in Asia Minor in the 8th and 7th centuries. From the point of view of our present concerns, what is of particular interest is the evidence of unrest and folk movement among the horse riders of the Pontic steppe, which built to a peak in the 8th century, when some moved southeast into Asia Minor. Given the geography of the region and the fact that the western shores of the Black Sea, including the lower Danube region, are really an extension of the steppe, it is not unreasonable to suggest, as many archaeologists have done, that there was a parallel movement of Cimmerians westwards along the Danube into Central Europe. It is a suggestion to which we shall return. The western fringe of Europe, facing the Atlantic, was altogether different. Here, in a broad arc reaching from Scotland to southwestern Iberia, the maritime communities were linked in a complex of exchange networks probably stretching back in time at least to the Neolithic period. By the Bronze Age, metals were among the more important commodities shipped: copper from Ireland, Wales, and western Iberia, tin from Cornwall, Brittany, and Galicia, and gold from Ireland, Wales, and northwestern Iberia. This metal-rich arc will have provided much of the bronze and gold circulating in Western Europe, and the enhanced consumption of metal in the Aegean may well have provided a market eager for gold and tin from the Atlantic zone. With the collapse of the Mycenaean-Minoan center, demand would have slackened, but there is ample evidence for a still vigorous zone of contact along the seaways. Insofar as the archaeological evidence allows us to estimate, there seems to have been an intensification of activity in the 9th century, occasioned, as we have suggested in Chapter 4, by developing Phoenician interests in the southwest of Iberia. In the heart of Europe, extending from eastern France to Hungary and from Italy to Poland, there emerged in the period from about 1300 to 800 BC a considerable degree of cultural uniformity indicative of convergent development. This is called the Urnfield period, and the broadly defined culture which it represents shares the name, Map 1. The characteristic which serves to give the impression of uniformity is the burial rite, which involves the interment of the cremated remains of the dead in cinerary urns clustered in well-defined cemeteries. In addition to this, the varied array of cast and beaten bronze work, in the form of personal ornaments, tools, and weapons, shows considerable stylistic similarities over large areas. The origin and development of the Urnfield cultural continuum is a much debated issue. It is probably best to see an initial phase of development in the period 1300 to 1150 BC in the zone north of the Alps, responding to the dislocations and reorderings occasioned by the decline and collapse of the Mycenaean-Minoan world. In the middle and lower Danube region, long-established Tell settlements were widely abandoned during this formative period, and an entirely new settlement pattern emerged. The evidence, fragmentary though it is, suggests a phase of disruption and upheaval which may, in some way, be related to events in the Aegean. Urnfield developments in the Hungarian region preceded those in the Alpine zone to the west, where there is no direct evidence of major disruption but rather an internal development linked to an intensification of contact southwards through the Alps to the Po Valley and beyond, across the Apennines and deep into peninsular Italy. By 1000 BC, Italy, the Alps, and Transalpine Europe from eastern France to Slovakia were closely interlinked, as similarities in material culture so vividly demonstrate. Image 5.1 The Late Bronze Age fortified settlement of Wittnauhorn, Aargau, Switzerland. The site occupied a ridge end protected by a massive rampart. The houses inside were arranged in a regular fashion around a central open area. The Alpine and Transalpine zones of the Urnfield culture enjoyed a degree of social and economic stability. In several areas there appears to have been a marked rise in population, with the appearance of new settlements closely spaced in an increasingly farmed landscape. In parallel with this, copper production intensified, particularly in the metal-rich zone of the Eastern Alps. Hillforts, quite often spurs cut off by massive timber-laced ramparts, were constructed in some number, indicating that the coercive power of some sector of the population was now able to command surplus labor to aggrandize or protect a chosen settlement. That this power may have been that of a leading individual or lineage is suggested by the occurrence of certain burials more elaborately furnished than others and, in particular, by the appearance of horse trappings, indicative of the riding horse or horse-drawn vehicle of the warrior or aristocrat. The foundation of the new order, 800-650 BC. The 8th century BC was a formative period in the history of Europe. In the Mediterranean it saw the beginnings of the Greek colonial adventure and the further development of the far-flung Phoenician trading system, while in barbarian Europe the infiltration of Pontic steppe communities into the Great Hungarian Plain made the horse even more readily available to the emerging Hallstatt aristocracy of Central and Western Europe. These various threads need to be explored, for together they provide the essential basis for developments throughout the rest of the millennium. Towards the beginning of the century, inhabitants of the two Ionian city-states of Chalcis and Eretria on the island of Euboea, at first together and later separately, began to sail through the Strait of Messina to explore the resources of the coasts of the Tyrrhenian Sea between the Italian peninsula and the islands of Corsica and Sardinia, map 6. In doing so they were echoing journeys made centuries before by travelers from the Mycenaean world. Among the attractions they discovered were the rich metal resources of Etruria and the adjacent island of Elba. By about 770 BC they had founded a colonial settlement at Pithecusae on the island of Ischia in the Bay of Naples, admirably sited as a forward post to trade with the Etruscan metal producers. A little later a new establishment was set up on the nearby mainland coast at Cumae. From these early beginnings followed the rapid colonization of Mezzogiorno and Sicily. Zancle, Messina, was founded on the northeastern extremity of Sicily, with region, Reggio di Calabria, on the opposite Italian coast. Naxos was founded further down the coast. Soon other Greek city-states joined in. Rhodes may have been early on the scene, while Megara established Megara Hyblia in the mid-8th century south of Naxos. The primary colonization of the east coast of Sicily was completed by the Corinthian foundation of Syracuse, traditionally in 733 BC. In the following 2 centuries many more Greek colonies claimed intervening territories, until the region could justify its name of Magna Graecia. The establishment of a Greek presence just beyond the southern fringe of Etruscan territory provided a significant stimulus to the development of Etruscan culture. In this way Corinth was able to play an important part in introducing Greek culture to the Etruscan aristocracy, and in the 7th century, according to Pliny, Corinthian artists were well established in Etruria. But it would be wrong to assume that Greek colonists were the sole contact. A more likely scenario is that the foundation of the Greek colonies encouraged maritime trade to develop rapidly, providing a framework of safe havens to allow sailors and merchants from many countries to explore and to trade. Along with the Greek merchants would have come others, including Phoenicians, bringing a range of exotic goods and ideas from the eastern Mediterranean in return for iron, copper, and silver from Elba and the Colline Metallifid just north of Populonia and Vecchialonia. The appearance of a range of luxury goods added a stimulus to social development in the late Villanovan culture of Etruria. Cities began to grow, providing an opportunity for the aristocracy to manipulate the newly available prestige goods and thus to consolidate and enhance the status of themselves and their lineages. Towards the end of the 8th century BC these orientalizing influences were well underway in Etruria. The coastal cities, growing commercially ever stronger, began to develop maritime interests of their own, which, in the 7th century, were to expand through the Tyrrhenian Sea and westwards to the coasts of Gaul and Iberia. In parallel with the expansion of Greek influence in the western Mediterranean and the rising power of the Etruscans, the Phoenicians of the Levant continued to establish as far west as the Atlantic their own trading enclaves, which had originally been founded as early as the 10th century, above, ppA Euro, 72-4, map 7. The 8th century saw a consolidation of the Phoenician sea routes, via Tunisia, western Sicily, and Sardinia to southern Andalusia and Cadiz, Phoenician Gadir, and a dramatic intensification of trade with the West. The main attraction appears to have been metal and in particular silver, produced in huge quantities from the metal-rich pyrite zone of the Rio Tinto and Sierra Morena. This region, the Kingdom of Tartessos, developed close links with the Phoenicians at Cadiz, and the amount of silver exported became legendary. In return, Eastern goods and craft skills became available to the Tartessian aristocracy, and Tartessian culture, like that of Etruria, experienced a rapid phase of orientalization, most readily apparent in the luxury goods found in the graves of the local aristocracy in the 8th and 7th centuries. The effect of the developing Phoenician interest in Iberia was, as we have seen, ppa Euro 74-5, to draw the Atlantic coast of the peninsula and of North Africa into the Mediterranean sphere, dislocating the old connectivities of the Atlantic Bronze Age. At the eastern approaches to Europe, we saw how the semi-nomadic communities of the Pontic steppe, known to classical writers as the Cimmerians, were experiencing a phase of turbulence and disruption resulting in folk movement. Above, p.a Euro 96. The Cimmerian penetration of Eastern Europe is a complex issue which has been much debated. The principal argument for the presence of a Pontic element rests on sets of bronze horse gear, bits, side pieces, and fallery from the harnesses found extensively distributed over much of the territory of Hungary, often associated with local items of the 8th and 7th centuries. The Eastern, Pontic, inspiration, if not the production, of this material is clear. Other Eastern items, found less frequently, are short bronze daggers and bird-headed rattles from the tops of ceremonial staffs. Excavations at Mesoaxat and at nearby sites in the north of the Great Hungarian Plain have identified a series of cemeteries which may well belong to immigrant groups, while similar enclaves in the south of the plain suggest that settlement may have been widespread. Interpretation of this kind of archaeological evidence is not straightforward, but the simplest explanation would be to see groups of people moving from the turbulent areas of the Pontic steppe westwards along the Danube Valley into the Great Hungarian Plain, an area of steppe geographically similar to their homeland, bringing with them their breeding stock of horses superior in speed and strength to the West European breed. Once established to the east of the Danube, and maintaining their links with their ancestral homelands, these new neighbors to the Anfield cultures of Central and Western Europe would have been well placed to trade superior horses and their gear to the Hallstatt aristocracies, introducing at the same time new concepts of horse riding. Although the horse was already a symbol of status among Anfield communities, the presence of enclaves of horse riders close to the eastern frontier provided a ready supply of well-trained beasts. Within the old Anfield zone of west-central Europe, bounded on the west by the communities of the Atlantic Arc, on the east by the Pontic communities of the Great Hungarian Plain, and on the south by the Alps, significant changes can be detected after the beginning of the 8th century BC. This period, dating from c. 800 to 600 BC, is referred to as the Hallstatt sea culture, a generalized term which reflects a broad cultural continuum shared by a variety of distinctive regional groupings. It is at the aristocratic level that the culture is most universal, being reflected in the widespread distribution of warrior gear, in particular the gundling and long sword, a type originating in the Atlantic zone, maps 3 and 4. A distinctive array of shapes with which the sword sheath terminated, and the trappings for horses both as cavalry beasts and yoked in pairs for pulling vehicles. The distribution of these various artifacts demonstrates a core area stretching in a broad zone from central France to Bohemia and Hungary. The number of more isolated finds found further afield indicates the huge peripheral territory linked by systems of exchange to this core. Within the Hallstatt sea cemeteries it is possible to distinguish different sets of grave goods. Warriors might be accompanied only by a sword and other personal gear, while a mounted warrior might also have been provided with his horse's tackle. The highest social level was probably that represented by vehicle burials, which in this period were restricted to a zone stretching from the Middle Rhine to Bohemia, map 5. The vehicles involved were four-wheeled and comparatively heavy, as would befit a ceremonial or funerary cart. Their spoked wheels, strengthened by iron tires shrunk on and nailed to the composite wooden felloes, represent a high level of technical achievement. In some burials, like the Bohemian graves of Radinin and Lovicis, wooden yokes studded with decorative bronze nails survive. Image 5.2 Reconstruction of the way in which horse trappings of the 7th and 6th centuries BC were probably arranged, based on evidence from graves in southern Germany. The long slashing sword suitable as a cavalry weapon, horses, ceremonial vehicles, the rite of inhumation, and the widespread use of iron for weapons mark a distinct break with traditional Anfield culture. None of these characteristics, except for abundant iron, map 2, Euro, was entirely unknown earlier, but taken together they demonstrate a significant change. The elite was now attempting to distinguish itself by employing exotic modes of burial adopted from beyond their homeland. The horses and the style of trappings are essentially Eastern in origin. The inspiration for the vehicle is more difficult to determine. Vehicle burial was widespread among Pontic communities, but the technology of the Hallstatt carts with their spoked wheels and composite felloes is more likely to have been transmitted from the east via the Mediterranean. Similar vehicle burials have been discovered at Salamis in Cyprus dating to the late 7th century BC, and one likely possibility is that knowledge of the technology spread via Etruria to the Transalpine communities. A similar route is possible for the introduction of iron technology, though iron trinkets are also known in the early Pontic-style graves of the Great Hungarian Plain. Perhaps a simpler way to view the emergence of the Hallstatt sea aristocracy to archaeological visibility is to see it as an elite eagerly absorbing cultural influences from the east via the mid-Danube, from the south through the East Alpine passes, and from the Atlantic zone to the west, and adapting the ideas and technologies from these areas to its own social needs. It was a time of energy and innovation. The fine iron sword and the iron-tired wheels can reasonably be regarded as Hallstatt sea developments of some originality. This readiness to adopt new exotic ideas as a means of displaying elite status was to intensify still further in the 6th and early 5th centuries as contact with the Mediterranean systems developed. The Western Mediterranean, 650 to 450 BC. Greek and Phoenician interest in the trading potential of the Western Mediterranean was well underway by the 7th century BC as spheres of commercial activity began to crystallize. At this stage, Etruria seems to have played a leading role in the transshipment of goods around the northern part of the West Mediterranean and some way down the coast of Italy, but in the second half of the 7th century Eastern Greeks from the coasts of Asia Minor began to explore more widely. One of these adventurers, Calaios of Samos, is reputed to have traveled to Tartessos about 630 BC, finding the market untouched, that is, by Greeks. That he was said by Herodotus to have been sailing south for Africa when he was blown off course is not particularly convincing but may hide a different reality. At the trading station of Naucratis in the Nile Delta, where Eastern Greeks as well as Phoenicians regularly met, the Samians may well have learned of the lucrative Phoenician contacts with Tartessos and decided to explore for themselves. Soon to follow were the Phocians from the Aeolian coast. According to Herodotus, they set sail in their penteconters, warships, exploring the Adriatic region, Etruria, Iberia, and Tartessos, where they established friendly relations with the Tartessian king. Their route almost certainly took them along the north shores of the Western Mediterranean. Here they would have become aware of the Etruscan entrepôts along the littoral of Provence and Languedoc, possibly extending to the port of Roses near Girona, in northwest Spain, which may have been established as early as the 8th century. Years of seasonal sailing in these waters would have familiarized them with the best harbors and landfalls, and in c.600 BC the first Phocian colony was founded at Massalia, Marseilles. Others followed, Emporion and Aged in the 5th century and Tauroention, Olbia, and Nice in the 4th. In this way the Greek presence began to impose itself within the traditional preserve of the Etruscan cities. The attractions of Massalia were many. Not only was it an excellent well-protected anchorage in the heart of a comparatively productive territory, but it also lay close to the mouth of the Rhone, which provided access into the barbarian hinterland, from where a variety of commodities could be obtained. More significant, at least in the first decades of the colony's existence, was its convenient location in the center of the long coastal route linking the productive Spanish Levante with Etruria and Magna Graecia. The quantity of Etruscan pottery found in early deposits in the city is an impressive indication of the importance of Etruscan-dominated exchanges at this time. Map 8. Image 5.3 The Greek port of Massalia, Marseilles, was founded on the southern coast of Gaul about 600 Euro BC by colonists from Phocaea. An easily defended promontory was chosen, overlooking a large almost landlocked harbour. Massalia was well sited to control trade along the Rhone. It lay conveniently close to the Rhone mouth but clear of the marshy delta. Before looking at the impact of the colonization on the Hallstatt communities of the hinterland, we must continue to consider and outline the history of the Western Mediterranean insofar as it is likely to have had an impact on temperate Europe. Towards the middle of the 6th century BC, major political events in the east were to send shock waves throughout the West Mediterranean. In 574 BC, the great trading cities of Phoenicia were overrun and incorporated into the expanding Babylonian Empire. The effect was to sever long-established links between the mother cities of Tyre and Sidon and their overseas trading systems. Henceforth, with the umbilical cord cut, Carthage became the leading power in the Phoenician, now Punic, West Mediterranean. A few years later, in 545, Persia expanded its influence westwards to the Aegean, absorbing into its state system the eastern Greek cities of the coastal zone. The opposition of the Greek states encouraged the Persians to undertake a further westward advance to the Greek mainland, but, at Salamis in 480 and Plataea in 479, the Persian forces were soundly beaten. Many of the eastern Greek cities accepted Persian sovereignty, but the Phocians, agreeing that subservience was intolerable, decided to migrate en masse to the West Mediterranean to build upon their maritime enterprises already well rooted in the colony at Massalia. The site chosen for the migrant population to settle was Eulalia on the eastern coast of Corsica. Such a move was perceived by the Etruscans to be a direct threat to Etruscan trading enterprises, and the opposition, led by the city of Caere, amassed a fleet of 60 Etruscan and 60 Carthaginian vessels to oppose the Phocians. The ensuing battle in the Sardinian Sea, probably in the strait between Sardinia and Corsica, was a Phocian victory, but such was the cost that the Phocians decided to abandon Eulalia, eventually founding their colony on the Italian mainland at Velia in the territory of Poseidonia. The Battle of the Sardinian Sea, which took place about 540 BC, was a major event in West Mediterranean history in that it significantly changed the political geography of the region, isolating Massalia and throwing her far more on her own resources. This led to the establishment of further colonies along the southern French coast. The greatly strengthened Etruscan, Carthaginian coalition now began to pose a serious threat to the commercial interests of the Greek cities of Magna Graecia. The establishment at the Etruscan port of Perge of a place sacred to the Phoenician goddess Astarte by the king of Caere, recorded on gold plaques in a bilingual text, is an indication of the close relations which existed between Carthage and Etruria, a point further emphasized by large volumes of Etruscan goods found at Carthage. However, the growing power of Magna Graecia began to tell. An Etruscan expedition against the Greek enclave at Cumae in 525 BC failed, thus preventing Etruscan expansion southwards. The pressure continued, but 50 years later the destruction of an Etruscan fleet off Cumae in 474 marked the end of Etruscan expansionist policies in the south. Increasing pressure on the Etruscan thalassocracy in the Tyrrhenian Sea throughout the 6th century was a significant factor in the landward expansion of Etruscan interests northwards through the Apennines into the southern reaches of the Po Valley. New cities like Marzabotto and Fulcina, Bologna, were established on the major routes, and there was a significant Etruscan involvement in the development of the two Adriatic ports of Spina and Odria. By the middle of the 5th century, the northern frontier of Etruscan settlement had extended to the north bank of the Po, and the ports were providing outlets of growing importance to the Adriatic shipping lanes. In parallel, Etruscan influence in the Tyrrhenian Sea declined. The Syracusan-led offensive against coastal Etruria in 454 and 453, though inconclusive, was symptomatic of the pressures besetting the once flourishing maritime cities. The developing Etruscan interests in the Po Valley in the century c.550 for 50 BC brought them into increasingly close contact with native communities occupying the territory from the Po to the Alps, where two archaeologically defined cultures can be identified. Map 17. The Est culture in the east, occupying a broad zone from the sea to Lake Garda in the valley of the Adige, and the Gola Secca culture, the main focus of which lay around Lakes Como, Lugano, and Maggiore. Both groups were deeply rooted in the indigenous cultures of the Late Bronze Age and, by virtue of their geographical location, dominated the routes through the Alps which link the Etruscan south with the Hallstatt north. The development of an urban agglomeration at Como in the 5th century, extending to some 150 hectares, must, in part at least, be due to the intensity of commercial activity and the model of urbanism derived from the Etruscan zone. As we will see, the Gola Secca culture formed a significant bridge between the Mediterranean states and the changing Hallstatt world. The Hallstatt world, 800 to 450 BC. In order to discuss the rapidly developing social, economic, and political systems of the west-central Hallstatt zone in this crucial period, it is necessary to introduce the chronological framework that will be adopted. A great deal has been written on the subject and there are still areas of debate, but the following is now widely accepted as a serviceable scheme. Hallstatt C.800 C.600 Hallstatt D1 C.600 C.5 3520 Hallstatt D2 3 C.5 3520 C.450 440 Latine C.450 440 C.3 7350. The scheme usefully correlates with the principal events in Western Mediterranean history, with Hallstatt D1 beginning at the time of the foundation of Massalia and the beginning of Hallstatt D2-3 coinciding with the turmoil following the Battle of the Sardinian Sea and running parallel with a major phase of Etruscan expansion northwards. We have already seen, above, pp 99-102, how in the Hallstatt C period the zone of elite burials, represented by wagons and horse gear, or harness and yokes without wagons, extended in a broad, and discontinuous, zone from Bohemia to southern Germany, apart from rare exceptions seldom spreading west of the Rhine, map 5. At this time the principal concentration lay in southern Germany, Baden-Württemberg and Bavaria, where more than 90 elite burials have been identified. In addition to vehicle and horse-related accoutrements, an elite lifestyle was frequently represented by pottery and bronze vessels of various kinds related to the feasting that accompanied the dead to the grave. Elite burials continue to be found in southern Germany during Hallstatt D1, but no longer appear in Bohemia. Some of them, like the barrow burials of Homekli near Huenberg and Magdalenenberg near Villingen, were colossal structures requiring much effort in the interests of monumentalizing the lineage of the dead aristocrats, and the silk used to embroider the dress of the woman buried at Homekli indicates the ability of the elite to acquire rare trade goods. To what extent the foundation of Massalia about 600 BC influenced the growing power of the West Hallstatt chieftains is difficult to say. Certainly some exotic products, such as the hydria found at Grachwil, Rhodian flagons, map 9, and bead-edged bronze basins from Magna Graecia, were becoming available as grave goods, and these may well have been transported via Massalia and the Rhone corridor to add a touch of the exotic to the Hallstatt feast enhanced by Massiliate wine, map 10. Image 5. For the burial mound of Homekli, near Huenberg, dating to the late 6th century BC, is shown here under excavation in 1937-8. The style of digging, in arbitrary horizontal spits rather than stratigraphically, was typical of German excavations at the time. Image 5.5 The Great Burial Mound of Magdalenenberg bei Villingen, Schwarzwaldbachkreis, Germany, contained a central burial in a log-built chamber dating to the mid-6th century BC. A number of other burials were inserted into the mound over the next 2 centuries. That Greek ideas were being readily accepted is vividly demonstrated by the hillfort of Huenberg built on a plateau overlooking the Danube. The earliest Hallstatt rampart was constructed in the middle of the 7th century, and the site continued in use for some 200 years. During Hallstatt D1 the defences of the plateau enclosure were completely remodeled in a style unique in Transalpine Europe. Stone wall footings were laid with hollow, forward-projecting bastions regularly spaced along its west side. Above the foundations the wall was built of carefully squared mud bricks of regular size and shape. This alien structure, so clearly the concept of a Greek mind, and presumably overseen by a Greek architect, is a striking example of the willingness, and ability, of the local Hallstatt elite to adopt totally foreign modes of expression in the interests of displaying status and power. The defended site on the plateau overlooked a lower town built around it to the west and north. It was tightly packed with buildings and was defended by a 5-meter-high rampart fronted by a massive ditch. Access was through a monumental gate built of mud bricks on stone foundations reached by a bridge first constructed around 590 BC. Beyond the lower town were concentrated a number of farmsteads, perhaps as many as 50, each set in a palisaded enclosure. In all, the early 6th century settlement extended over about 100 hectares and probably housed about 5,000 people. Image 5.6 The Barrow of Magdalenenburg, in Germany, covered a well-preserved timber chamber protected beneath a cairn of stones. That the colony of Massalia was now contributing to the aristocratic culture of the West Hallstatt zone is clear, but the intensity or duration of this contribution is not. All that can safely be said is that there is no evidence to suggest that, at this stage, the Rhone corridor saw a massive movement of goods and commodities. Massalia was still part of an extensive Mediterranean network and there would have been little impetus actively to seek markets in the hinterland. Image 5.7 This Greek bronze hydria, found in a burial at Grachwil, Switzerland, was imported from the Mediterranean in the 6th century BC. It may have been a diplomatic gift to a local chieftain. Historisches Museum, Bern. Image 5.8 The hilltop settlement of Huenberg, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, showing the situation in the late 6th century BC, period IVB, when the walls were built in Greek style with mud bricks on a stone rubble foundation. The barrows nearby lie above an earlier phase of settlement. A major change came about at the beginning of Hallstatt D2-3, that is, about 530 to 520 BC. In the West Hallstatt zone this can best be characterized as a concentration of power in fewer centers. The phenomenon can be recognized in two ways, by the increasing exclusivity of the elite burial rite and by the abandonment of a number of hillforts, leaving fewer sites to develop as strong central foci. In southern Germany, for example, the core of aristocratic power, the number of known burials with wagons or harness decreases from 4 to 6 to 20, and in some areas of the Swabian Alps elite burials disappear altogether after the end of Hallstatt D1. In the region of Brisgau, of the 12 hillforts occupied in Hallstatt D1, only one continued in use in the subsequent period. The archaeological data implies a rapid social change, but one which would be entirely understandable within the context of indigenous development. In parallel with the emergence of fewer, richer centers of power in the core area of southern Germany, there was a marked expansion of the system westwards from the Rhine into northern and eastern France. A glance at Map 5 will show that the focus of power now occupied a swathe of territory to the north of the Alps linking the river systems of the Loire-Rhône-Saône, Seine, Rhine, and Danube. It could fairly be said that the nexus of West-Central European communications was now dominated by a single cultural and social system, and the amount of gold found in the burials, Map 15, is an indication of its productive capacity. Image 5.9, Top, aerial view of the hillfort of Huenberg overlooking the river Danube. The site was used and fortified intermittently from the Late Bronze Age, and in the late 6th century BC became a center of princely power. The barrows can be seen against the woodland. Image 5.10, Bottom, artists' reconstruction of the settlement of Huenberg as it may have looked in the late 6th century BC with regularly laid out farms in the protection of the defended hilltop settlement. Image 5.11, Left, for one brief period in the late 6th century the defensive wall of Huenberg was built of mud brick on a stone foundation in a style closely reminiscent of Greek defensive building. Such a structure deep in barbarian Europe implies the intervention of a Greek architect. Image 5.12, Below, the north-facing wall of Huenberg during the phase when it was constructed in Greek style was provided with close-spaced rectangular bastions designed more for grandiose effect than for defensive necessity. Image 5.13, Opposite top, excavations inside the southeast corner of Huenberg. The archaeological stratigraphy was well preserved. Here, a succession of close-spaced timber buildings was recovered dating to the second half of the 6th century BC. Image 5.14, Opposite bottom, the hillfort of Ipf, Bopfingen, Germany, dominates the surrounding countryside. In all probability it served as a center of princely power in the late 6th century BC. Image 5.15 Above and opposite, the location of 5 of the princely centers of the late 6th century BC. The focus of each is a fortified hilltop often commanding a major river route. Rich burials cluster nearby. Image 5.16 The settlement of Morne-la-Soie in the late 6th century. The princely burial in the bend of the river is the famous tomb of Vix. Image 5.17 Top, geophysical survey of the plateau settlement on Morne-la-Soie showing the regular organization of the interior. The apsidal house can clearly be seen, as can the 2 rows of granaries at the southern end of the site, all picked out in red. Image 5.18 Bottom, the apsidal house on Morne-la-Soie after excavation. The several phases of construction can be made out. The elite systems of Hallstatt D2-3 are characterized by the appearance of comparatively large quantities of Mediterranean imports found in the major hillforts and in the princely burials, maps 10-12. That the range of goods is limited to wine-drinking equipment appropriate to the Greek symposium strongly suggests that it was the idea of the symposium that was accepted and adopted by the elite, as an extension, no doubt, of their long-established feasting rites. The rich female burial at Vix neatly exemplifies the range of imports with its huge crater for wine mixing, jugs for pouring, basins, and Attic cups for drinking. The discovery of numerous fragments of Attic cups in the nearby hillfort of Morne-la-Soie is an indication of a princely residence. A geophysical survey has shown that the area within the fortifications was systematically laid out and heavily occupied. One dominant enclosure contained a large timber building with an apsidal end. The scale of the structure and the associated Greek pottery suggests that it may have been a palace. A similar array of Attic pottery from Huneberg III, found together with the Massiliot amphorae in which the wine was transported, shows that after the rebuilding which followed the violent destruction of the mud-brick defences of Huneberg for about 530–520 BC, contact with the Mediterranean world developed even more strongly. It was about this time that the outer settlement of Farmstead seems to have been largely abandoned and part of the former settlement area was used to create the aristocratic cemetery of Gehubeltalhor. The rich chieftain burial of Hochdorf near the hillfort of Hohenasperg also belongs to this period. While it could reasonably be argued that this late phase of Hallstatt development was little more than an intensification of social trends deeply rooted in the indigenous Urnfield culture of the region, it would be perverse to believe that the economic impetus of the Greek littoral, after the traumas of the 540s–530s BC, had nothing to do with the sudden appearance of Mediterranean luxury goods in the barbarian hinterland. The most satisfactory explanation would be to accept that both societies had needs, the Greeks to develop new trading partners, the Hallstatt elite to find new modes of expression consistent with their aristocratic systems. For a brief period, c. 530 for 5440, these needs coincided and the Rhone corridor provided the principal axis of communication between the two zones. How the exchanges were articulated is uncertain, but the identification of a major trading center dating to this crucial period at Bragnes-sur-Saône, close to the confluence of the Saône, Doubs, and Dune, is of considerable interest. Here, in the earliest phase, late 6th and early 5th century, Massiliot amphorae and other Mediterranean-produced pottery together with Attic imports and polychrome glass vessels were found in some quantity. Bragny, situated on the interface between the Hallstatt North and the Mediterranean sphere, is very well placed to have been the principal port of trade through which exchanges could have been arranged. In the ready accessibility of luxury goods from the south may lie the reason for the westward extension of the Hallstatt elite zone after c. 530. Image 5.19 The princely burial found beneath a substantial barrow at Vix, Cha Saint-Thillen-sur-Seine, France, was contained in a wood-lined chamber. The female burial was accompanied by personal ornaments, a set of imported Mediterranean wine-drinking gear, and a dismantled funerary vehicle. The burial dates to the end of the 6th century BC. Image 5.20 The princely burial found beneath a substantial barrow at Vix, Cha Saint-Thillen-sur-Seine, France, was contained in a wood-lined chamber. The female burial was accompanied by personal ornaments, a set of imported Mediterranean wine-drinking gear, and a dismantled funerary vehicle. The burial dates to the end of the 6th century BC. Image 5.21, top, the chieftain's grave at Hochdorf, Stuttgart, Germany, dates to the second half of the 6th century BC. After the roof had been added, the inner grave chamber was surrounded by stone rubble laced with horizontal timbers to hinder grave robbing, and buried beneath a large barrow. Image 5.22, bottom, reconstruction of the interior of the timber-built grave chamber of the chieftain's burial at Hochdorf. Image 5.23, opposite top, funerary wagon from the princely tomb of Hochdorf. The wooden structure was cased in iron sheeting. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. The rich burials of the late Hallstatt zone have been characterized as reflecting a prestige goods economy, that is, a socio-economic system in which elite status was maintained by the manipulation of rare and valuable commodities available only to the paramount chieftains, map 16. They would retain their power by making gifts of lesser value to those below them in the social hierarchy in return for goods and services. So long as the supply of exotics was kept up and the paramounts held the monopoly, the system would remain relatively stable. Such a theoretical scheme provides a useful model for understanding late Hallstatt society. It gains support from the graded status differences which can be recognized in the burial record, and from the evidence for the manufacture of lower-value personal ornaments such as brooches and bracelets, useful in gift exchange, in the princely Hilferts of Morn-la-Soie and Huenberg. Image 5.24, opposite center, bronze couch from the burial at Hochdorf upon which the dead chieftain was laid. The casters allowed the couch to be easily moved. The decorative panel on the back illustrates four-wheeled vehicles pulled by paired horses and warriors in single combat. Both may be scenes from funerary rituals. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. So far we have assumed that the Mediterranean wine-drinking gear which was imported into the Hallstatt sphere at this time all came via Massalia. This may well be the case, but a significant number of items were of Etruscan manufacture, vessels such as the stamnose from Gergi, Yon, the griffin-headed cauldron and tripod from St. Columb, the beaked flagons and dishes from Vix, and the amphora from Cunliffe, Jura. The list is impressive, but there is nothing inherently unlikely in supposing that those entrepreneurs seeking to trade with the interior should have put together sets of wine-drinking gear deriving from a variety of sources. The most reasonable explanation for these exotic Etruscan bronzes of the period 545–30 for 80–70 BC, therefore, is that they were, indeed, channeled through the Greek port of Massalia. This should not, however, be confused with the direct Etruscan trade which developed at the very end of the Hallstatt period, for 80–70, for 50–40, resulting from the consolidation of Etruscan commercial interests in the Po Valley. In this development, the Gola Secca communities, commanding the Italian lakes and the central and west Alpine passes, served as the middlemen. Links between the Transalpine communities and the Gola Secca culture, map 17, were long established and are most dramatically exemplified by the four-wheeled funerary wagons of the 7th and 6th centuries BC found at Sesto Calland, on Lake Maggiore, and Ca Morta, near Como, as well as a number of broadly contemporary sword types which have Transalpine origins or antecedents. A similar pattern of contact continuing into the middle of the 5th century is reflected in the second four-wheeled vehicle from Ca Morta, which shares a number of structural details with the somewhat earlier vehicle found in the late Hallstatt burial at Vix. The funerary vehicles at Ca Morta and Sesto Calland may have been diplomatic gifts from the north, but it is equally possible that they were the response of the local Gola Seccan elite to alien burial rites. At the very least, the vehicles must reflect constant cultural contact over a long period. These long-established systems of communication and exchange facilitated Etruscan trade in the period after c. 480–470. It is in this period that the settlement at Como developed rapidly into an extensive proto-urban agglomeration, probably as a direct response to an intensification in commerce. Image 5.25 Greek bronze cauldron from the princely burial of Hochdorf. One of the decorative lions is a replacement made in inferior style. The cauldron probably contained mead when buried. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. The settlement at Bragniserseon was re-established at this time following a phase of destruction. Numerous items of North Italic origin were recovered, together with Gola-Secca-type pottery, thus demonstrating the continued use of a long-lived port of trade. The presence of Massiliate amphorae in the same layers, however, shows that the Rhone corridor continued to function. Among the most prolific of the Etruscan exports of the period 480 to 420 BC was the beaked flagon used as a wine-pouring vessel, map 14, sometimes accompanied by bronze stamnoi, map 13. Made in Etruscan cities such as Volsi and exported through the Gola-Seccan middlemen, they traveled far into barbarian territory. A particularly dense concentration in the elite graves of the Middle Rhine dating to the latter half of the 5th century, the Latine period, suggests a very deliberate and well-focused axis of exchange which no doubt contributed to the emergence of a discrete zone of power on the northern fringe of the Old West Hallstatt cultural zone. The impression given by this striking phenomenon is that Etruscan trade through the Alpine passes was being given focus by newly emerging elites in the north. The southern link is further demonstrated by the stone statue found near the barrow at Hirschlanden in Baden-Württemberg, which has very close stylistic similarities to North Italian statues. Image 5.26 One of the 9 drinking horns from the Hochdorf burial bound with bronze and gold. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. Image 5.27 The stone statue found at Hirschlanden, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, probably once stood on top of the burial mound excavated nearby. It dates to the second half of the 6th century BC and compares in style to statues from northern Italy. The nakedness of the warrior, wearing only a sword belt and necktalk, was to become a characteristic of Celts in battle in the 5th century and after. The conical hat which the figure wears is very similar to the birchbark hat worn by the chieftain buried at Hochdorf. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. New centers of power, the Latine elite, for 5440–38370 BC. In the middle of the 5th century the political geography of barbarian Europe changed dramatically. While the processes and precise chronology of these changes are not easy to define, the broad picture stands out with clarity, and it is from this point that the discussion is best begun. Simply stated, over much of the west-central Hallstatt elite burial zone rich burials ceased and the hillforts occupied by the aristocracy came to an end, in the case of Huneberg with a catastrophic fire. Meanwhile, in a broad zone to the north stretching from the Loire to Bohemia there developed, in the course of the Latine period, a warrior aristocracy which frequently buried its dead with their spears and swords. It was in this zone that the highly distinctive Celtic art style emerged to serve the aristocratic market, map 19. Image 5.28 The settlement of Glauberg, Hesse, Germany, dating to the late 6th century BC, in the Middle Rhine region. Tumulus 1 produced the famous statue illustrated in Fig. 10.24. One of the difficulties of studying this change is the imprecision of our chronologies. Did the Latine period begin immediately after the end of the Hallstatt in c.450, as some would argue, or was there an overlap of a generation or so, with the earliest Latine beginning c.480? On balance, a period of overlap seems more likely. Early Latine culture differed in many significant ways from that of the old Hallstatt chiefdoms. The geographical focus of the two barely overlapped. In the Latine burials fighting weapons were frequent, in contrast to the late Hallstatt elite, whose only weapons were for hunting or display. Moreover, the Latine aristocracy favored the two-wheeled vehicle as a funerary cart in contrast to the heavier traditional four-wheeled vehicle. The one important similarity was that both had a system of elite burial employing a funerary vehicle together with sets of wine-drinking equipment derived from, or inspired by, the accoutrements of the Mediterranean symposium. A plausible explanation for the evidence, so far discussed, is that towards the middle of the 5th century BC centers of power and innovation shifted from the old west-central Hallstatt court to its immediate northern periphery. Why this should be is a matter to which we shall return. That there was a significant degree of continuity between the late Hallstatt and early Latine social systems is evident. This is particularly true of the Middle Rhineland. In the late Hallstatt period, the focus of power was in the valley of the Neckar between Stuttgart and Heilbronn, centered on the Hillfort of Hohenasperg, around which there clustered a remarkable group of elite burials at places including Hochdorf, Grafenbuhl, and Romerhügel, all dated to the Hallstatt D2-3 phase. Little is known of the chronology of the Hohenasperg settlement, but the possibility that it continued to be occupied into early Latine times is suggested by the concentration of elite burials in the area. Both Grafenbuhl and Romerhügel were later used for Latine burials. Another burial mound at Kleinaspergel contained a grave chamber with a burial accompanied by gold-mounted drinking horns, for bronze vessels including an Etruscan stamnose, and 2 Attic cups, dating to the Latine period. The continuity of power in this area throughout the 5th century is impressive. Another focus of power lay some 150 kilometers northwest in the valley of the Moselle close to its confluence with the Rhine. Here several elite burials of the late Hallstatt period have been discovered, including the well-known vehicle burial of Bell. During the 5th century, the number of rich graves in the region increased dramatically. Many of the tombs contained bronze vessels imported from Etruscan workshops at Volsci and elsewhere. These include the characteristic beaked flagons, stamnoi, amphorae, and bowls. The number and density of these exotics vividly demonstrate the close links between the Rhineland and Etruria at this time, maps 13 and 14. Even more impressive is the array of locally manufactured goldwork and the inventiveness of local craftsmen in adopting and adapting Etruscan motifs in a highly selective manner to create an entirely new art form. If we take the Middle Rhine as a single region, we can suggest that in the early 5th century BC there were probably 2 centers of power, one in the Neckar Valley and one in the Moselle, with the Neckar region being the more prominent. By the end of the century, in what is now the early Latine period, a distinct shift had taken place, with the Moselle region now being not only rich but vibrant and innovative. Throughout, economic links were maintained with the Etruscan world to the south, though whether the impetus for trade came directly from the Etruscan cities or was instigated by entrepreneurs in the now thriving Gola Secca centers is a debatable point. The second major center of innovation in the early Latine period was the Valley of the Marne, lying some 150 kilometers north of the late Hallstatt center focused on Vix. Already in this period occupation was intense, and the rite of vehicle burial is known from a tomb containing a 4-wheeled cart at Les Jogasses. The number of burials increased dramatically throughout the 5th century, and elite burial became more common, though rare compared with the Moselle region. Characteristically, the dead aristocrat was buried in a pit accompanied by a 2-wheeled vehicle, a range of harness trappings, and a drinking set. Etruscan bronze vessels have been recovered from burials at Sommerbion, Sommertorb, and Septembersalx, while Sommerbion also contained a red-figure Attic cup dated to c. 420. If the archaeological evidence is a fair reflection of the actual number of elite burials in the region, then it was significantly poorer than the Moselle Valley and evidently had less access to luxury goods from the south. In spite of this, Marnian culture displays a high degree of stability during the 5th century, and its craftsmen played a significant part in the development of a distinctive style of Celtic art. The relationship between the Moselle and Marne groups in the latter part of the 5th century raises a number of questions. They shared a common warrior-dominated social system and at some levels a common material culture based on patterns of exchange, but by any standards the Marnians were the poor relations and may indeed have depended for their Mediterranean prestige goods on reciprocal exchanges with the Moselle communities, whose access to the south was direct. It is interesting to speculate what commodities the Marne may have been able to exploit. One possibility is that its links with the Seine provided a means of tapping into Atlantic systems producing the much-desired tin. Another is that the warrior society was able to supply a flow of slaves, useful in exchanges with the south. Direct evidence is, however, lacking. A subsidiary focus of power in the 5th century lay in western France, at Bourges, which lies on the confluence of the Oron and the Yevre, a tributary of the Cher. Settlement levels have produced quantities of Massiliate amphorae together with a range of Attic black and red figurewares spanning the 5th century. Contemporary technological innovations included the local adoption of the potter's wheel. A variety of elite burials have also been found containing imported vessels. Judging by the date range of the imported pottery recovered, it is clear that Bourges was already established as a significant trading centre in the late Hallstatt period and continued to function throughout the early Latine. It was well situated to control the movement of goods from the Atlantic corridor. The 5th century also sees the development of an axis of communication extending from the Po Valley through the territory of the Veneti and along the eastern fringes of the Alps to the valley of the Vltava and the North European plain beyond. This long-established route saw the transport of Baltic amber southwards to the Adriatic. From about 1000 BC salt, mined at Hallstatt, would have contributed to the flow of commodities passing along the East Alpine corridor. About 600 BC the rich salt deposits at Dernburg, near Salzburg, began to be worked in parallel with the Hallstatt mines. Both ceased production about 400 BC. The community at Dernburg began to increase in size and prosperity at the beginning of the 5th century, and a cemetery of several hundred burials was established. Among them were 2 elite burials, each with a 2-wheeled funerary vehicle. One produced a locally made bronze-beaked flagon inspired by Etruscan prototypes, the other a range of elaborate locally made wine-drinking equipment together with a pottery Attic kylix made in about 470. The occupant, a male, was also provided with his warrior equipment including a bronze helmet, an iron sword, 3 spears, and bows and arrows. The Dernburg finds are particularly interesting in that, like those of the Moselle and Marne, they demonstrate trade links to the Po Valley that provided goods and inspiration for highly inventive local craftsmen. The difference, however, is that some of the concepts incorporated by the craftsmen were learned from the already well-developed bronzeworking skills of the Venetic community to the south. To the north of Dernburg the amber route led through the valley of the Vltava and the territory of Bohemia. Here, one of the principal sites was the settlement of Zavist, south of Prague. It was established in the Hallstatt period and developed throughout the 5th century as a major cult center. That a number of Bohemian cemeteries also show continuity throughout the 6th and 5th centuries indicates a degree of social and economic stability. It was during the latter part of the 5th century that elite burials began to appear, characterized by Etruscan wine-drinking equipment. Some of the graves also produced items of gold and silver. Although the exact form of the Bohemian graves is not known in detail, their number, 8 at present, and the range of imports indicate a distinctive enclave with close contacts via the Dernburg region to the Adriatic. Standing back from the evidence, summarized here, we can see that during the course of the 5th century there arose 2 zones of power and innovation, a Loire-Marne-Moselle zone in the west with trading links to the Po Valley via the central Alpine passes and the Gola Secca culture, and a Bohemian zone in the east with separate links to the Adriatic via the eastern Alpine routes and the Venetic culture. Both zones, and their constituent regions, had already begun to develop as significant foci of power towards the end of the late Hallstatt phase, but what stands out as particularly dramatic is that most of the core of the West Hallstatt elite zone, so dominant in the late 6th and early 5th centuries, was now a cultural backwater. In other words, as the center decayed, its northern periphery flourished in much the same way as a mushroom ring grows. What caused these changes? On the one hand, it could be argued that readjustments in trading imperatives among the Mediterranean states sparked social dislocation north of the Alps, thereby upsetting the delicate balance of the prestige goods economy. Perhaps the interests of the Greek cities of the Gulf du Lion turned more to the west as the lucrative Iberian market developed, leaving the northern markets open to exclusive Etruscan manipulation. It could also be that internal social dynamics in Transalpine Europe drove the change. The elite of the peripheral zone, for so long producing the supplies of raw materials such as furs, amber, iron, gold, and slaves for the core, may have developed a desire for southern luxuries. Given the warrior nature of the peripheral society, reflecting no doubt the practice of raiding, it is possible that there may have been aggressive moves against the West Hallstatt core, thus destabilizing the old system and leading to its collapse. Perhaps it was a combination of all these factors which eventually brought about the dramatic changes of the 5th century. At any event, By about 400 BC the scene was set for a new act in the story of Europe, the Celtic migrations. 6. The migrations for 50 euro BC. On the 18th of July 390 BC the army of Rome was soundly defeated by a horde of Celts on the banks of the river Allia not far from the city. It was a devastating moment for the Romans, as they saw their city ransacked by these little-known northern barbarians. According to tradition, the consul M. Popilius Linus had told the citizens before the event, "These are not civilized people who will become your ally when you have taken their city, but wild beasts whose blood we must shed or spill our own." The attack remained a vivid memory in Rome's collective consciousness, and stories about the Celts pouring into Italy from beyond the Alps would have been told to every schoolchild. We begin, therefore, by considering the migrations through the eyes of Greek and Roman historians, always remembering that they were writing long after the event. The Greco-Roman tradition. The classic Roman view of the Celtic migrations is provided by Livy, writing towards the end of the 1st century BC. It deserves to be quoted in full. The Celts, who make up one of the 3 divisions of Gaul, were under the domination of the Bituriges, and this tribe supplied the Celtic nation with a king. Ambigatus was then the man, and his talents had brought him great distinction, for Gaul under his sway grew so rich in corn and so populous, that it seemed hardly possible to govern so great a multitude. The king, now old, wishing to relieve his kingdom of a burdensome throng, announced that he meant to send Bellovesus and Segavesus, his sister's 2 sons, 2 enterprising young men, to find such homes as the gods might assign to them by augury, and promised them that they should head as large a number of emigrants as they themselves desired, so that no tribe might be able to prevent their settlement. Whereupon to Segavesus were by lot assigned the Hercynian highlands, the Black Forest and Bohemia, but to Bellovesus the gods proposed a far pleasanter road, into Italy. Taking with him the surplus population, Bituriges, Arverni, Senones, Aedui, Ambari, Carnutes, Ulursi, he set out with a vast host, some mounted, some on foot. Hist 5:34. Livy goes on to describe how they passed through the Alps by the passes of Taurine and Duria and defeated the Etruscans near the river Ticinus. Thereafter they established a settlement at Mediolanum, Milan. Pompeius Trogus, a native of southern Gaul who composed his histories at the time of the Emperor Augustus, adds that, in addition to Mediolanum, the first Celtic settlements included Como, Brescia, Verona, Bergamo, Trento, and Vicenza. His understanding of the initial stages of the migrations was similar to that of Livy in that he believed overpopulation to have been the reason for the Gauls sending 300,000 men to seek new territories. Some, he said, settled in Italy, some led by birds spread through the head of the Adriatic and settled in Pannonia. Livy dates these events to the reign of the Roman king Tarquinius Priscus, which would place the migrations in the period about 600 BC. The Greek historian Polybius, who wrote in the early 2nd century BC, firmly believed them to have taken place some 200 years later. Livy was clearly aware of this discrepancy when he went on to say, "It was 200 years before the attack on Clusium and the capture of Rome that the Gauls first crossed over into Italy, neither were the Clusini the first of the Etruscans with whom they fought, but long before that the Gallic armies had often given battle to those who dwelt between the Apennines and the Alps." Livy's remarks raise questions which will be considered below when the archaeological evidence is examined. While it is generally agreed by the ancient authors that overpopulation in the Celtic homeland was the initial prime cause of the migrations, the reason for the movement to Italy was seen to be the law of the products of the south. The point is explicitly made by Pliny. The Gauls, imprisoned as they were by the Alps, first found a motive for overflowing into Italy from the circumstance of a Gallic citizen from Switzerland named Helico who had lived in Rome because of his skill as a craftsman, and had brought with him, when he came back, some dried figs and grapes and some samples of oil and wine. Consequently we may excuse them for having sought to obtain these things even by means of war. National Hist 12. 2-5. Much the same point is made by Livy, that it was the attraction of delicious fruits and especially wine that drew the Celts south. He adds the unlikely anecdote that the Celts were deliberately enticed by an Etruscan, Aruns, from Clusium, in order to bring retribution on those who had seduced his wife, Hist 5:34. As one might expect, the historical tradition has a degree of cohesion. Against this we may now consider the archaeological evidence. A prelude to the migration of 400 BC? Livy's considered view, that there was a Celtic penetration of the Po Valley in the 2 centuries before the main migration in c. 400 BC, is not, on the face of it, unreasonable. A foreknowledge, based on raid and trade, is often found to be a precursor to migration and settlement. The obvious place to look for evidence is the Gola Seca culture of the Upper Po Valley. The language spoken in the region covered archaeologically by the Gola Seca culture was Lepontic, an Indo-European tongue closely related to Celtic, which can be traced back, by means of inscriptions, to as early as the 6th century BC. Here, at least superficially, is evidence which might be used in support of earlier Celtic folk movements, but, since no break in culture can be recognized at this time, it is generally assumed that the Lepontic language has its roots much earlier, perhaps in the genesis of the culture as defined archaeologically in the late 2nd millennium. The similarity of the languages on both sides of the Alps would have facilitated intercourse between the 2 zones over a long period. That active contact was, indeed, maintained is abundantly clear from the archaeological evidence. Vehicles found in the burials at Ca Morta and Sesto Calland are vivid demonstrations of an exchange of ideas and possibly even of goods at an aristocratic level. Weapons too, in particular the short swords and daggers of the Gola Seca region, have close affinities to those found in the region from Burgundy to southern Germany in the period from the 7th to the 5th centuries BC. Many similarities can be recognized among pottery types. Reciprocal influences can also be claimed based on the discovery, in the Transalpine area, of small trinkets such as bronze pendants common in the Gola Secan cultural zone, and we have already referred to the range of Gola Secan material found at the trading port of Bragnacerseone in the 5th century. Taken together, the evidence suggests that close links between the 2 zones were maintained for at least 3 centuries before 400 BC. It could be argued that the Gola Seca culture underwent a degree of Celticization during this period. The question at issue is the extent to which Celtic peoples from the north moved south to establish enclaves either among the Gola Secan communities or, more likely, beyond their southern border in land disputed by the advancing Etruscans. Some evidence for such groups has been claimed on the basis of weapon types found with burials at Cassola Valsenio near Bologna and at San Martino further to the southeast, both cemeteries being dated by Attic pottery to within the 5th century. Also of 5th century date are the famous grave stelae from Bologna depicting Celtic-style warriors in battle. While the evidence is not extensive, it does suggest the presence of warriors, adopting Transalpine weapon types and fighting methods, in the Po Valley by the 5th century. A closer reading of the classical texts may provide a further insight into the problem. Polybius, Hist 2:17, in a somewhat enigmatic sentence, speaks of Celts as neighbors to the Etruscans. Envying the beauty of the Etruscan territory, they gathered a great host and expelled the Etruscans from the valley of the Padus. This might suggest a phase of Celtic settlement preceding the main migration. In another passage, Livy, Hist 5:34, mentions that the invading Celts, having learnt that they were in what was known as the territory of the Insubres, the same name as one of the cantons of the Aedui, took it as a favorable omen and founded the town of Mediolanum. A possible implication of this is that the Insubres, who occupied the territory south of the Gola Seca culture just north of the Po at the time of the main migration, may have been a Celtic community long established in the region. Image 6.1 Stone funerary stela found at Bologna dating to the 5th century BC. The lowest panel shows a mounted Etruscan attacking a naked Celtic foot soldier. Museo Civico Archeologico, Bologna. The whole question of a pre-400 BC Celtic settlement in the Po Valley is impossible to resolve with certainty, though, on balance, the evidence would allow there to have been an early settlement of Celtic warrior groups in the frontier zone between the Gola Secan domain and the Etruscans. Such enclaves, perhaps encouraged to come initially as mercenaries by the Gola Secan communities, may have been numerous enough to have retained a degree of ethnic identity sufficient to have impressed the sources upon which Livy based his history. Their presence and links which they may have maintained with the homeland would have facilitated the massive influx which began about 400 BC. Image 6.2 The principal movements of the Celts, 400–270 Euro, BC. The initial settlement, c. 400 BC. Polybius provides an outline of the course of the migration. The lands near the Po were occupied by the Levi and Libicii, then came the Insubres, and, to the east of them, on the north bank of the river, settled the Cenomani. Further penetration eastwards was halted by the Veneti, a long-established indigenous tribe. South of the Po, in the west, close to the Apennines, the Inanes settled, with the Boii to the east and the Ling ones along the Adriatic coast. To the south of them, along the littoral, the Sen ones appropriated territory. Polybius mentions that at a later date the two largest tribes, the Insubres and the Boii, sent messages to tribes living about the Alps and on the Rhone calling for additional forces. These mercenary bands, called Geisati, arrived in formidable numbers furnished with a variety of armor. Polybius, Hist. 2:17, then goes on to provide a sketch of the life of the Celtic communities. They occupied open villages and lived simple lives following no pursuit other than war and agriculture. Wealth was measured in gold and cattle, which could be easily transported when they wandered from place to place and changed their dwelling as their fancy directed. Hospitality was important and a man's status was gauged by the size of his entourage of clients or companions in his wanderings. The entourage is often presented as a characteristic of Celtic warrior society by classical writers. Archaeological evidence for the Celtic settlement of the Po Valley is already considerable and is increasing rapidly. It is now possible to identify cultural differences reflecting different tribal groups. One notable characteristic, the prevalence of cremation among the Boii, serves both to distinguish them from other Celtic communities in the Po Valley and to link them to the Bohemian homeland from which they came. Boian inhumation burials generally lacked ankle rings and torques, while their arm rings were often arranged in a distinctive asymmetric way. These, too, are characteristics of contemporary communities in Bohemia. The burials of the Sen ones and Cenomani, on the other hand, reflect more closely styles already apparent in the Mon region. Distinctive belt hooks were found in both regions, females often wore torques, and arm rings were symmetrically arranged. Taken together, the evidence emerging for regional patterns and their transalpine parallels is beginning to offer a striking confirmation of the traditional account of the settlement. Image 6.3 The Celtic tribes of the Po Valley and the migration routes by which they arrived. The Ligurians and the Veneti were indigenous peoples. Image 6.4 Fragment of a stone frieze from Civitalba, Marches, Italy. The partial scene shows two fleeing Celts dropping spoils of war. Both are long-haired and naked apart from belts and cloaks, as the classical stereotype of the Celtic barbarian requires. The shields are typical of Celtic armor. Museo Archeologico Nazionale della Marche, Ancona, Italy. In their new homeland the Celtic communities came into close contact with Greco-Etruscan culture, and inevitably there was a degree of assimilation. This was most noticeable in the artistic field, where Celtic craftsmen began to incorporate new motifs into their decorative creations. The dissemination of Celtic items made in Italy, and quite possibly the movement of craftsmen to the Transalpine homelands introduced a new vitality to the now flourishing workshops of temperate Europe. Thus, through a different social mechanism the Greco-Etruscan world continued to influence the Transalpine communities. The Celtic homeland at the time of the migrations. In the 4th century two principal axes of communication existed between the Transalpine regions and the Po Valley, a western route funneling from the Seine, Marne, and Rhine, through the Great St. Bernard Pass, to the upper reaches of the valley and an eastern route from the upper Danube, and Bohemia beyond, via the river Inn and the eastern Alpine passes, to the lower reaches of the plain. It was along these traditional routes that the migrating bands most likely passed, drawing off surplus population from the Marne, Moselle, and Bohemian regions, where, as we have seen, the centers of innovation were developing at this time. Of the two reasons given by the classical writers for the folk movement, overpopulation and the law of southern luxuries, the first is more likely to have been the prime cause. An increase in population, especially in societies which had created warrior systems as an essential part of the social structure, would inevitably have led to instability. This could best have been alleviated by the reduction of population through migration. But the situation may have been more complicated. The warrior elites of the four core early Latin territories along the Loire, the Marne, the Moselle, and in Bohemia needed to maintain their status by acts of prowess and by their ability to command sizable entourages. One way this could be done was by leading a raid, which, if successful, would reward both the leader and his followers. This is the kind of system which Polybius recorded among the Cisalpine Celts. We have already seen that, within the northern peripheral zone, raiding may have developed to provide resources which the prestige goods system of the core needed to distribute to maintain itself. Once established, raiding may have become embedded in the social system of the early Latin periphery, generating a momentum of its own, particularly after the collapse of the West Hallstatt chiefdoms. In this way, one of the defining characteristics of Celtic society was created. In such a situation, the problem of a growing population could be dealt with in several ways. At its simplest, a small entourage under a leader could move out from the homeland to find a new ecological niche to occupy. A process such as this would have led to the establishment of enclaves of elite warriors, distant from the homeland, who might, at least for a generation or two, have retained their identity in an archaeologically visible form. It is possible that the clusters of early Latin vehicle burials along the Lower Seine, in the Ardennes and the Haine, and even the group of burials which emerged in Yorkshire may be a reflection of this kind of small-scale warrior exodus. At the other end of the scale, larger bands of roaming warriors having no particular territorial base may have come together under one or more charismatic leader. It is quite possible that the Geisati warriors who, according to Polybius, were available for hire and were decked out in a variety of armor and were to be found about the Alps and on the Rhone, were itinerant fighters of this kind. A growing population and rigid social constraints in the homelands could well have driven young men to leave home to swell their numbers. In such a turbulent and unstable situation, it would need only the decision on the part of one leader to take his entourage to the rich pickings of the south for the news to spread and others to follow, swelling the numbers to a migration and creating a momentum which drew in the ambitious young from distant regions. An escalating social upheaval of this kind could explain the apparently rapid movement of Celtic populations into the Po Valley. It might also have left traces in the home territories. The most convincing evidence for an exodus of population comes from the Marne region. A study of the rich burial data shows that during the 5th century a large stable population occupied the region, its elite buried in state with their two-wheeled vehicles and wine-drinking equipment. But sometime about 400 BC the population suddenly declined. Thereafter, only one major focus remained, in the Reims area, while much of the rest of the Champagne region appears to have been largely deserted. Taken at face value, the evidence suggests that a high proportion of the population may have moved out, leaving only one lineage to maintain a single power center. Much the same kind of evidence can be seen in the Rhineland. Although there was a marked degree of continuity between the distribution and range of burials from the 5th to the 4th centuries, a sharp reduction in the actual number of burials is recorded, particularly of warrior burials normally accompanied by swords. The evidence from Bohemia is rather less clear-cut, but a number of cemeteries came to an end at the end of the 5th century and elite burials disappeared. The archaeological data is therefore consistent with there having been a major social upheaval in Transalpine Europe at the time of the early migrations. From what has been said, it is reasonable to suppose that the four most developed centers of early Latin culture contributed to populations which made their way through the Alpine passes about 400 BC to set themselves up in the lush lands of the Po Valley. But the Celtic tribes Livy mentions by name as taking part were numerous. The names of many still appeared on the political map of Gaul sketched by Julius Caesar in the middle of the 1st century BC, being located within the broad territory stretching from the Marne south to the Massif central and from the Rhône to the Middle Loire Valley, the core of Caesar's Celtic zone of Gaul. While it might at first sight be tempting to suggest that it was from this huge territory that the migrating tribes came, tribal mobility in subsequent centuries is likely to have confused the picture. Indeed, it may be that many of the tribes encountered by Caesar in central Gaul arrived in their traditional territories at the time of the initial migrations as sectional groups splitting from diffuse migratory bands. The situation is likely to have been confused and the archaeological evidence is too ill-focused yet to throw much light on it. The Celts in Italy, 400 to 180 BC. The initial Celtic settlement of the Po Valley at the end of the 5th century brought the invaders hard up against the barrier of the Apennines, a barrier permeated by well-trodden routes linking the Etruscan-dominated north to the Etruscan homeland backing onto the Tyrrhenian Sea. Inevitably Celtic war bands were drawn southwards into the heart of Etruria. This occurred at the moment that Rome, expanding her power northwards, was taking over the old Etruscan cities one by one. The clash that followed is recorded in some detail by Polybius and by Livy, though offering slightly different chronologies. The first stage of the southern thrust brought the Celts to the Etruscan town of Clusium in 391 BC, where their principal demand was to be assigned land to settle. Roman ambassadors were sent to act on behalf of the city, but negotiations broke down and in the ensuing battle the ambassadors, in breach of accepted custom, joined in the MA with ~LA with copyright symbol E, one of them killing a Celtic warlord. The Celts' demand for recompense was ignored by the Roman authorities, thus hastening the next stage of the Celtic advance, the march on Rome. In July 390, Livy's date, Polybius says 386, at the Tiber tributary the Allia, the Roman army was destroyed and the city, all except the defended capital, fell. The sack of Rome was followed by months of uncertainty, with the Celtic warriors camped around the city growing increasingly restive as they suffered waves of disease. Eventually an agreement was reached and the Celts departed with £1,000 of gold given by the thankful Roman authorities. It is possible that news of aggressive moves by the Veneti on the eastern border of the Po Valley settlements may have encouraged their departure. A more likely explanation is that the rapid advance of 391 to 390 was little more than a series of exploratory raids from the home base north of the Apennines, and, with honor, curiosity, and the desire for spoils assuaged, the warring bands could return home satisfied. The devastating blow to Rome's power and authority was in part responsible for the unrest which gripped central Italy throughout the next half-century or so, during which time Celtic raids and Celtic mercenary forces made intermittent appearances, best understood as examples of the Celtic raiding practices described earlier in this chapter. Expeditions of this kind may have been constantly mounted by the tribes settled on the Apennine flank. The more ambitious and deep thrusting of these raids brought the Celts into episodic contact with Roman forces. Celtic mercenaries were an altogether different matter. Bands of Celtic warriors willing to fight were available for employment and were seen as a useful resource by aspiring tyrants. One such man was Dionysius of Syracuse, who, having gained control of the Etruscan port of Odria, established a colony further down the coast, at Ancona, in the territory occupied by the Senones. Ancona provided a convenient base from which to enlist Celtic mercenaries. An alliance was struck in 385, and one band of mercenaries, returning from action in southern Italy, joined Dionysius' naval expedition in an attack on the Etruscan port of Perge in 384 to 383. Thereafter Ancona continued to provide Dionysius and his son with mercenaries for 30 years. For the most part they served in Italy, but one force was transported to Greece in 367 to take part in the conflict of Sparta and her allies against Thebes. Livy also mentions the presence of Celtic armies in Apulia, one of which moved against Rome in 367. The fact that another attack came from the same area in 149 might suggest that there may have been a long-established Celtic enclave in the area, but there is little archaeological evidence for this, except for the rich grave of Canosa di Apulia with its extremely fine Celtic helmet dated to the late 4th century BC. By the 330s, Rome had recovered sufficiently to begin a new expansionist drive, and, to secure its northern frontier, a peace treaty was negotiated with the Senones in 334. The peace was short-lived and Celtic attacks became frequent and serious, but the situation was temporarily stabilized when, following a defeat of the Senones in 283, Rome founded a colony on the coast at Sena Gallica on the estuary of the river Misa. The Boii reacted by joining with the Etruscans in a move on Rome, but were defeated and cut to pieces near Lake Vadime. The peace treaty which the Boii were persuaded to sign with Rome was to last for 4 to 5 years. After the First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC, Rome's attention turned once more to the north, seen to be Rome's Achilles heel, and in 232 the territory of the Senones was confiscated and made over to Italian settlement. Further Roman activity in the western Apennines alarmed the neighboring Boii. Strengthened by a large force of Gaiseti, mercenary Celts from beyond the Alps, the Boii, the Insubres, and the Taurisi began a long march on Rome through Etruria. In 225 at Telamon on the Tyrrhenian coast they were caught between two Roman forces. Polybius' account of the battle, Hist. 2, 28-3, 10, provides a vivid impression of Celtic warfare. He describes how the Celtic army drew up its ranks to face the attacks coming from two directions, with the wagons and war chariots on both wings and their booty stacked well protected on a nearby hill. The Insubres and Boii wore their breeches and light cloaks, but the Gaiseti fought naked. The Romans were terrified by the fine order of the Celtic host and the dreadful din, for there were innumerable trumpeters and hornblowers and, the whole army were shouting their war cries at the same time. Very frightening too were the appearance and gestures of the naked warriors in front, all in the prime of life and finely built men, and all the leading companies richly adorned with gold torques and armlets. The Romans, impressed by the sight of the gold, took courage and battle commenced. Eventually Roman might prevailed and the Celtic force was destroyed. Estimates of numbers taking part in ancient battles are notoriously unreliable, but Polybius records that the Celtic force comprised 50,000 infantry and 20,000 horse and chariots. Of these about 40,000 were slain and 10,000 taken prisoner. It was a defeat on a grand scale. Thereafter Celtic attacks from the north were much reduced. The Roman triumph was quickly followed up with campaigns in Boian territory in 224 BC and among the Insubres in 222. The foundation of two Roman colonies in 218, among those friendly Cenomani who had taken no part in Telamon, marks a tightening of the Roman hold on the Celtic Cisalpine homeland. After the Second Punic War, 218 to 202, in which Celts had been employed by Hannibal as somewhat ineffective mercenaries, the Roman armies moved quickly to subjugate the Po Valley. The Cenomani who had been hostile to Rome made their peace in 197 BC, Como was taken in 196, and in 189 a colony was founded at Bononia, Bologna. As a result of these campaigns, many of the Boii decided to migrate northwards, back into Transalpine Europe. But Celtic migrations from the Transalpine region were not entirely at an end, for in 186 a Celtic horde including 12,000 fighting men moved through the Carnic Alps intending to plunder and settle. The Roman army intervened in 183. Those Celts who survived the confrontation were forced to return home. While not a major event in itself, it was a reminder to the Romans that history might repeat itself and that the only sure defense was the thorough Italianization of Cisalpine Gaul. The Danube corridor in the 5th and 4th centuries. The valley of the river Danube provided the principal corridor of communication between West-Central Europe and the East. At 2 points the valley is constricted by the proximity of mountain ranges. In the west, in the vicinity of modern Bratislava, the Western Carpathians on the north and the Alpine Burgenland on the south create a comparatively narrow gap, but east of this the landscape opens up into the Carpathian Basin, roughly equivalent to present-day Hungary and parts of Serbia, with the hilly countryside of Transdanubia to the west of the river and the flatter Great Hungarian Plain to the east. The eastern extremity of this huge and desirable territory is closed by the eastern Carpathian Mountains except where the river Danube has cut a deep gorge, the Iron Gates, now the border between Serbia and Romania. Culturally, the Carpathian Basin divides into two. The western zone from the Danube to the eastern fringes of the Alps was occupied by communities sharing in the generalized Hallstatt culture, while to the east, the Great Hungarian Plain was to become the home to the distinctive Vikazug group, closely related to the horse-riding Scythians of the east. It was into this huge Middle Danube territory that the Celtic tribes migrated. Image 6.5 Northern Italy in the 2nd century BC, at the time when the Celts were coming under pressure from the advancing Romans. The ancient authors, writing about the Celtic expansion, were broadly agreed that some part of the migration of c.400 BC moved eastwards. Geography dictates that the principal route used would have been along the Danube corridor, giving access to Moravia, Slovakia, and Hungary. Certainly by 335 BC Celtic groups are historically attested in the Balkans, and it is simplest to interpret them as settlers or raiders who had moved through the Middle Danube region, though an alternative view, that they may have been an offshoot of Celts moving eastwards via the Po Valley, should not be too readily rejected. The nature of the Celticization of the Carpathian Basin can be approached only through archaeological evidence, primarily the evidence of cemeteries. It is convenient to divide the material culture of the period into two horizons, the Vorduchkov, c.400 370-360 BC, and the Dutchkov, ma with tilde 1/4 in Singen, c.370-360, 300 BC, the latter being typified by distinctive brooch types found in a votive deposit at Dutchkov in Bohemia and at a prolific cemetery at ma with tilde 1/4 in Singen near Bern. It needs to be stressed at the outset that the movements of Celtic peoples throughout the Transalpine region in the 4th century are likely to have been highly complex, varying from large-scale folk migrations, at the one extreme, to the simple exchange of wives and warriors, at the other. Similarly, we must allow that some of the changes recognizable in the archaeological record need be nothing more than the adoption of new styles and new behavioral patterns by indigenous communities. An attempt to give historical meaning to these shades of cultural variation is a hazardous procedure. Having said this, however, certain broad interpretations seem valid. In Bohemia, for example, following the phase of migration, there are indications of new cultural infiltrations in the first part of the 4th century affecting northwestern, central, and eastern areas. A little later, at the end of the Vorduchkov phase, a more significant cultural change is apparent. It is at this time that the hilltop settlement of Zavist was destroyed and flat grave cemeteries, with a new range of grave goods, make a comparatively sudden appearance. Cultural similarities with material found in western Switzerland and Baden-Württemberg are generally taken to imply an immigrant warrior population moving in from the west to take up lands previously vacated by the move of the original Bohemian population to the south. In the Rhineland during the 4th century there is a noticeable reduction in the number of settlements and cemeteries. Some of these populations presumably traveled south into the Po Valley, but others may well have joined a general movement to the east to Bohemia and beyond. The 4th century sees the establishment of Celtic communities across a substantial and diverse territory comprising Moravia, Lower Austria, Western Hungary, and southwest Slovakia. The earliest settlements date to the first half of the 4th century, but a second phase, in the latter part of the century, can be distinguished, typified by the flat grave cemeteries, and characterized by a material culture closely similar to that found in the Bohemia, Bavaria region but with elements reflecting contacts further west in Switzerland, the Middle Rhine, and the Marne. This complex spread of Celtic culture, presumably reflecting successive movements of people, filled up the northern part of Transdanubia and extended to the northern fringes of the Great Hungarian Plain during the 4th century. There is some evidence to suggest that some Celtic settlers reached Transylvania, in the heart of modern Romania. Standing back from the detail of the Celtic expansion to the east, the general situation developing during the 4th century can be appreciated from Map 20 showing the European-wide spread of various early Latine groups dominated by the burial of warriors. It demonstrates, with great clarity, a degree of cultural uniformity brought about in this century of migration, extending from the Marne to Transylvania. Though there are distinct regional variations, it is reasonable to regard this uniformity as a cultural continuum through which ideas and people moved freely. The Celts in the Balkans and Greece in the 4th and 3rd centuries. Celtic war parties had penetrated the mountains of Illyria by the early 4th century BC and were in conflict with the Ardii of southern Dalmatia in 380. It was, however, the growing power of Macedon under Alexander the Great that occasioned the first recorded contacts between the Celtic and Macedonian leaders when, in 335 BC, Celtic emissaries from the Adriatic region visited the court of Alexander to negotiate a treaty of friendship and hospitality. Strabo's famous description of the event is worth repeating in full. The king received them kindly and asked them, when drinking, what it was that they most feared, thinking that they would say himself, but they replied they feared nothing except that the sky might fall on them, although indeed, they added, they put above everything else the friendship of such a man as he. G. 7. 3-8. The record of a second embassy, reported by the Greek historian Arrian, took place in 323 when a group of Celtic leaders visited Alexander, who was then in Babylon. It may well have been on this journey that the wealth of Asia Minor was noted for future reference. Little is heard of the Celts in Illyria for the next 50 years or so, but the fragmentation of Alexander's empire after his death, and the dissipation of the energy of the Macedonians in the political turmoil which followed, so weakened Macedonia and its Greek outpost that the southeast Balkans must have begun to look like an attractive prospect to the more energetic of the Celtic leaders based in Illyria and southern Pannonia. In 298 BC a force had ventured into Macedonia and Thrace under the war leader Symbols, but it met substantial resistance. In 280 another thrust was made, this time by Bulgios leading a Celtic and Thracian force. The leader of the Macedonians was killed and his head paraded on a Celtic spear. Whether or not these were exploratory expeditions designed to pave the way for the massive folk movement which was to follow or were skirmishes caused by a build-up of population in the Celtic homeland in southern Pannonia is impossible to judge. One further possibility which has to be borne in mind is that the Romans were at this time moving against the Senones on the Adriatic coast of Italy, winning two decisive battles in 295 and 283. The disruption caused by the Roman aggression may well have encouraged groups of Celts from the Po Valley to move eastwards through Slovenia to seek new land, swelling the numbers of dislocated warriors. Matters seem to have come to a head in 279 BC. In the previous year, while Bulgios was involved in Macedonia, some Celtic groups, led by Kerethrios, had been operating in Thrace and others under Brenos and Akikorios were in Paeonia. Bulgios' victory over the Macedonian army opened the way for a more concerted thrust to the southeast. The onslaught was headed by Brenos moving southwards from central Bulgaria. An account of what followed was provided by Pausanias, a 2nd century writer who seems to have made use of an earlier, now lost, history compiled by Hieronymus of Cardia. Allowing for the potential inaccuracies and bias of the sources, the main events are tolerably clear. The law, says Pausanias, was the wealth of the Greek states and the even greater wealth in the sanctuaries including votive offerings and coined silver and gold. This is not an unreasonable assumption, but his estimate of the size of the Celtic force, 152,000 infantry and 20,400 horse, is likely to be an exaggeration. At an early stage in the advance there was discord, and, according to Livy, some 20,000 men led by Leonorios and Lutorios moved off on their own, eventually settling in Asia Minor. The remainder under Brenos and Akikorios first suffered heavy losses against a Macedonian force before continuing southwards to enter Greece through the pass of Thermopylae. Thermopylae was well defended by the Greeks, but, by splitting forces in an outflanking movement, the Celts overcame the opposition, though not without considerable losses. Not pausing for the troops commanded by Akikorios to join him, or even to bury his own dead, Brenos pushed on towards Delphi. What actually happened then is unclear. One tradition records that the sanctuary was pillaged, some of the treasure obtained eventually ending up in the sacred enclosures of the Volcae Tecticiges at Tolosa, Toulouse, where it was appropriated by the Roman commander Scipio in 106 BC. According to the Greek tradition, on the other hand, the presiding deity, Apollo, came to the defense of the sanctuary. Thunder and lightning accompanied by earthquakes caused rocks to roll down from the heights onto the discouraged Celts, while the Phocians, used to the stark and sudden nature of the countryside, employed guerrilla tactics in attacking the Celtic rear. It may have been these events, combined perhaps with news that a large part of the force led by Acicorios had been left to guard baggage and spoil at Heraclea, while the remainder had been attacked by the Aetolians and Phocians who had captured their supplies, that thoroughly disheartened the forces of Brenos. In the event, after the wounded had been put to death, the retreat began. In the night of panic which followed, fighting broke out among the Celts, and the next day constant Phocian sniping prevented the forage parties from collecting the necessary food. Eventually the two Celtic armies were reunited, but such was the effectiveness of the growing Greek opposition that Brenos, who had been wounded, succumbed to the despair of a failed leader and committed suicide, either by drinking undiluted wine or by some other means when drunk, depending upon the source. The remaining force retreated through Spacheos, where the Salians and Marlians were waiting to fall on them in retribution for the brutalities which the Celts had inflicted on the local population on their way south to Delphi. The depletion of the Celtic force must have been considerable, but it was surely an exaggeration of Pausanias to say that hardly one escaped safely from Greece. The thrust into Greece and the subsequent retreat probably took place within the single year 279 BC. It seems to have been no more than a raid designed to obtain treasure. What distinguishes the attack on Delphi is that the Celts had chosen to move against illiterate people who could record events and present them according to their own concepts of history. Thus the event survives as a story of great brutality and heroism. While a notable episode in the history of the Celtic expansion, it may have been no more significant than many such events for which no written records exist. It is a sobering fact that, had we to rely entirely on the archaeological evidence, no trace of the advances and retreats of 279 would have been suspected. Map 21. Whatever the effectiveness or otherwise of the raid in gaining spoils, the event was celebrated at Delphi by a regular four-yearly festival of salvation, the Soteria. In the immediate aftermath, some part of the Celtic force seems to have moved back northwards to the middle Danube valley, contributing to the large tribal complex which gelled there to become the Scordisci. Others, according to Polybius, moved eastwards through Thrace and carved out for themselves a territory around Tylis, which became the capital. Here they were well placed to demand, and receive, regular protection money from Byzantium until the enclave was eventually annihilated by the Thracians c.212 BC. Another band under Corethrios was defeated by Antigonos Gonatas in 278–277 at Lysimachia. Of the rest, many will have stayed in Greece and Macedonia to serve as mercenaries, where there was ample employment to be had. Some were active in the army of Antigonos in 274, and their shields were among the trophies of victory dedicated in the temple of Athena Aetomia near Larissa following Antigonos' defeat by Pyrrhus. Another, very considerable force was invited to cross the Hellespont into Asia Minor to fight in the army of Nicomedes of Bithynia in 278. Their passage opens up a new chapter in Celtic history. The Celts in Asia Minor, 3rd century BC to 4th century AD. The Celts who crossed the narrow strip of water between Europe and Asia were a varied group comprising three separate tribes, the Telistobogii, the Tecticiges, and the Trochmi. They had separated from the main force which attacked Delphi and were led by Leonorios and Lutorios. What is particularly interesting is that half their total number of 20,000 were non-combatants, the women, the children, and the aged. This suggests that, unlike the warriors who chose to follow Brenos on his raid, the groups who stayed with Leonorios and Lutorios were migrant populations in search of new land to settle. In Asia Minor, the various Celtic groups were referred to collectively as Galatians, and their history was recorded in the lost books of Demetrios of Byzantium, which probably served as the source used by Polybius and Livy. Nicomedes employed the Celts in his conflict with Antiochos I, settling them in disputed territory between his own kingdom of Bithynia and that ruled by Antiochos. The period of instability which followed culminated in the defeat of the Celts in 275 to 274 BC in the famous elephant battle in which Antiochus used elephants to overwhelm his enemy. Thereafter the Celts were moved to a barren highland area flanking the Harleys. From here, for the next 4 to 5 years or so, they became a scourge to the surrounding cities, organizing frequent raids from their home base particularly against the rich Hellenized cities, where plunder or bribes could easily be had. According to Livy, each of the 3 Galatian tribes had their own territory to raid. The Telistobogii raided Aeolus, the Trochmi focused on the Hellespont, while the Tecticiges regarded inland Asia Minor as their sphere of activity. Eventually an alliance with Mithridates I of Pontus encouraged them to move to a new land around Ancyra, Ankara. From the middle of the 3rd century the Celtic raids against the cities of the Aegean coastal area began to intensify, and Eumenes I of Pergamum, 263 to 241 BC, now the prime power in the west, decided to buy them off. His successor, Attalus I, 241 to 197 BC, however, chose instead to stand his ground, eventually winning a decisive battle at the springs of Caicos about 233 BC. It was to celebrate this victory that a monument was erected on the Acropolis of Pergamum, some statues of which survive in Roman copies, the most famous being the Dying Gaul, above, p.a. In the latter part of the 3rd century Celts were used extensively as mercenaries in the armies of the Seleucid and Ptolemaic rulers, though from the fragmentary accounts that survive they appear to have been unruly and somewhat unreliable. One group who became demoralized at an eclipse of the moon had to be sent back with their wives and children to the Hellespont in case they had decided to change sides. The incident is interesting, because it shows that fresh groups of mercenaries were still arriving from Europe. It was during this period that Celtic warriors were in action as far afield as Egypt. In 218 Attalus II employed a Celtic tribe from Europe, the Aegosiges, to take part in his campaigns in Aeolus and Phrygia, and afterwards gave them land on the borders of Phrygia, from where, at their own initiative, they began to carry out extensive raids until the entire tribe was slaughtered by Prusias of Bithynia in 217. In 191 BC the Romans were drawn into the political turmoil of Asia Minor as allies of Pergamum against the Seleucid king Antiochus III. At Magnesia, in 190, the Seleucid army, together with its Galatian mercenaries, was soundly defeated by a combined Roman and Pergamene force, and the next year the new Roman commander Cn. Manlius Vulso set out for central Anatolia to deal with the Galatians in their home territory. In preparation for the onslaught the Telistobogii and the fighting men of the Trochmi rallied at Mount Olympus, 3 days' travel west of Ancyra, while the Tecticiges and the families of the Trochmi made for Mount Magarbad just east of Ancyra. In a lightning strike Manlius defeated first the Telistobogii and the Trochmi, selling those he captured, 40,000 men, women, and children, as slaves. He then moved quickly on to defeat the Tecticiges. In the peace which was concluded, the Galatians agreed to stop all raids in the western parts of Asia Minor. Apart from an abortive attempt by Ortigon, the Telistobogian chief, to unite Galatia in a war on Pergamum, comparative peace prevailed, the Romans ensuring that the Galatians remained free from Pergamene control. However, in 167 the Galatian attacks began again and Eumenes II was forced to engage in vigorous campaigns against them. 2 years later a new peace treaty was agreed. Image 6.6 The Celts in Asia Minor, showing the principal areas of settlement and the sites of the major conflicts. The Pergamene victory was widely celebrated. At Pergamum a great sculptured frieze was added to the altar of Zeus, while on the Athenian Acropolis a victory monument was dedicated by the Pergamenes proclaiming, in sculptured allegory, that the rulers of Pergamum, like the Greeks, were the saviors of the civilized world, CPPA Euro 6-9. Thereafter raiding, so necessary for the maintenance of Celtic society, was deflected away from the territory controlled by the Western powers towards other states. Cappadocia was first to suffer and later Pontus, but gradually the Celtic communities, known universally as the Galatians, absorbed the ways of Greece and Rome and of their Asiatic neighbors. When, in the middle of the 1st century AD, the Christian apostle Paul wrote his letter to the Galatians, he treated them no differently from any other community in the now Roman world. A sense of ethnic identity, perhaps earlier fostered by the practice of raiding, is implied by the widespread use of the name Galatian, which reflects the deep-rooted strength of Celtic traditions. An even more impressive reminder of this is the persistence of their language. When, in the 4th century AD, Saint Jerome offered the observation that the language used by the Galatians around Ancyra was similar to that he had heard among the Treveri at Trier, he was recognizing, though perhaps with the hindsight of a historian, the Celtic ancestry of both people. The North Pontic regions in the 4th and 3rd centuries. The North Pontic region, lying both east and west of the Sea of Azov in the basin of the Kuban River, has yielded an array of artifacts which can be regarded as Celtic. Celtic-style weapons, such as shields and anthropomorphic hilt swords, are also depicted on coins minted in the Bosporus in the second half of the 3rd century, map 22. Also relevant are a number of Etruscan helmets found in Sarmatian graves, the manufacture of which can be dated to before the middle of the 3rd century. Other finds include a Latine iron sword from Neapolis, a Celtic helmet from Boykopanura in the Krasnodar region, which has close similarities to helmets from Slovenia, and horse gear of Bohemian type from a grave at Majevka. To suggest a historical context for these finds presents some difficulties. One possibility is that some of the items were introduced by the Celtic mercenaries from Asia Minor who are recorded to have served in the campaigns of Mithridates VI around the northern shores of the Black Sea in 63 BC, but many of the finds are significantly earlier and require a different explanation. It is possible, therefore, that they reflect a separate incursion from the Balkans or from Transylvania at the height of the migrations. European Celts in the 3rd and 2nd centuries. In the aftermath of the Celtic expulsion from Greece, there appears to have been a period of some turmoil among the Celtic communities roaming southeastern Europe. Historical sources are few and vague. One thread which can be distinguished suggests that a returning group led by Bathanatos finally settled in the middle Danube region at the confluence of the Sava, Drava, and Danube, whence they had originally come, creating an extensive confederation, thereafter known as the Scordisci. They formed the southernmost extremity of what can be regarded as the settled core of Celtic Europe. Over succeeding centuries, the Scordisci were responsible for intermittent raiding against neighboring Macedonia and Greece. To the north of the Scordisci, in Transdanubia and the Great Hungarian Plain, the 3rd century BC saw a steady increase in the number and density of Latine settlements and cemeteries resulting from the arrival of Celts from the north as well as groups returning from the southeast. It is tempting to see the Greek bronze cantharos found at Sob in Hungary, which has its closest parallels to one found at Galaxide near Delphi, as a trophy brought back from the campaigns. The tribal configuration is not clear, but much of Transdanubia was in the hands of the Taurici. The Volcae tectosages are also mentioned, and it is possible that the Boii were establishing some enclaves in the north. In the Great Hungarian Plain, the burials of the native Sigini continued until the mid-3rd century, but thereafter Latine influence becomes more apparent, possibly as a result of the settlement of infiltrating Celtic groups, and it is in this period that some of the Latine cemeteries extending from the Hungarian border into Transylvania began to develop. Taken together, the archaeological evidence suggests that the broad swathe of territory stretching from the eastern fringes of the Alps to Transylvania was rapidly becoming Celticized. It was in this zone that the classic Latine styles and the artistic concepts of indigenous peoples rooted in an Eastern tradition of animal art interacted to create an Eastern Latine art distinct from that evolving in the West. Image 6.7 Greek bronze cantharos of the late 4th century BC found at Sob, Pest, Hungary. It is very similar to vessels found in the vicinity of Delphi and may possibly have been among the spoils from the attack on the sanctuary. Magyar Nemzeti Museum, Budapest. The distribution of Latine material extends northward from the Sudan Mountains into southern Poland, suggesting that migrant populations may have moved northwards from northern Bohemia in the late 4th and early 3rd centuries to settle in Lower Silesia in the present region of Roka AW, with ring above Awar, and Strezalin, where cemeteries, presumably indicating the distribution of settlements, are found occupying the most fertile lands. In Upper Silesia, in the valleys of the rivers Sina and Troja, the initial Latine settlement is a little later, dating to the second half of the 3rd century, and may have resulted from the movement of peoples from Moravia. Both communities were ideally located to command trade in desirable commodities, such as amber, furs, wax, salt, and graphite, acquired from the North European zone for exchange with the communities of the south, where such materials were in demand. The possibility that some Celtic groups from the Balkans may have moved westwards through Europe and settled in the west is suggested by archaeological and literary evidence. In the Mourne region, for example, a new range of warrior burials accompanied by well-furnished female graves makes a sudden appearance towards the middle of the 3rd century. New cemeteries were established, old burial sites were reused, and land long abandoned was reoccupied. The implication is that new Celtic groups had moved into the Champagne region to augment the thinly scattered indigenous Celtic population. That these new settlers may have come from the Carpathian Basin is suggested by similarities in dress between the two areas, in particular the use of anklets by women, and by the prevalence of small funerary enclosures of Eastern type which now appear for the first time. In southern Gaul there is also evidence suggestive of an influx of new people from the Danube region. The southern Gaulish historian Pompeius Trogus, quoted by Justinus, records that a number of the Tecticiges who were involved in the retreat from Greece moved west, eventually to settle in the vicinity of Toulouse, bringing with them treasure from the sack of Delphi, which they deposited in sacred lakes. When, in 106 BC, Scipio was sent in charge of a Roman force to put down a revolt among the Volcae and Tecticiges, he had the lakes drained and the treasure seized with the intention of keeping it for himself. The later disasters that befell him were believed by Strabo and Justinus to have been the result of Apollo's wrath, the god angered that the sacred treasures of Delphi were again disturbed. Image 6.8, above, gold talk from Fenouillet, Haute-Garonne, France. 3rd century BC. The elaborate style of decoration, typical of talks from southwestern France, may have been introduced from the Middle Danube region, perhaps by migrating bands. Musa copyright symbol E. Saint Raymond, Toulouse. Some potential archaeological confirmation for this suggested influx is to be found in the sudden appearance of Latine material in the Languedoc region and in the Garonne Valley. From the early 3rd century, a high percentage of the burials around the hilltop settlement of Ensa copyright symbol rune, near Bié with tilde copyright symbol Zeus, contain Celtic warrior gear, including swords, spears, chain mail, and shields. Although some Latine material is found in earlier contexts, this sudden appearance of warrior panoply may indicate more than just trade. Further west in the Garonne Valley, in the general region of Toulouse, highly decorated gold torques and armlets made their appearance in the 3rd century, many being deposited in hoards such as those at Fenouillet and Las Graces. Stylistically they can be compared to items found in the Danube region. Although the quantity found suggests local manufacture, the strong possibility is that they were made by migrant craftsmen coming from the east. The 3rd century was evidently a time of great mobility in Celtic Europe when coherent groups of people moved vast distances and were frequently able to maintain their ethnic identity. The extent of flux and ferment is only dimly recognizable in the works of the ancient historians, while the archaeological evidence, as is so often the case, is ambiguous and open to a variety of interpretations. Yet the huge sweeps of territory over which a distinctive Latine culture spread in the 3rd century, together with the similarity of artistic style and behavior represented in grave goods and burial practice, are a dramatic demonstration of a fluidity of ideas caused in no small part by a highly mobile population. Image 6.9, opposite, gold talk from Gagis, Vojvodina, Croatia. 3rd century BC. The style is very similar to those found in southwestern France. Magyar Nemzeti Museum, Budapest. The mechanisms of movement. To understand the nature of the motivation behind this remarkable phase of migration, it is necessary to return to the phenomenon of the raid. For a Celt to enhance his status, it was necessary to demonstrate an ability to lead a band of followers and thus to create the opportunity for both acts of valor and the acquisition of booty, which could be distributed in displays of largesse. We have seen how the socio-economic system at the end of the Hallstatt period presented a situation in which the raid could develop, but in all probability it was endemic throughout Europe over a long period, rising to prominence from time to time as conditions demanded. Late Bronze Age Greece, manifest in Mycenaean culture and reflected in the Homeric literature, provides one such example. Once the raid had become an established part of the social system, the imperative to raid intensified. A successful raid generating spoils to distribute would have enhanced the reputation of the leader, thereby encouraging more followers to join him. His next raid had to be more ambitious to satisfy everyone's expectations. Younger men aspiring to power would then compete with expeditions of their own, and so the violence escalated. Once in motion, it is easy to see how the system would grow, and once limited raids on neighboring tribes would give way to more adventurous expeditions lasting for much longer periods, until raiding bands might expect to be away from home for months at a time. The ultimate development of such a trajectory would be the mercenary band, its leader being prepared to serve in the cause of a patron of high status. The imperative to raid became central to the maintenance of Celtic social order. It is against this background that the long periods of raiding, from Cisalpine Gaul into Italy, from the Middle Danube into Macedonia and Greece, and from central Anatolia to the Aegean coasts, must be seen. The mobility embedded in the system encouraged entire populations to move on those occasions when the territory became too constricted either for the population to grow or to provide suitable marcher zones for small-scale military activity. The situation is vividly demonstrated in one of the last and most fully documented migrations, that of the Helvetii in 59 and 58 BC. Although we see the situation develop only in the words which Julius Caesar chooses to provide, De Bello Gallico 1, his account contains a ring of truth. The Helvetii lived in Switzerland hemmed in by mountains and the Rhine. These geographical features meant that they could not range over a wide area and had greater difficulty in making war on neighboring tribes. Since the Helvetii enjoyed fighting, they bitterly resented the restrictions. They considered that the territory they had did not match the size of their population or its reputation for bravery in war. It was too small. De Bello Gallico 1, 2. Caesar goes on to describe the preparations for migration, the buying of draft animals and wagons, the sowing of as much land as possible to provide food for the journey, and the establishment of diplomatic relations with neighbors through whose territories they wished to travel. They thought 2 years would be enough for completing their preparations and passed a law declaring that they would set out on the 3rd. When they were ready to start the migration, they set fire to their 12 oppida and 400 villages as well as the surplus grain to prevent any possibility of return and, with several like-minded neighboring tribes, they set off for a new territory on the Atlantic coast of Gaul. Their march was intercepted by Caesar, who, with massive force, stopped the advance and drove the remnants to return home, except for the boy, who were invited to settle in the territory of the Aedui. Caesar claims to have found documents in the Helvetian camp listing, in Greek, the migrants, distinguishing them by tribe and by gender and age. In total there were 368,000, 263,000 Helvetii, 36,000 Tulingi, 14,000 Letovici, 23,000 Rorici, and 32,000 Boii. Of these 92,000 were armed. After the battle those forced to return numbered only 110,000. How reliable these figures are will remain unknown, but at the very least Caesar's account gives some idea of the reasons, magnitude, and organization of a Celtic folk movement. Image 6.10 The Raid. A diagram to illustrate the dynamics of the raid as an integral part of the Celtic social system. Competitive emulation among aspiring leaders will have created a situation in which raiding might escalate. Mercenary activity and migration are extreme manifestations of the same system. 7. The communities of the Atlantic Facade. The frenetic mobility which gripped much of Europe in the second half of the first millennium, especially the interaction of the Greek and Roman world with their northern neighbors, the Celts, is well recorded in contemporary texts and is given a visible reality by a wealth of archaeological evidence. The 4th to 2nd centuries BC were a time of large-scale folk movement which involved Celtic tribes moving from their west-central European homelands southwards into the Po Valley and the Italian peninsula and eastwards through Central Europe to Greece and the Balkans, with some reaching Asia Minor. Inevitably, the classical sources emphasize the folk movements which directly affected their own interests, but this does not mean that other movements to the west did not occur. Indeed, Chapter 1 has described how it was believed for a long time that mass folk movements from West-Central Europe, at some time in the period 1000 to 250 BC, introduced Celtic culture and language to Iberia, western France, Britain, and Ireland. Whether it involved one or many incursions and at what dates the supposed incomings took place were hotly debated. Not until the 1960s did archaeologists begin to argue that the evidence failed to support these migrationist hypotheses and they were widely rejected. Yet the first millennium BC was a period of intense mobility, and it would be surprising if it had not impacted in some way on the Atlantic zone, albeit in the form of small-scale movements of families or simply of enhanced mobility involving wandering craftsmen and traders. The beginning of Mediterranean interest in the Far West. In Chapter 2 we saw that the Phoenicians began to develop a commercial interest in the Atlantic coast of Iberia as early as the 10th century, and this was to last well into Carthaginian times. These entrepreneurs were spurred on by a desire to acquire various kinds of metal, copper, gold, and tin extracted from the rich pyrite zone of western Iberia. The Aura Maritima, above, p.a. 75, refers to this trade, describing its center as the Estrymnides, islands rich in the mining of tin and lead. A vigorous tribe lives here, proud-spirited, energetic and skillful. On all the ridges trade is carried on. The account goes on to mention the use of native boats made of leather hides sewn together. The exact location of the Estrymnides has been much discussed, but it would seem simplest to equate the region with the rear coastline of Galicia in northwest Iberia, in the vicinity of which tin occurs in abundance. If this reading of the Aura Maritima is correct, there is no reason to suppose the Phoenicians penetrated further north than Galicia, an observation strongly supported by the archaeological evidence. Sometime in the 5th century a Carthaginian, Himilco, explored the Atlantic out from Europe. There is no record of his itinerary, but it is possible that the months spent at sea were in an attempt to cross the Atlantic. The developing Carthaginian involvement in southern Iberia and the Atlantic discouraged Greek ships' masters from sailing through the Strait of Gibraltar to reach the Iberian metal resources. But tin was much in demand and had to be sourced. This may have been the economic imperative that drove the Massiliot explorer Pytheas to make his epic journey to the northern part of the Atlantic zone about 320 BC, a venture described in his On the Ocean. The work no longer survives but was quoted by his contemporaries and by later writers, providing some indication of the route he took. The simplest reconstruction of his itinerary is that he followed the long-established trade route from the Mediterranean via the river Aude, then crossing inland to the upper reaches of the Garonne and thereafter keeping to the river until he reached the Gironde estuary. There he picked up the first of many local boats for his journey north, visiting Brittany and southwest Britain before circumnavigating the island. It is even possible that he visited the amber-producing shores of Jutland and perhaps even Iceland before retracing his steps home. Pytheas' first stop in Britain was probably Belerion, the Land's End Peninsula, and it was here that he visited the tin market held on the offshore island of Ichthys. Scraps of the story are recorded much later by Pliny, quoting the Sicilian historian Timaeus, who was a contemporary of Pytheas and used his work extensively. Pliny refers to the Britons' use of boats of wickerwork covered with hide to transport the tin. A further description is preserved by Diodorus Siculus, whose ultimate source may also have been Pytheas. Image 7.1 By the 4th century BC the Mediterranean states had developed trade routes to the Atlantic to acquire tin. The Phoenicians and Carthaginians exploited Galician tin, while the Massiliot Greeks used the cross-peninsula route to access the tin resources of Armorica and southwestern Britain. The inhabitants of Britain who live on the promontory called Belerion are especially friendly to strangers and have adopted a civilized way of life because of their interaction with traders and other people. It is they who work the tin, treating the layer which contains it in an ingenious way. This layer, being like rock, contains earthy seams, and in them the workers quarry the ore, which they then melt down to clean from its impurities. Then they work the tin into pieces the size of knuckle bones and convey it to an island which lies off Britain, called Ictus, for at the ebb time the space between this island and the mainland becomes dry, and they can take the tin in large quantities over to the island on their wagons. And a peculiar thing happens in the case of the neighbouring islands which lie between Europe and Britain, for at flood tide the passage between them and the mainland runs full and they have the appearance of islands, but at ebb tide the sea recedes and leaves dry a large space, and at that time they look like peninsulas. On the island of Ictus the merchants buy the tin from the natives and carry it from there across the Strait of Galatea, the Channel, and finally making their way on foot through Gaul for some 30 days, they bring the goods on horseback to the mouth of the Rhone. Hist 5, 1-4. It is not immediately clear which route was being used, but the general assumption is that the tin was shipped either to the mouth of the Loire, where the port of Corbelow was said to be located, or to the Garonne. Both estuaries, Strabo tells us, were ports of embarkation frequently used for journeys to Britain. The tin trade described by the ancient sources is simply a development of the long-established Atlantic exchange network, but specifically geared to supply the needs of the Greek communities in the Mediterranean. There is little direct archaeological trace of it, but some of a scatter of Greek coins found in western France and Britain may have arrived at this time. The extent and vitality of the broader Atlantic network is reflected in the distribution of other artifacts. 2 small bronze figurines, one from Sligo in Ireland, the other from Aust in the Severn estuary, may have been imports emanating ultimately from southern Iberia, while fibulae from Mount Batten in Devon and Harlyn Bay in Cornwall display a close similarity to types manufactured in Aquitania and the Garonne estuary region. By the 4th century BC, then, the Mediterranean states had insinuated themselves into the Atlantic networks. While the Phoenician world acquired its metals, especially the all-important tin, from Galatia by sea via the Strait of Gibraltar, the Greek world got its supplies by a combination of sea and overland haulage from the metal-rich zone of southern Ireland, Cornwall, and Brittany. Image 7.2 A small bronze figure identified as coming from Sligo in Ireland, considered to be an import from Iberia dating to the 4th to 1st centuries BC. National Museum of Ireland, Dublin. Image 7.2b Small bronze figure found at Aust, Gloucestershire, England. The style of the figure is Iberian, the closest parallels coming from Andaluca, dating to the 4th or 3rd century BC. The Aust figure may have arrived in Britain via the Atlantic trading systems. Bristol City Museum and Art Gallery. The tin route served the Mediterranean world well and was probably left in the hands of native middlemen until the Romans had firmly established themselves in Iberia and southern Gaul towards the end of the 2nd century BC, when new commercial pressures began to take over and exploration began in earnest. The first man known to have penetrated the old trade routes after Pytheas was the historian Polybius, who made journeys through Africa, Spain, and Gaul and voyages on the seas that lie on the farther side of these countries. He may have reached the port of Corbelow on the Loire estuary, but this is not certain. A little later, between 96 and 93 BC, the proconsul of Hispania Ulterior, P. Licinius Crassus, campaigned along the Atlantic coast of Iberia to consolidate the route to the Galician tin supplies. Controlling the west had become an imperative. For decades later Caesar had conquered Galatia and now opened up the whole of Gaul. The westward expansion of Latin culture. In the restless mobility of the early Latin period, aspects of the elite culture of the Latin heartland, the Mid-Loire, Marne, Moselle, and Bohemia, spread westwards to the extremities of the Atlantic zone. By what processes this spread took place is difficult to say, but most likely it was through systems of elite gift exchange, with weapons and other items of prestige being offered in return for metals. The exotic nature of these imports stimulated the local craftsmen, and production in consequence increased. In Brittany this process had already begun in the Hallstatt D period, above, ppA Euro, 86-8. Once underway, the connectivity was maintained throughout the early Latin period. The intensity, and indeed the nature, of the contacts are difficult to characterize, But the remarkable ceramic art of Armorica in the 4th century is witness to the willingness and ability of local potters to accept the most up-to-date ideas developed by metalworking craftsmen in the Marne and Moselle regions. The inspiration which the potters received would almost certainly have been through the medium of imported metalwork. Of this virtually nothing has survived in the archaeological record except the fragment of a helmet found at the sanctuary of Trenowen, but it is possible that another metal helmet, which was eventually deposited in a kist burial in Wales at Cerrig Wydrudion, had also passed through Brittany. Trenowen has in addition produced the only early Latine swords so far found in Brittany. Northern France, the Low Countries, and Britain received a flow of goods throughout the early Latine period. The rite of elite burial distinguished by two-wheeled vehicles, frequent in the Marne and Moselle regions in the late 5th century, was adopted in 4 peripheral areas: the Lower Seine Valley, the Ardennes, the Haine, and Yorkshire. By what means the idea spread is difficult to say. A population movement is one possibility, but the evidence could equally well be explained by supposing that local elites with access to knowledge of vehicle burial, and possibly the vehicles themselves, delivered as diplomatic gifts, simply adopted the fashion. Once established, it would have generated its own momentum. Other gifts that passed through the exchange network included daggers, swords, shields, and spears, as well as trinkets such as fibulae. All were copied by native craftsmen and accepted into the local repertoire. The distribution of these early Latine items reflects the continuation of the systems of connectivity that had been established in the preceding Hallstatt period. In other words, the networks of contact linking northern France, the Low Countries, and Britain continued with little change over a period spanning the 6th to 4th centuries. Thus the British craftsmen who in the 6th century began to modify imported Hallstatt daggers, and were the successors of the makers of British Hallstatt sea swords, were themselves succeeded by craftsmen who responded to new styles of Latine daggers arriving on the island through exchanges. For Ireland during this time, the archaeological evidence suggests an altogether different picture. In the Hallstatt period, it is apparent that the island played a significant part in the exchange networks which bound the Atlantic communities together, in the process receiving an inflow of elite items from West Central Europe. The fact that Ireland is specifically named in the Aura Maritima is an indication of its prominence. But from the beginning of the 6th century until the end of the 3rd century BC, there is little trace of any contact with continental developments, and indeed the dendrochronological evidence shows that over large areas forests were regenerating, an observation suggestive of a decline in population. After the 6th century, Ireland seems to have become a backwater for several centuries. The folk movements which were underway by the beginning of the 4th century in West Central Europe disrupted the long-established networks of exchange which had developed throughout Europe. In Brittany, northwestern France, the Low Countries, and Britain, there is a marked diminution in the volume of centrally produced goods and ideas absorbed into local repertoires. Each of the regions developed its own distinctive culture in relative isolation, and it is not until the late 3rd century that extensive networks of exchange begin to develop once more. Meanwhile in Iberia. From the 6th century BC, the Iberian culture of the south and east of the peninsula developed the attributes of a state or a series of small states and increasingly became part of the broader Mediterranean. Phoenician, and later Carthaginian, influence in the south grew, while in the east the coastal polities benefited from close trading contacts with the Greek cities established around the Gulf du Lion, a fact amply demonstrated by the large quantities of Greek pottery now reaching the peninsula. Inland, the Celtiberian tribes continued to develop their distinctive warrior aristocratic culture in relative isolation, profiting from their central position between the metal-rich Atlantic zone and the Mediterranean markets. It was from their Iberian neighbors that in the 4th century they learned the technology for turning pottery on the wheel and for making rotary querns to mill their grain. A century later, a Celtiberian script had been developed deriving largely from that of coastal Iberia. Celtiberian culture received some influences from the Latine cultural zone. A scatter of Latine artifacts have been found, most notably a collection of 3rd century weapons from a burial at Quintanas de Gormaz, which included a scabbard decorated with dragon pears. This array of material shows that contacts existed with communities north of the Pyrenees, but it need not imply anything more than processes of gift exchange. Nor does the adoption of the torque as an item of prestige display mean more than a sharing of belief or value systems. The silver torques of the Meseta and the gold torques of the Northwest are distinctively Celtiberian in style, as are the widely distributed horse and rider fibulae. Image 7.3 Antennae hilts sword of the 3rd to 2nd century from Villanueva de Tiba, Burgos. Museo de Burgos, Spain. Image 7.4, above, gold torque of the 4th to 2nd centuries BC from Vilos Boas, Portugal. Museu Nacional de Arqueologia, Lisbon. Image 7.5 horse brooches with or without a rider are found in the Celtiberian region in the 4th to 2nd centuries. This example is from Lancia, Leon. Museo Arqueológico Nacional, Madrid. The possibility that groups of Latin Celts may have moved south into Celtiberian lands, as raiders, settlers, or mercenaries, cannot, however, be ruled out. Celtic war bands may have attached themselves to the incursion of the Cimbri in 104 BC, and Caesar specifically mentions the arrival in Lerida, in 49 BC, of 6,000 Gauls, including Gallic cavalry, Ruthenian archers, and their families. The contribution of these and other possible intruders to Celtiberian culture seems, however, to have been minimal. Image 7.6 Distribution of horseman fibulae, typical of the Celtiberian area of Spain. The style is local, but the basic structure of the brooch is found throughout much of Western Europe. From its homeland in the northeast of the peninsula, Celtiberian culture spread to many other areas of the country. Archaeological evidence from grave finds suggests an extension westwards to the territory of the Vettones in the 5th century BC, and to Extremadura and the far west, where Celtius was used to indicate ethnic origin. According to Pliny, some Celtiberians from this region moved south to settle in Baetica, where they became known as the Celtici. One of the towns, Penaflor, was called Celti in the Iberian and Roman period. Pliny as well as other writers record further movements to the north. The Celti Priestamaci settled in northern Portugal, the Gallici moved to the extreme northwest, modern Galicia, while the Golli settled in the Ebro Valley. That all these groups were known by ethnic rather than tribal designations is an indication that the Celtiberian expansion is more likely to have been the result of military elites taking over the power structure of the peripheral tribes than of large movements of population. Beyond this zone, raids may have penetrated still further into the territories of the more advanced Iberian communities, and it was in these regions that mercenaries, like those depicted on the stone relief from Osuna or the pot from Lyria, will have found employment. Image 7.7 Stone relief of a warrior from Osuna, Andaluca, Spain. The warrior holds a typical Iberian falcata, single-edged sword, in his right hand, but his elongated shield is of Latin type and quite unlike native Iberian round shields. 3rd or 2nd century BC. Museo Arqueológico Nacional, Madrid. Image 7.8 Detail of the decoration of a painted pottery vessel from Lyria, Valencia, Spain, showing a warrior holding an elongated shield of Latin type. 3rd or 2nd century BC. Museo de Prehistoria de Valencia. Communities of the Outer Atlantic Zone. In spite of the broad similarities which bound them, the communities of the Atlantic fringe exhibited a considerable cultural variety. Some aspects of this are worth considering in order to provide an indication of the diverse social systems which could exist in what had now become peripheral areas away from the main centers of innovation and movement. The metal-rich core provides a good starting point. The Armorican Peninsula, southwestern Britain, South Wales, and Southern Ireland, all essentially peninsulas surrounded by the Atlantic, share many physical characteristics, and aspects of their culture suggest that links between them were maintained throughout much of the formative period, 1300 to 600 BC. The communities of the Armorican Peninsula developed a highly distinctive culture which maintained strong links with West-Central Europe, especially after the 6th century BC. By the 5th century, local craftsmen had adopted the symbols and grammar of Latin art. The population was concentrated more in the coastal zone than in the center of the peninsula. The principal settlement form was the enclosed farmstead of family or extended family type, comprising one or more small subrectangular houses. Some larger and more complex sites reflect the hierarchical structure of society. A frequently occurring feature is the souterrain, an elongated chamber or series of chambers tunneled out of the soft bedrock and entered from the surface through one or more shafts. The function of souterrains is much debated, but the explanation most likely lies in a storage use, possibly involving a belief in the power of the chthonic deities to preserve and protect the stored commodities. The distribution of souterrains, which have been found in considerable number in Brittany, largely because tractors introduced particularly in the post-war period caused the hollowed chambers to collapse, provides a striking impression of the extent of the classic Armorican Iron Age culture and its sharp boundary with the rest of France. The second settlement type is the defended coastal promontories, generally referred to as cliff castles. These occur in some number, particularly around the northern and western coasts. Little is known of their internal features or chronology, but it is clear from Caesar's accounts of his Armorican campaign in the mid-1st century BC that cliff castles were widely used at that time. While it is possible that their substantial defences endowed them with a higher social status than the more modest farmsteads, there is no direct evidence that this was so, and a ritual function is not unlikely. Image 7.9 A curvilinear decorated pots from Brittany of the 4th century BC. From Blavet, Henan, Côtes d'Armor. Image 7.9b The decorated bronze item from Cerrig Wydrudian, Clwyd, Wales, reconstructed here as a hanging bowl, may possibly be a helmet. The decoration is highly reminiscent of styles of pottery decoration in Brittany, but the basketwork cross-hatching within the designs may indicate British manufacture. National Museum of Wales, Cardiff. Another highly distinctive aspect of the Armorican Iron Age is the prominence of standing stones, stelae, scattered widely in the landscape. Of the many hundreds which are known, two types can be distinguished: tall pillar-like stelae and shorter hemispherical stones. All were worked with some care to create smooth surfaces, the tall types being columnar, facete, or ridged. A few, most notably the low stela from Comeria, near Pont-l'Abbey, and the tall example from Saint-Anne, Tregestelle, were carved with curvilinear and rectilinear designs, a reminder that many of the others might also have been decorated with paint. The function of the stelae is unknown, but their prominence in the landscape may suggest that they served as religious foci or boundary markers, perhaps both. The distribution of these stones is closely comparable to that of the souterrains, the two features serving to define Western Armorica as a culturally distinct zone. Image 7.10 The village at Goulvars on the Quiberon Peninsula, Morbihan, Brittany. The rectangular style of house building is typical of the Latine period in Armorica. Image 7.11 Opposite, the defended settlement of Saint Symphorien, Côtes d'Armor, in Brittany, was discovered during road building and has been the scene of a major excavation. It is a complex multi-period site of high status belonging to the Latine period. Among the finds was a stone carving of a god playing a lyre, see Fig. 10.29. Image 7.12 Above, souterrain found at Lauban, Kerforn, Morbihan, Brittany. These underground chambers may have been used for storage, perhaps of seed grain. The culture of the southwestern peninsula of Britain reflects that of Armorica but has its own defining characteristics. There is a preference here for pottery decorated with curvilinear motifs, though the British southwestern decorated wares are less exuberant than contemporary Breton wares. The settlement pattern has close similarities to that of Armorica, with defended enclosures for the family or extended family, in Cornwall called rounds, and cliff castles around the coasts. In Devon the rather more elaborate multivallate enclosures, usually sited on hill slopes not far from a permanent water supply, suggest a different kind of social organization, perhaps based on the importance of cattle. Underground stone-built storage chambers, called fogus, are the Cornish equivalent to the Breton souterrains. Image 7.13 The distribution of souterrains in Brittany reflects the distribution of known settlements of the Middle Latine period, since, where excavation has been on a sufficient scale, they are usually found to be a component of rural settlements. Much the same array of settlement types occurs across the Severn Estuary in South Wales, extending across to the southwest of the country. Here the enclosed homestead type is characterised by Wales landrath, rath being the generic name for this type of enclosure in Wales and Ireland, where total excavation has demonstrated a simple arrangement of circular houses in the centre with storage buildings around the periphery, the individual structures being replaced on a number of occasions. The material culture of the South Welsh Iron Age communities is not prolific but includes the sporadic use of decorated pottery imported from across the Severn. The one noticeable difference between Armorica and the British southwestern communities is the absence of stele in Britain, though the possibility must be allowed that in the island a similar socio-religious function may have been served by wooden pillars no longer extant. Image 7.13b The prominently coastal distribution of the stele, standing stones, contrasts with that of the souterrains and would seem to reflect religious attitudes prevalent among the ocean-facing communities. Ireland remains something of a mystery in this period, but certain characteristics link it culturally to the communities of the southwest. Cliff castles, largely undated, occur around all the coasts, particularly the south and west, and a small number of carved stone stele have been recovered, the best known and most elaborate being the Truro stone from Company, Galway. One structural feature, which has been much debated, is the chivos de fries, a zone of close-spaced angular stones laid out in advance of the walls or ramparts of fortified enclosures. The most dramatic example of this from Ireland is at Donaghon Harsa on the Aran island of Inishmore. Other examples are known in the west of Ireland, northwest Britain, and South Wales, and are closely comparable to sites in northwest and central northern Iberia. It is tempting to suggest an Atlantic origin of this style of defensive definition, but the angular stones may be nothing more than local manifestations of a more widespread system employing sharpened wooden stakes, an impressive example of which has been excavated at Castell Henleys in southwest Wales. Image 7.14 Top, the Cliff Castle of Lostmach, Finisterre, France. The multiple banks and ditches defend a promontory jutting into the Atlantic. Image 7.15 Bottom, an Iron Age stela from Comaria, Pont-l'Abbé, Finisterre, France, is one of a small group of decorated stele from Brittany. The style suggests that it may be of 4th century BC date. A very large number of other stele exist in Brittany, but, though carefully finished, they are usually plain. Image 7.16 Top, aerial view of Clovelly Dykes, North Devon, England. The many lines of roughly concentric earthworks are typical of the multiple enclosure forts of southwestern Britain. Some of the enclosures may have served as paddocks for cattle. Image 7.17 Bottom, the landscape of southwest Wales is scattered with small defended enclosures called raths. Wales Landrath in Dyfed is one of the few fully excavated examples. The central area was occupied by a succession of circular houses, while around the perimeter were arranged four-post storage structures. Occupation spanned the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. Image 7.18 Opposite top, granite monolith from Truro, Company, Galway, Ireland, carved in a curvilinear style which suggests a possible date in the 1st century BC. Image 7.19 Opposite bottom, the stone fortifications of Donaghon Harsa cling to the edge of the island of Aran, Ireland, while the Atlantic waves pound far below. The fortifications, still undated, have been shown to be multi-period and post-date an extensive Late Bronze Age settlement. Image 7.20 Above, a barrier of closely spaced angular rocks, appearing from the mist, placed to hinder the approach of men or horses to the fort of Donaghon Harsa, Aran, Ireland. This kind of defensive cordon is known as chivos de fries and is widespread in the west from Iberia to Scotland. The great stone-built fort of Dunayonghasa is only one of a group of stone forts found on the Aran Islands and the nearby limestone uplands of the Burren. Although similarities in style may have been conditioned by the use of limestone for building, these western stone forts must reflect a strong local cultural tradition as well as the ability of society to mobilize labor on a massive scale. Little dating evidence has yet been obtained except at Dunayonghasa, where it can be shown that the site began its life as an extensive settlement in the Late Bronze Age before the massive stone walls were erected. The northern portion of the Atlantic zone extends to the west and north coasts of Scotland and the islands, the Inner and Outer Hebrides, the Orkneys, and the Shetlands. This zone shares a cohesive culture which can be called that of Atlantic Scotland. Its most notable characteristic is the proliferation of massive stone-built settlements, brocks or duns, in which the desire to monumentalize by grandiose building has gone far beyond the need for physical comfort or even protection. These structures are clearly a statement symbolic of the social status claimed by the lineages who occupied them. At what stage this monumentalization began is not easy to say, but there is sufficient evidence now available to show that the structural tradition can be traced back to the Late Bronze Age. The material culture of Atlantic Scotland is limited and indigenous in the extreme, suggesting cultural isolation throughout most of the Iron Age, though there is evidence of developing contact along the Atlantic seaways in and after the 1st century BC. This brief review of the communities of the northwestern part of the Atlantic zone has shown something of the variety of cultural responses reflected in the archaeological evidence. The clear impression given is of a cultural focus in Armorica linked to mainstream European development with increasing regionalism and increasing isolation the further one ventured north. The one essential characteristic binding these communities together was a similar social structure based on the family unit or lineage group. There may, in some regions, have been communal works such as hilltop enclosures, perhaps defining the meeting places of the larger community at annual festivals when flocks and herds needed to be gathered in, but evidence for large agglomerations of population is noticeably absent. Image 7.21 The Brocks of Scotland and the Scottish Islands reflect a local tradition of house building in which the simple idea of the circular house has been transformed into a massive walled structure, sometimes of tower-like proportions far outgrowing defensive needs. Brocks may have originated as early as the 5th century BC and may have continued to develop at least to the 1st century BC. The communities of eastern and central Britain. The eastern part of Britain, from the Yorkshire moors to the Thames Valley, presents a very varied landscape divided by a number of large rivers flowing eastwards into the North Sea. Within this zone a broad cultural similarity can be recognised, although regional variations persist. In the 9th and 8th centuries a glimpse of an elite society is provided by large, circular, defended enclosures containing substantial circular houses. A little later, from the 5th to the 3rd centuries, the distribution of locally made daggers and anthropoid hilt swords, centered within this zone, is a further indication of a privileged class served by able and inventive craftsmen. In the late 5th or early 4th century, the elite occupying the area of the Yorkshire Wolds, just north of the Humber, adopted the burial practice of their peers in northern France and the Low Countries, the burial of a two-wheeled vehicle and an array of personal gear with the dead man or woman, and the definition of individual burials by placing them within square-ditched enclosures. The practice, once introduced, persisted at least into the 2nd century BC. Image 7.22 Bronze sword scabbard found at Wisbech, Cambridgeshire, England. The decoration is a rather faltering British version of the vegetal style and probably dates to the 3rd century BC. Wisbech and Fenland Museum, Cambridgeshire. Continued contact with the continent brought to Britain items of Latin metalwork decorated in the vegetal style, below, ppA Euro 2524. These were copied and developed by local craftsmen producing prestige goods for the elite of Eastern Britain throughout the 3rd and 2nd centuries. For the most part it was the equipment of the warrior that was selected for embellishment, in particular sword scabbards like those from Wisbech, Cambridgeshire, Standlake, Oxfordshire, the River Witham near Lincoln, and the burial at Wetwang Slack in the Yorkshire Wolds. A few decorated shields are also known, including the bosses from the Thames at Wandsworth and from the River Witham. It is also possible that the decorated pony cap from Torres in Scotland, together with the engraved drinking horn terminals which had at some stage been incongruously attached to it, were products of Eastern British craftsmen. Most of these valuable products were dedicated to the gods of rivers, but a few accompanied prominent people to their graves. Among these we may include, in addition to the Wetwang Slack sword, a decorated canister, also from a grave at Wetwang Slack, and an armlet, from what was probably a female burial, found at Newnham Croft in Cambridgeshire. The corpus of the surviving material is impressive and leaves little doubt that the socially varied communities of Eastern Britain were dominated by elites served by skilled craftsmen in much the same way as their continental neighbours. The settlement pattern throws little light on social status after the 8th century. Enclosed homesteads are known, but a number of much larger and more straggling settlements have been discovered, suggesting sizable communities, of village-like proportions and complexity. Settlements in the Yorkshire Wolds have been found to extend for considerable distances along the principal trackways. Image 7.23 Bronze sword scabbard sheath from the River Thames at Standlake, Oxfordshire, England, showing the vegetal style of decoration. The basketry cross-hatching on the upper mount is typically British. Late 4th or early 3rd century BC. Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. Image 7.24, right top. The River Thames has produced a spectacular array of extremely fine Iron Age metalwork, much of which was probably thrown into the water as offerings to the gods. The shield boss from Wandsworth is a considerable work of art. It is decorated in repousse style with two large birds whose flowing wings develop into tendril motifs. 3rd or 2nd century BC. British Museum, London. Image 7.25, right bottom, pony cap with drinking horn terminals attached from Torres, Dumfries and Galloway, Scotland, as originally found. The decorated terminals of the two drinking horns had been attached at some date to a repousse-decorated pony cap. Though the context of the curious marriage of these disparate items is uncertain, the style of both elements is typical of that of a skilled school of craftsmen working in Eastern Britain in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. National Museum of Scotland, Edinburgh. The social systems in Eastern Britain, with their elite gear and nucleated settlements, contrast noticeably with those of the West, but are closely paralleled by those of northern France and Belgium, where the distribution of prestige warrior metalwork, the vehicle burials of the Lower Seine, the Haine, and the Ardennes, and large open settlements like Haps in the Netherlands reflect, though with regional differences, much the same overall social structure, suggesting that the communities facing the North Sea were part of a connected cultural continuum. A third area of Britain, the central southern zone, presents an altogether different picture from that of both the West and the East. Its most obvious characteristic is the dominance of hilltops of some 5 to 10 hectares enclosed by substantial defences, sometimes multivallate, and with elaborate entrance earthworks. The hillfort-dominated central southern zone extends from the south coast, between Devon and East Sussex, in a band of decreasing width to North Wales, with outliers spreading into Northamptonshire. It is a region of different landscapes and encompasses a number of communities demonstrating their separateness through different styles of pottery decoration. The common link between them is the hillfort. Although a number of excavations have shown something of the variety within the general hillfort category, some generalizations can be offered. The earliest of the forts at present known, dating to the end of the Bronze Age, concentrate in the Welsh borderland, but by the 6th century the phenomenon had spread to the Wessex region, extending into the southeast, Surrey and Kent, by the 3rd century. In some areas, such as central Wessex, it is possible to show that over time the number of forts in active use decreased, but the strength of those surviving, and the intensity of their use, was enhanced. Functionally, the forts seem to have served their region in a variety of ways, providing central places where the different needs of the community could be articulated. Some, like Danebury and Maiden Castle, were intensively used for settlement, production, and storage on a large scale. The extent to which the forts were designed to provide defense is debatable. The enclosing earthworks and the structure of the developed gates would certainly have offered efficient protection, but there may well have been an element of display involved. However, that some were actually defended and attacked is clear from the excavated evidence. At Danebury, for example, large numbers of sling stones were hoarded on at least 2 separate occasions, in the 3rd century and again in the early 1st, and after both phases there is evidence of burning at the gates, the last burning marking the abandonment of the fort. Other forts offer similar evidence, and at Bredon Hill in Gloucestershire the mutilated remains of bodies were found at the entrance. The hill forts are only one aspect of the settlement pattern. Elsewhere the contemporary countryside was densely scattered with farmsteads, many of which showed continuous occupation over centuries. Most of the farmsteads seem to have been of family size and were therefore probably centers of single estates practicing mixed farming with a heavy emphasis on cereal production. A few larger agglomerations indicate a scatter of more substantial communities. Apart from the massive nature of the hill forts, there is very little evidence in this central southern zone for a hierarchy or an elite, but the heavy emphasis on the intensive working of the land and the production of grain might indicate that status was measured by ownership of land or livestock. In the 2nd century the 2-wheeled chariot, represented by decorated bronze fittings for the vehicle and the bronze harness attachments for the horses, becomes far more evident. Whether the vehicle was simply an indication of status or a means of warfare is impossible to say, but most likely it served as both. The virtual absence of elaborate weaponry is at first sight puzzling, but it could be that this was simply a reflection of the fact that prestige weapons were not consigned to rivers or burials within this region and therefore stood less chance of survival. Image 7.26 The Iron Age Hillfort of Uffington Castle, Oxfordshire, England, with the carved hill figure, the White Horse of Uffington, nearby. The hillfort was constructed in the 6th or 5th century BC and subsequently modified when one of its gates was blocked. The hill figure has been suggested, on the basis of some scientific dating evidence, to be a little earlier in origin. The developments in central southern Britain are in marked contrast to those in the west and east. One possible explanation is that the central southern zone was a border region between the metal-producing west and the warrior elites of the east. The instability of such a region, perhaps under threat of continuous raids from the eastern zone, may well have led to the need to develop and maintain fortifications. Similar hillfort-dominated zones dating to the 4th to 2nd centuries can be seen elsewhere in west-central Europe, especially in the region between Trier and the Rhineland, where again it could be their border position, between the fully developed Latine warrior elites in the south and zones with totally different socio-economic systems to the north, that created a marcher society. Image 7.27 In central southern Britain, in a zone spreading from the south coast of England to the north of Wales, strongly defended hillforts dominated the Iron Age landscape in the period from the 6th to 1st centuries BC. Not all hillforts were in use for the whole time. After the early 3rd century a few sites rose to dominance while the rest were abandoned. The hillfort-dominated zone may have been a marcher area between the Atlantic communities of the west and the more socially complex communities of the eastern zone. The communities of southwestern Gaul and western Iberia. The western coastal area of France from the Charente southwards to the Pyrenees has produced a varied range of archaeological evidence for the period 1300 to 200 BC. It is, however, clear from the distribution of late Bronze Age tools and weapons that the region played a significant part in the networks of exchange during this period, and the Garonne-Gironde axis provided an easy route linking the Atlantic to the Mediterranean. It was certainly an important corridor for the transshipment of tin after the 6th century. In the 6th and 5th centuries a distinctive Aquitanian culture can be recognized, largely from the evidence of cremation cemeteries. Grave goods included local versions of anthropoid hilt swords and fibulae with elongated springs and ornamented feet. Although both types are local products, they were evidently inspired by widely distributed West Central European forms. What is more significant perhaps is the general similarities which the Aquitanian forms share with those south of the Pyrenees in northwest and north-central Iberia. The two regions must have shared systems of exchange linking them through the western Pyrenean passes. The discovery of a remarkable series of gold talks in Haute-Garonne, Tarn, and Gironde, dating to the 3rd and 2nd centuries, decorated in an exuberant form of plastic art, has been linked to the possible migration of tecticiges in the aftermath of the Celtic expedition into Greece. Above, p.a. 1-7. Whatever the origin of the inspiration for these pieces, and Middle Danube parallels can be quoted, they are likely to have been of local manufacture, utilizing gold extracted from the gold-rich sands of the Tarn Valley. The social context of these items is obscure, but their discovery in hoards suggests a religious motivation for their deposition, although this does not exclude their production under elite patronage. Image 7.28 The fortified coastal settlement of Castro de Baroa ± on the Rada Morosi Neue, Galicia. The circular houses are characteristic of northwestern Iberian castros. Image 7.29 The oppidum of Setacent near de San Fins, Par Oeste Ferreira, Portugal, is one of the best known of the castros of northern Portugal and northwest Spain. The defences enclose an area of 15 hectares. The careful internal planning is based on a main north-south street with side streets dividing the interior into 18 rectangular insulae, which are subdivided into smaller units for the individual households. Regular planning of this type was learned from the Romans, who, by the end of the 2nd century BC, had established themselves over much of Iberia. The individual houses of circular plan and their method of construction were, however, entirely native. In Iberia, as we saw in Chapter 4, Phoenician, Carthaginian, and Greek cultures made a significant impact on much of the south and east of the peninsula. In the extreme northwest, in present-day Galicia, however, a distinctive culture developed. The area is rich in metals, especially tin and gold, above, p.a. 75, for both of which it became famous in the ancient world. Its cultural links were, traditionally, Atlantic, although during the first millennium a series of closer contacts developed with the Celtiberian peoples of the interior. The socio-economic system seems to have become warrior-based, the most evident settlements being the fortified hilltop enclosures, known locally as castros, which led to its archaeological designation as the Castro culture. Stone-built round houses, which dominate the settlement pattern, and the use of chivos de fries around some of the castros have been used to stress the cultural links between Galicia and the northern areas of the Atlantic province, but how significant these structural similarities are it is difficult to judge. Recent work on the Castro culture has shown it to have been an indigenous development rooted in the 2nd millennium. Many settlements originated in the period 1000 to 700 BC at a time when maritime links generated by the exchange of metals were strong. From about 900 BC Phoenician influences show that the indigenous culture was coming increasingly into contact with Mediterranean systems. After the middle of the millennium regional differentiation becomes apparent among the settlements, and at some the extension of their boundaries suggests an increase in population. Parallel with this, it is possible to detect an increase in both male and female prestige goods and the appearance of rather closer cultural links with the communities of the Meseta, which might be related to the folk movements of the Terguli and Celti towards the northwest referred to by Strabo. Increasing contact with the Roman world, particularly after the campaign of Decimus Brutus in the region in 138 to 136 BC, provided the stimulus for further change. It was at this time that those settlements in favored positions began to take on distinctly urban characteristics, with well-defined street grids and public open spaces. Taken together, the array of disparate evidence for the communities of the Atlantic zone, presented in summary here, emphasizes the highly individual nature of each of the major regions within this broad Celtic-speaking zone. The maritime links, which bound them in systems of reciprocal exchange, waxed and waned as internal and external stimuli exercised their different effects. Superimposed upon this was a network of east-west contacts, linking the Atlantic to the developments of the Latin cultural heartland of West-Central Europe. Each of the Atlantic cultures responded in an individual way, maintaining its special identity. 8 Celts and others on the eastern fringes. The classical sources and the archaeological evidence taken together leave little doubt that by the end of the 4th century BC Celtic communities were well established in the lands of the Middle Danube, and some groups seem to have moved eastwards from the Tisza into Transylvania. As a generalization, we can regard the Carpathian mountain range, which swings in a broad arc south then west to join the mountains of the Balkans, as the effective limit of expansion by the mid-4th century. The Iron Gates, the gorge through which the Danube flows from its middle reaches to the lower part of its valley, where it now defines much of the border between Serbia and Romania, was still, at this stage, closed to Celtic expansion. Eastern Europe before the Celts. The cultural development of Eastern and Southeastern Europe beyond this mountain barrier was complex. The most potent force was, of course, that of the Greek city-states, which, standing together in the period 513 to 479 BC, had managed to halt the western advance of the Persian armies under first Darius and later Xerxes. This episode, which saw a massive Persian presence in the lower Danube valley for much of the 40 years of threat, had a significant effect on the development of Thracian society. The Persian Grand Army moved with its treasure and its finery and an entourage of craftsmen who could serve the needs of the elite. Inevitably, the Thracians were to learn much from their example. Eastern values and the accompanying symbolism were adopted and adapted by the local craftsmen to serve their own masters, and there emerged a highly distinctive regional style of aristocratic metalwork in silver and silver gilt, blending ideas derived from the nomadic cultures of the steppe and from the Greek cities which fringed the western shores of the Black Sea. Thracian art, in its 4th to 2nd century manifestation, was the eastern counterpart of Celtic art and is its equal as one of the great indigenous artistic developments of late prehistoric Europe. The Greek cities of the western Black Sea coast provided an interface with the Greek world through which a wide range of raw materials and products could be exchanged. After the Persian incident, trade intensified. Corn, slaves, furs, and metals flowed out of the Thracian hinterland, and wine and prestige goods of Greek manufacture flowed in. As Thucydides noted, you can accomplish nothing with the Thracians without giving gifts. It was a situation with many parallels in the West Mediterranean and in Iberia, and it was during this period that the Thracian elite began to become archaeologically recognizable through their elaborate burials richly furnished with the accoutrements of status and wealth. Competition for status would frequently have expressed itself in raiding and more extended bouts of warfare. The impression given by the prestige metalwork of the period is of an elite intimately involved with feasting and hunting. These pursuits, statements of nobility and prowess, were as much a part of the Thracian social fabric as the raid was of the Celtic. By the beginning of the 4th century BC, it is possible to identify distinct kingdoms and their kings. One of the most powerful were the Odrasi of central Thrace, whose close links with Athens, both political and economic, contributed to their strength and ascendancy. In the early 4th century, one of their kings, Cotys, seems to have been acknowledged by other lesser polities as having extensive powers beyond the territorial limits of his own kingdom. The broadly defined Thracian culture, within which at this stage we can include other specific groups such as the Gatai and Dacians, extended northwards along the coast of the Black Sea into Moldova. Beyond this, in the Pontic steppe, stretching around the northern shores of the Black Sea, a somewhat different cultural configuration was developing which can, for convenience, be called Scythian or Scytho-Sarmatian. We saw earlier, pp. Euro 96-7, that this region had been occupied by nomadic and semi-nomadic groups known to the classical writers as Cimmerians, but that during the 8th century BC they were coming under increasing pressure from groups living on the Volga who, historically, were called Scythians. The story told by Herodotus of the replacement of the Cimmerians by the Scythians may have involved little more than the movement of a Scythian elite westwards into the northern Pontic zone. What is clear, however, is that the 8th and early 7th centuries were a period of upheaval and folk movement which resulted in hordes of dislocated horse-riding warriors, distinguished as Cimmerians and Scythians by contemporary sources, pouring through the Caucasus southwards into Asia Minor, where they became involved as mercenaries and freebooters in the struggle between the Assyrians and the Kingdom of Urartu. Image 8.1 Bridal decoration in silver gilt from Letnica, Bulgaria, showing a Thracian rider wearing scale armor. The rider's hair is tied in a topknot, a style noted as Thracian by Homer in the Iliad. The horseman warrior, sometimes a rider god, is a frequent motif in Thracian art. Narodnija archaeologis Eskimuzej, Sofia. By the 6th century the royal Scyths were firmly established in the Crimea and in the steppe zone to the north, and through the Greek colony of Olbia at the mouth of the Bug had developed close contacts with the Greek world, with which a lively trade had developed. The highly skilled craftsmen working throughout the length of this Greek interface produced a range of exquisite items, usually in gold, for the Scythian elite who were buried in the great royal tombs such as Aoertamlik and Saloka. When Herodotus visited Olbia about 450 BC, he was able to observe Scythian culture at first hand and to provide a vivid description of the complex processes involved in the burial of the royal Scyths. Scythian culture developed a distinctive and original character in the 6th and 5th centuries, and many aspects of this northern Pontic culture spread south, to be absorbed into the eclectic culture of the Thracian tribes, and west into the Middle Danube region, especially into the Great Hungarian Plain and Transylvania. These influences may have been the result of the migratory movements of populations or elites or simply of intensifying systems of exchange. By the 5th century, however, many of the communities of the Great Hungarian Plain, extending westwards along the Danube into Slovakia, had adopted a style of horse riding and a material culture which bore many similarities to that of the people living around the Black Sea fringe. The pattern of folk movement from the east, reflected in the early movement of Scythians from the Volga to the northern Pontic zone, was repeated again at the end of the 5th century BC, when the Sauromati, Sarmatians, who emerged as an ethnically distinct group in the region east of the Don, moved westwards into Scythian territory. One classical text, Pseudo-Hippocrates, suggests that this expansion took place about 400 BC. Certainly, by 338 another text, Pseudo-Silax, could refer to the Sarmatai as the tribe now occupying the old Scythian lands west of the Don. That the transference of power was not peaceful is suggested by the archaeological evidence, which shows that a number of Scythian settlements on the lower Dnieper were destroyed in the late 5th or early 4th century. While there may well not have been a significant replacement of population, it is clear that the Scythian elite, the royal Scyths, were ousted from much of the territory. Some retained power in the Crimea while others established themselves in the region of Dobruja at the mouth of the Danube, whence it seems that forays were made deeper into Thracian lands. What emerged in the Pontic steppe was a complex culture deeply rooted in indigenous systems which can best be called Scytho-Sarmatian. The political and social upheaval around 400 BC dislocated the economic systems which sustained the port city of Olbia. Cut off from its traditional customers on the mid-Dnieper and from the exchange networks which brought raw materials from the Urals and beyond, the city suffered a decline, though it maintained control of the coastal strip between the estuaries of the Dnieper and the Dniester. The growth of Macedon as a significant political and military force in the area began in the mid-4th century BC, when, under Philip II, 359 to 336 BC, Macedonia began to expand northwards into Thrace. Expansion was continued by Alexander, who, in 335 BC, crossed the Danube to lead his armies against the Getae. It was on this occasion that his famous meeting with the embassy of Celtic chieftains took place. After Alexander's departure to the east in 334, the Macedonian interest in the north continued, and in 331, or 326, detachments of Scytho-Sarmatians came to the aid of Olbia when Xapurion, one of Alexander's generals, then governor of Thrace, mounted an attack on the now weakened city. In the political and social chaos which followed Alexander's death in 323, the Macedonian hold on Thrace collapsed. The power vacuum was to some extent filled by the rise of the Thracian tribe the Odrysi, who, under their king Zeus III, made good use of their central position in the Balkans to command the trade which was intensifying with Greece, particularly along the Maritsa Valley route. Even so, the sudden demise of the power of Macedon, which had to a large extent held southeastern Europe in a state of stable equilibrium, created an entirely changed situation which, as described in Chapter 6, provided new opportunities for Celtic expansion. Asia Minor before the Celts. In Asia Minor, the ethnic and political situation was no less complex. In the period of turmoil which followed the collapse of the Mycenaean system, migrating communities moved from Europe into Asia Minor, trekking across the Hellespont or sailing the Aegean. It was in this way that the early Greeks established their colonies along the Aegean coast. One of the migrating groups was the Phrygians, whose homeland is thought to have been Thrace. It is possible that they were involved in the destruction of Troy via and the Hittite capital of Hattusa about 1180 BC at the time of their settlement in north-central Asia Minor. They became archaeologically recognizable by the middle of the 8th century, and in the period c.725–675 BC the Phrygian Empire had developed into a regional power under King Midas, with its capital at Gordion. The stability of the area was undermined by the conflicts between Assyria and Urartu and by the incursions of horse-riding hordes from the Pontic steppe, the Cimmerians and Scythians, at the beginning of the 7th century, above, ppa Euro, 96:7. At this time Gordion was destroyed by Cimmerians and the power of the Phrygians collapsed. Many factors contributed to the Phrygian decline: the rise of the Greek cities on the west and north coasts, the landlocked nature of Phrygian territory, the comparatively poor quality of the land, and the eventual dominance of Persia. By the 3rd century they were regarded as effete, good only at embroidery and best used as slaves. Image 8.2 Map to illustrate the principal areas of Celtic settlement in Eastern Europe and Asia Minor and the neighboring political or tribal entities. The degree of stability which had been maintained in Asia Minor by the Persian domination after the mid-6th century was finally shattered by Alexander's liberation and by the chaos of rivalries left in the wake of Alexander's death. After c.330 BC Asia Minor, like the Balkans and the Pontic zone, was destabilized to such an extent that migrant Celts would find little resistance and even, in some regions, a misguided welcome. This opportunity, together with continued population pressures in their homelands, were two of the more significant factors that encouraged the eastern advance of the Celtic tribes. In Chapter 6 we outlined the main historical framework for the Celtic presence in the east. Populations and bands of fighting men moved comparatively freely over large territories. They came from the mid-Danube region, and, while identified as Celts by the historical sources, or more usually Gauls or Galatians, they are likely to have been of mixed ethnicity. Intermarriage and allegiances will undoubtedly have made the Celts who moved into the Balkans and Asia Minor significantly different from those who a century earlier had penetrated the Po Valley. Nonetheless, since they were recognized as Celtic by their contemporaries and as some at least appear to have spoken a Celtic language, we may legitimately consider them here. Celtic settlement in Thrace. The Celtic expansion from the Middle Danube was underway in the early 3rd century. In 281 BC, in a major thrust to the south and east, the capital of the Odrasi at Sutharpolis was sacked and the way was clear for the historic attack on Delphi. It was in the aftermath of the expedition into Greece that a Celtic settlement, the Kingdom of Tylis, was established in Thrace, above, p.a Euro, 148. According to Polybius, the kingdom was not far from Byzantium, but a later source, Stephen of Byzantium, says that Tylis was further away, near Mount Balkan. It is difficult to offer greater precision and the thin scatter of items of Latin metalwork is no sure guide. Indeed, it is possible that throughout the 3rd century the Celts maintained a high degree of mobility within a much larger territory. Certainly in 227 BC one group had reached Chersonesos, Gallipoli, but was defeated by Antigonos too. At any event, Celtic power in Thrace was finally destroyed in 213 to 212 BC. Since the Celtic presence in Thrace lasted for only 2 generations, it is unlikely to have left any substantial trace, nor is there any reason to suppose that its material culture was closely comparable to that of the West Central European Latin culture. The few Latin objects recovered from Thrace need be little more than gifts arriving by exchange from the West, and their distribution does not necessarily reflect that of the Celtic group. One outstanding discovery does, however, deserve mention. At Mezek, in the valley of the Maritsa River, which runs south through the Rhodope Mountains, a settlement and cemetery were discovered. The principal tomb was a tholos type, with a circular corbelled chamber, the tholos proper, reached by a long passage, or dromos, the entire structure being embedded within a substantial tumulus. The style of the burial is Thracian, its architectural refinement being the result of techniques coming ultimately from the Greek world. The original burial, dating to the end of the 4th century BC, is likely to have been of a Thracian chieftain, but the tomb was later used for a second burial in the 3rd century. The new interment was accompanied by a group of decorated bronze fittings appropriate to a chariot, which may well have been placed in the grave in its entirety. Stylistically, the fittings are Celtic and may be paralleled by contemporary material found in Bohemia and Moravia. Image 8.3 The Thracian Tholos Tomb of Maltepe, Mezek, Bulgaria. It was possibly reused for a Celtic burial in the 3rd century BC. The Mezek chariot burial, if such it is, nicely points up the problem. Was it the burial of a Celtic chieftain complete with chariot, his lineage laying claim to territorial legitimacy by choosing an indigenous royal tomb for the interment? Was the chariot rather a diplomatic gift from a Celt to a Thracian, or was it a Celtic chariot captured by a Thracian? There is, of course, no certain answer, but the questions highlight the complex of relationships between Celt and Thracian in the region during the 3rd century. The absence of any systematic body of archaeological evidence and the lack of anything more than a few passing references in contemporary sources make it difficult to assess the nature or extent of Celtic settlement in Thrace or of its impact on Thracian culture. Celts in the Pontic region. That groups of Celts moved east of the Carpathians into the Ukraine and Moldova now seems tolerably certain, since their presence is specifically mentioned on a marble inscription from Olbia put up in honor of Protogenes. It is dated to the late 3rd or early 2nd century BC but may well be referring to events earlier in the 3rd century, a time of great instability in the region. It records that the Galatians and Syrians had formed a union and had assembled large forces and intended to arrive in the winter, and that the Thisomacii, Scythians, and Sordariti, who were likewise afraid of the Galatian savagery, sought shelter within the city walls. Protogenes, one of the wealthy inhabitants of the city, had been honored by an inscription for his paying for the building of a defensive wall along the previously unprotected river and port side of the city. Additional evidence of a Celtic presence is provided by a number of Celto-Illyrian hydronyms and place names such as Galitzija and Gallic found in western Ukraine, which are suggestive of settlement on a more permanent basis than that of merely a roving warband. Image 8.4 Linchpin and other fittings from the 3rd century BC burial in the Thracian tomb at Mezek, Bulgaria. Narodnija Archaeologis Musej, Sofia. Image 8.5 Bronze coin of the Bosporan king Lukon II. Although the symbols are the subject of debate, the shield resembles the Celtic-style long shield. The use of these weapons as symbols could reflect an unrecorded event when Celtic peoples came into contact with the Bosporan kingdom. National Museum, Moscow. The archaeological record is also informative, producing an array of Latin metalwork, mainly brooches and bracelets, of which a significant number came from Scythian graves, map 22. Among the more diagnostic of the metalwork are items belonging to the Dutchkov, Munsingen phase dating from the mid-4th century to roughly the middle of the 3rd century, spanning the period of the historical migrations of the Celts into Greece and Asia Minor. If we accept the presence of a Celtic population in the Moldova-Ukraine region, the question arises, from which direction did they come? One possibility is that it was a northwards move from Thrace, but it is equally possible that the penetration came from the west from the area of Celtic settlement in Transylvania. At any event, it was probably the state of disruption caused by the Sarmatian destruction of Great Scythia that provided the Celts with their opportunity. Another group which took advantage of these troubled times was the Bastani, probably of Germanic origin, who are first mentioned in the region in the later 3rd century. It may have been they who prevented a further, more intensive, Celtic penetration. The nature of the Celtic presence in the northern Black Sea littoral is unclear. The place names and the Protogenes inscription show that they remained a cohesive entity, but the archaeological evidence could imply at least a degree of assimilation in the confused Scytho-Sarmatian culture of the region. The Celtic swords found in Scythian graves, like that at Vatnjaja Tarasovka in the lower Dnieper Valley, and the Celtic fibulae and bracelets from other Scythian cemeteries may well represent the exchange of weapons and women between elites. The Greek town dwellers' familiarity with Celts is also suggested by a number of terracotta figures depicting Celtic weaponry. Further to the east of the Sea of Azov and including the basins of the rivers Don and Kuban, a scatter of Celtic items has been found, most notably Etrusco-Celtic helmets of Montefortino type. Although these were probably made in the 4th and 3rd centuries, most have been found in Sarmatian graves of the 2nd and 1st centuries. Various explanations may be offered for the processes by which the helmets were transported, and they and the other items need not imply a significant Celtic presence. It may be relevant, however, that Greek geographers considered Meotide, the Sea of Azov, to be the frontier of the Celtic world. If this were so, it would not be unreasonable to argue that the helmets and other prestige items such as bronze vessels found in the Koban were the result of gift exchange between Celtic communities and their Sarmatian neighbours on the eastern side of the sea. Sufficient will have been said to show that there are grounds for accepting a Celtic presence in the North Pontic region, but the nature of the community, its size, and its longevity as a distinct ethnic entity remain obscure. Only one settlement, at Bovshev on the Dniester, and one grave, at Zailsai in the Pripyat estuary near Chernobyl, may reasonably be regarded as Celtic. The remaining 30 or 40 items are all stray finds. In a minimalist view, the Celtic presence need have been no more significant or long-lasting than the kingdom of Tylis in Thrace. Image 8.6 A plaque of bronze inset with enamel from Kerch, Ukraine, showing the influence of motifs adapted from Celtic art. 1st century AD. Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. The Galatians. The Galatians of Asia Minor provide an interesting example of Celtic communities retaining their ethnic integrity after the initial settlement in the early 3rd century BC. Yet they appear to have adopted the material culture of their new homeland with little or no reference to that of their roots. The history of the Galatians has been outlined above, Chapter 6, and need not be repeated here. Suffice it to say that the historical view records the movement of some 20,000 people, only half of whom were fighting men, into Asia Minor in 278 to 277 BC under the leadership of Leonorios and Lutorios. They came, we are told, at the invitation of King Nicomedes of Bithynia to serve the king in his conflicts with his neighbors. After 50 years or so as mercenaries in the service of different factions and as raiders in their own right, they were eventually settled in Phrygia in the vicinity of Ancyra. Livy, no doubt following Polybius, gives an account of the migrants at the time of their arrival. They were divided into 3 tribal groups, the Telistobogii, the Trochmi, and the Tecticiges, all speaking the same language, with each of them laying claim to a territory over which to rampage and raid. It was in this mobile phase of their occupation that they provided mercenary services for any Hellenistic potentate willing to employ them. After a major defeat in about 232 BC, the Celtic peoples were compelled to concentrate in Phrygia. The Tecticiges were already in the Ancyra region and the other 2 tribes were settled nearby. An agreement with the Pergamene king, Attalus, recognized the Celts' right to the land they now occupied in return for an agreement to cease raiding the Pergamene kingdom and other spheres of Pergamene interest. In reality, this left only the lands to the east as legitimate for exploitation, and it was probably at this time that some territorial expansion took place east of the river Halys. The agreement with Attalus marks the point at which Galatia, the land of the Galatai, became a recognized territory, and we can henceforth speak of the inhabitants as Galatians. The Galatians by this time must have become ethnically mixed. The elite lineages may well have been descended from the original migrant families of 2 generations past, but the indigenous population of Phrygia will now have been absorbed, if only in a subservient position, into the Galatian state. The social structure of the Galatians seems to have remained little changed from its earlier form. According to Strabo, each of the 3 tribes was divided into 4 parts, which were called tetrarchies, and each had its own overall leader, a tetrarch, to whom a judge, a war leader, and 2 subordinate commanders were answerable. A council, representing the 12 tetrarchies and composed of 300 men, met at Drunemeton. Among its duties was to pass judgment on murder cases. The system has interesting similarities to the organization of the Celtic Gauls described by Caesar. There is the same separation of leadership between a civil and a military leader and the recognition of a distinct judicial class. A supreme council was also a feature of Gaulish society. Originally, the Gaulish council met once a year under some form of druidic authority in the territory of the Carnutes, but Augustus refounded it as the Concilium Galliorum and required it to meet at Lugdunum on the 1st of August at the altar of Rome and Augustus. The name of the meeting place of the Galatians' council, Drunemeton, also implies a religious focus, since nemeton is a Celtic word for a sacred place and is suggestive of a controlling religious authority. How long this essentially Celtic system of social organization lasted among the Galatians is unrecorded. Strabo, writing about the turn of the millennium, specifically mentions that in his time power had passed first to 3 rulers, then to 2, and finally to 1, in contrast to the organization of Galatia long ago. This may have been, in part, a result of Roman encouragement or duress, but there are clear signs of change earlier. In 189 BC we learn that Ortagion, a chief of the Telistobogii, wanted to unite the Galatians under his leadership, but his attempts met with little success, and a few years later a number of social units are mentioned, each with its own chief. A century later the old system of tetrarchs still appears to have been in force. The glimpse is provided by a treacherous incident orchestrated by Mithridates IV. In 88 BC, in a bid to take control of Asia Minor, he effectively destroyed Galatian opposition by inviting the Galatian chiefs to meet him at Pergamum. Of the 60 who turned up, all but 1 were massacred. Those who did not attend were picked off in individual attacks, only 3 tetrarchs managing to survive. The massacre of the tetrarchs may well have been the deciding factor in bringing about far-reaching changes in the old social order. Not only did it greatly weaken the ruling elite, but it showed that divided leadership was ineffective in dealing with the problems of the rapidly changing world. The incident drove the Galatians to the Roman side, and it was in the interests of the Roman state to encourage a more unified leadership. Very little is known of Galatian ritual or religion. The existence of Drunemeton is a hint that there were sacred locations, presided over, perhaps, by a druidic priesthood, but there is no direct evidence of this. What is clear is that the indigenous cults were assimilated by the Celts. Such was the case of the worship of the mother goddess at Pessinus. In the late 2nd century BC, the high priest, known by the ritual name of Attis, was a Celt whose brother Eryx bore a characteristically Celtic name. A later, Roman, inscription implies that half the college of priests at the temple were probably of Celtic birth. The sanctuary at Pessinus was, however, a thoroughly Hellenized place. Strabo refers to it as having been built by the Pergamene kings in a manner befitting a holy place with a sanctuary and also with porticos of white marble. In spite of their acceptance of native cults and practices, the Galatians could revert to a more typically barbarous practice, as they did in 165 BC when, following the conclusion of a war with Eumenes, the most important of the prisoners were sacrificed to the gods, while the less favored were dispatched by spearing. In this incident we may be witnessing a resurgence of the Celtic belief in the need to sacrifice the spoils of war to the deities. The fighting practices of the Galatians were, as we have seen, vividly depicted by Pergamene artists in an array of victory monuments. Their fierceness and ferocity in battle were legendary. In 189 BC a Roman army, under the command of Cn. Manlius Vulso, moved against the Telistobogii and Trochmi and won a decisive victory at Olympus near Pessinus. Livy gives a detailed account of the engagement, using the occasion to provide his reader with a series of familiar stereotypes about the Celt as a fighting man, Hist 38, 19-30. Thus from the mouth of the commander, in his set-piece pre-battle oration, comes direct reference to incidents from the Celtic invasion of Italy in the 4th century. That Livy should emphasize the comparison in this way shows, at the very least, that he was acutely aware of the similarities of the two peoples, even though he may have overstressed or oversimplified them. Yet even allowing for these potential distortions, several interesting points emerge. The Galatians, it appears, were still using the rather archaic type of Celtic shield, long, but not wide enough for the size of their bodies and flat in surface, and they still adopted the practice of fighting naked, a point lovingly described by Livy. Their wounds were plain to see because they fight naked and their bodies are plump and white since they are never exposed except in battle. There is no reason to suppose that these observations were not specific to the event. Together they show that behavior in battle had changed little, in spite of nearly a century of acclimatization in Asia Minor. Yet, Livy could report the Roman commander as saying, "The Gauls here are by now degenerate, a mixed race, truly described by their name Galagrecians." Image 8.7 War elephant trampling a Galatian soldier equipped with typical Celtic armor, possibly referring to the elephant battle of 275 to 274 BC. From Marina, Lesbos. Mid-2nd century BC. British Museum, London. In his brief review of Galatian territory, Strabo, Geg. 12:5, makes no mention of towns. The Trochmi, he says, have 3 walled garrisons, Tavium, Mithridatum, and Danala. The Tecticiges command the fortress of Ancyra, while the fortresses of the Telistobogii are Blusium and Payum, the former being the royal residence of King Dioeterus and the latter where he kept his treasure. Strabo's use of fortress is clearly intended to imply that these sites were not towns in the classical sense. He does, however, say that Tavium was the emporium of the people in that part of the country, and he uses the same word in describing Pessinus in the border region to the west of Galatia. By emporium he was presumably seeking to stress the market functions of the two places. If we can accept Strabo's distinctions, the implication is of an essentially non-urban society focused on a series of fortified enclosures and with an economy articulated at a few trading centers, at least one of them sited at a major shrine. The towns of the Phrygian indigenes were left to decay, but by the time of the Roman annexation in 25 BC, Ancyra, Pessinus, and Tavium were sufficiently important to become the capitals of the 3 tribes. Image 8.8 The treasury of the Galatian king Dioeterus was situated at Payum in Anatolia on a ridge protected on 2 sides by a loop in the valley of the river Sybaris. The masonry of the fortifications is typical high-quality late Hellenistic work. Several Galatian fortresses have been located. Blusium has been tentatively identified, and the fortifications partially excavated, at Karalar, 35 kilometers northwest of Ankara. A nearby tomb with a funerary inscription showing it to have belonged to King Dioeterus, son of the king of the same name who was an ally of Rome, provided some assurance of the identification. Payum, the second of the Telistobogii strongholds mentioned by Strabo, is thought to lie in the meander of the river Germir at Taban-Leod-Lucail. The deeply incised river provides the site with more than adequate protection on 3 sides, while the neck of the promontory is defended by a wall protected by multiangular bastions built in fine Hellenistic masonry. The strength of the defenses would be entirely appropriate to a fortress guarding the king's treasure. The quality of the architecture of Payum, if correctly identified, is a reminder that the Galatian elite were well able to use Hellenistic building techniques, even if their fortified sites were typical Celtic hillforts in size and location. The material culture of the Galatians has not been extensively studied, but sufficient is known to suggest that indigenous styles and technologies were adopted from the beginning. Distinctive items of Latine metalwork are at present limited to a few bracelets and some 20 or so brooches from the whole of Asia Minor. While a few of these items were found, as would be expected, in Galatia and on the Aegean coast, the densest concentration lies in the southeast of the country in Cappadocia, a pattern which might suggest that Celtic raiding parties ranged over a wider territory than might be supposed from the classical sources. The Galatians provide a fascinating example of a Celtic people who maintained a high degree of ethnic identity over several centuries, even though they must have represented a minority in their territory. Their persistence as a recognizably Celtic people is the result of elite dominance. As a powerful warlike group, thrown together by migration and periods of mercenary service, they were able to maintain their identity without recourse to the material symbols of their ethnicity. Image 8.9 Wooden shield of Celtic type, well preserved in the desert atmosphere of the Fayum Oasis, Egypt, where a group of Celtic mercenaries was given land in the 3rd century BC. Service des Antiquita copyright symbol S, Cairo. The Celts in Egypt. The Celts, who